cities now where people are starting to get scared. They're going to push them. They're going to try to push them out, but force them to leave. And we've seen plane load after plane load in the last week go to Tajikistan because that's where Russia said the actors who carry out Crocus Hill took or are from. So those people are now fearful and voting with their feet. Tajikistan suspects that will only be a short-term problem, and the economic long-term gains of still working in Russia will cause that to abate. But we'll see what happens in relation to the Duma passing anti-immigrant laws, because anti-immigrant laws generally are going to hurt Russia in meeting its mobilization goals, because, as I say, they try to generate a situation where people can make the choice to go serve in the military and solve their problems. But you can't do that if you've run them all out of the country. And in addition to that, remember, Russia has massive demographic problems in its labor force. Its unemployment rate is at its historical low, which you'd say, well, that's great. Not when you've killed off 420,000 people of 18 to 40-year-old age, 18 to 60-year-old age in Ukraine, and those folks normally hold jobs that now you can't fill with even the migrant labor that you've got in. They're going to be facing some big problems. So allowing this to turn into a big anti-immigration thing might be to the Kremlin's short-term interest in quelling popular anger. And if they are successful in blaming it on Ukraine, which is why they're doing that, then they would think, hopefully increase mobilization. But it's taking on a flavor that I don't think will help Russia overall, because I think it gets more benefit from foreign workers than foreign workers as a mass get from Russia, even though on an individual basis they still tend to go because they can send money home. But Russia may be turning this into something it doesn't want, while trying to rally support inside Russia using nationalist, anti-immigration, and or anti-migrant and sort of xenophobic things. This is the problem when you harness xenophobia as a populist tool to rally your country around, but you also rely heavily on foreigners to make your economy operate. It's a good problem for Russia to have, I guess, while they appear not to really effectively go through and investigate and address the real root causes of this terrorist attack inside their country. They even if in fact 1, 2, 3, 4 of these guys are from Tajikistan, folks, there's not a shred of evidence that Russia has generated from that attack that would be useful in a court of law internationally, because they tortured those guys to give any information up. You can't torture suspects. Furthermore, you don't often have to do it. You never need to do it. In the military police, and I do industrial investigations for 30 years on incidents. I'm telling you, there's a thing you do called interviewing for information. It's not called interrogation. It's called interviewing for information. And even if you didn't want to tell me something, you felt embarrassed about it, you were shocked, or whatever, your perception was wrong, you thought you were going to be blamed, I guarantee you I can interview people and get the information out of them without ever torturing them, without ever doing it. You don't have to. It's not rocket science. I'll briefly tell you how it works. If I'm interviewing somebody for information, whether I'm in the military police or I'm doing an incident investigation where somebody might have been injured and died and people are traumatized, the first thing you do is you establish empathy with the person you're interviewing. You take care of their needs in relation to water, food, psychological assistance if they need it to face the trauma that they've been involved in, and then you start walking them through their day. Just let them do the catharsis of talking to you. If they totally clam up, you then have to do other things to leave them, until they're ready to discuss things. But at the end of the day, people will always talk to you if you wait long enough, and they're ready to share their side of the story, what they perceive to happen, even if they're a criminal. They all want to tell you their side of the story. So you let them tell their story. You let them tell their story, get it all out, go through the catharsis, just tell me in any order you want to do it. And then I'm going to return you back to before the 24 hours before the thing I want to talk about. And I'm going to work you through a process of walking me through your day so that you're used to answering open and closed questions with me about things that have happened. And we're going to walk through and skim through, and we're going to skim through the event I want to talk about. And then we're going to go all the way through the consequences. And then when we've done it, we're going to go back and we're going to do it again. And I'm going to talk to you about specific details in relation to what happened in the 24-hour period leading up. And I'm going to test and start building my timeline and evaluate things, none of which we have got to torture yet, right? People want to talk to you, and they will, especially if they're guilty of something, because they often want to build a story that removes their responsibility or culpability and gets to somebody else. So that there's just standard techniques of interviewing people that you learn in the police or being an industrial investigator or anything that don't have anything to do with coercion. It has to do with empathy, good questioning technique, and making sure you're diligent about walking through and build a timeline so that you just can understand what happened. Just tell me what happened. And then after that happens, then I might come back and re-interview them later on when I'm looking for the why things happen. But I just want to know what first. First, I'm looking for what, then I'm looking for why. Then I build a the most plausible explanation of what happened and why, and then you test all that. That's how you do it, right? That'll be $1,500. That's the training course. No, I actually have taught incident investigation training, but yeah, that's it. That's the core of what you do. You can find it on the internet. You can look it all up. It doesn't involve torture, but Russia's tortured all these guys, so they're never going to find out the truth from these guys. So now they've got to go do an investigation outside and get all the prima facie evidence and signals and everything else they can behind the scenes to find out whether or not these guys are telling the truth, because people are going to tell you whatever you want to hear if you're torturing them. And then you have a hard time figuring out which portion of that was true and which portion of that was false, just made up to help, to get you to stop torturing them. So, but Russia's not doing any of that either. I don't see any signal at all from what's coming out of Russia. Now, maybe they're just being incredibly quiet, but I don't see any signal at all that they're working through an investigation to find out what and how really happened at Crocus Hall so that they can solve the root problems of what that was. I see them basically doing the wrong thing. This knee-jerk reaction, let's go round up migrants, let's assume who we want to be guilty and then build that into our story to see if we can use it to our benefit. But I think it's backfiring a little bit, this migrant thing, and good, because Russia's not doing what they need to do to solve the problem, this problem, as well as many, many others. James?
Well, first, you took all the fun out of interrogation, right? All the torturing, cutting off ears and stuff like that. So probably that's good. But yeah, I think that the main thing here is that they don't want to know, is what I think. They really don't want to know because it doesn't matter to them. It just doesn't matter because it's already happened. It served whatever it was supposed to do, which two things, right? Justify a mobilization and to give Russia a sense of innocence again, right? Poor Russia getting beat on, and they can blame Ukraine too. So this is what it's about. If they investigated too deeply, they might find the truth, and that wouldn't support what their aims are.
Yeah, you're dead right. Right, they've gone a whole different route, because this is like the thing. Russia doesn't think like you do, right? I talked about police process and investigative process to do things if you want to find the real truth. But Russia, of course, doesn't want to find the truth. So their technique is torture, make up our story, and then we'll manufacture the evidence to support our story in line with our long-term objectives, which are to undermine support. Now, the good news here, folks, is there has not been one shred of evidence, and Ukraine has done a very good job, and we and all of the right-minded thinking people in the world have not. Russia has not been able to credibly establish in anybody's mind that Ukraine had anything to do with this terrorist attack inside Russia, and that's a good thing. Well done, everybody who's been fighting that disinformation, because had they succeeded, of course, then they're going to try to use that to further reduce support in the West for Ukraine, and that hasn't worked at all. I haven't seen that tick up at all, and I will, as well as I hope everybody, remain incredibly vigilant to make sure that doesn't happen. But Russia's moving beyond that anyway, right? Because, like James said, they don't need to have even their story, their bullshit story. They don't need to have it credibly believed by the rest. They just need a certain core to accept it in the litany of lies that is the narrative Russia wants to put out, and then they'll function that way. They will function that way regardless of the facts. They honestly, they all through this hybrid war they're doing, they pursue their goals no matter what. No matter how bad they look, no matter how the political and economic fallouts, they pursue that stuff as if their mindset in the world is correct, in the hope that it wins out eventually. And that you can give them credit, I guess, for doggedness, but and this is the amazing thing, right? That we're continually aghast by what Russia will do. We're aghast that Russia would participate in genocide. We're aghast that Russia would regularly commit war crimes by attacking civilian targets on purpose and double tapping those targets. We're aghast that Russia would waste so much money using precision strike weapons on places like World Heritage Centers in Odessa, and then follow those attacks up 18 minutes later so that the first responders got hit. I mean, we're aghast by Russia because Russia doesn't think like you do. Russia sends almost no trained, just mobilized, no good weapons, no good equipment, no good training. They send those people to die in the thousands every week because eventually they think they'll win out that way. And if we thought with wars were done being fought like that forever, but they're not. They're not finished being fought like that by Russia at all. Russia maintains the exact same approach to warfare as it always has since they developed their artillery doctrine. They smash everything in front of them with artillery, overwhelming artillery, and they then move into those areas with meat waves, unrelenting pressing of humans into the area until they overwhelm whatever's there. Highly costly, highly attritional, and the only modification of that they've done in the last 100 years is the addition of heavily applying air defense so that they can operate their artillery without it being shot by air forces that come into play. So heavy air defense, heavy artillery, and meat waves. That's what Russia has been doing throughout the First World War, the Second World War, Chechnya, overwhelming artillery barrages, and then meat waves. And we thought, we were looking at it in Bakhmut like it was new, but it's not new at all. It's Russian doctrine. What we're aghast at, shocked at, is that Russia hasn't modified its basic doctrine even after it's developed capabilities. Russia didn't really make use of air superiority when they had it at the beginning of the war. Russia has been dribbling in their air force in first the Su-24, Su-25s as close air support, and only when they were ready to try to take Avdiivka with glide bombs, and they had to put planes at risk, and they lost a lot of planes. Did they attempt to do close air support because their artillery was no longer functioning in that capability because Russia or Ukraine had countered it with good counter battery fire? So yeah, Russia doesn't think like we do at all in relation to warfare, and sometimes we find that absurd. But remember, their hybrid warfare, their warfare in disinformation and trying to suborn any support for Ukraine, that part of their military does work. It works well. It's been working for 100 years, and we haven't had anything out there to counter that until 2 years ago. Until 2 years ago, when MriyaReport started up and NAFO started up, that's when Russian narrative in relation to uh, the war that's going on, and it's intense. That's when the world when the countering really took off, because look at all through the end of 2021, we were watching the official reports from the United States and mainstream media that we could get, and it wasn't trying to be inaccurate, but it certainly wasn't covering it with the level of depth required, and it wasn't contextualizing Russia's intent even at the time in an appropriate way, so that the American government, the Australian government, so that governments could react appropriately, nor the public react appropriately in pressuring its governments to do all that was necessary early. And, the public perception and public support for Ukraine, because Americans, Australians, British, Germans, everybody, your core beliefs are sound, and they are supported by supporting Ukraine, which is why support for Ukraine has remained high, even though our governments haven't been doing our will, because Russia has been partially successful in its hybrid warfare, because we haven't even been playing that game since 1991. We assumed it was won, it was over, we'd won, haha, where's my peace dividend? That's what we were playing, and that was mistaken. That was heavily mistaken, because Russia never stopped thinking of the West as its enemy. I mean, it made silly statements, right? Putin used to say things that we thought, oh, that's quaint. When Putin said the worst travesty in the 20th century was the breakup of the Soviet Union, we thought, that's funny. Folks, he's living out his world as if that was the worst thing in reality, and he's putting the band back together. That's what he's been trying to do ever since. And we've misread his intent. We misread his intent because we wanted to assume a better person, a better country, we wanted to assume a better motive, and we were mistaken there. But when he demonstrated his actual motives, we failed to respond in an appropriate and timely manner. And it's kind of the theme that is in what James, this ISW report, and the point I wanted to make specifically about ATACMS, to show that there was too much fourth dimensional chess going on, and not signaling the right intent, not signaling the absolute intent for Ukraine to win this war from the very beginning. That's been our fault. Now, those are mistakes, folks. Those are mistakes, and it's good to examine mistakes and failure so that you don't repeat those things. That's the beauty of doing a good incident investigation or whatever, solving crime, doing everything. It's to prevent recurrence of those very same problems. And the call to action that is clear from examining what's going on and what needs to happen into the future is, if you're living in America, you need to call your representative and make sure that phone message is in there, thanking them for their support, or telling them that they need to get on the right side of this issue, because it's going to be a campaign issue in the next election, and Americans want liberal democracy to survive. They support Ukraine in large numbers, and And thank you for your support. And please speak out about that, or you'd best consider getting on the right side of that issue, and or you're going to face attack ads, and you won't have my support in the next election. Ought to be the message to those guys and girls who are in the House of Representatives, and do that. And if you're in Australia, do the same thing. We don't have a appropriations bill in front of us, but we aren't doing anywhere near what we said we were going to do as a government for Ukraine prior to the last election. And we need to hold our government to account, and not enough of us are doing that. Not enough. Some of us are doing a great job. I'll talk about Animarchy's takedown of that ABC running of that bit of propaganda a bit later. I'll talk about that. It was fantastic piece of work by an Australian patriot. But everyone else, if you haven't gone to aph.gov.au, plugged in your postcode, got your contact details for your House of Representatives member, your senators, and chuck in Senator Wong, the head of the Foreign Affairs, and Richard Marles, the head of Defense. Chuck them in there. Chuck Albo if you want. You know, you can send the exact same form email to all of them, and it should say, Australia needs to support Ukraine the way the Australian population overwhelmingly wants them to do, with military aid in key technologies and in a level of support that is commensurate with the size of our economy. You can say it generally, or if they want to talk about specific technologies, go right to FA-18s, Taipan helicopters, Bushmaster infantry fighting vehicles, or armored personnel carriers and Hawkeyes, right? And 155 millimeter shells. We can still do a lot more from Australia, even given the scale and scope of what we got. And if we were to give Ukraine 43 FA-18 fighter attack aircraft, perhaps in conjunction with, say, Finland, who's operating them now, if we were to do that, we could be the largest single contributor to a fourth generation air force for Ukraine. That's the sort of thing I would think Australia would want to say to the world in our commitment to liberal democracy, because fourth generation fighter aircraft just don't grow on trees. And we just happen to have a bunch of them that are surplus to us. 100% surplus, folks. No roll, in storage for more than 2 years, temperature controlled, humidity controlled storage. They give them away occasionally to museums. That's what's happening to those. They ought to be flying over Ukraine, keeping the people who are firing glide bombs into Kharkiv and Kherson now. They ought to keep those folks out of range of being able to do that. That's what that plane can do. So we got a lot of work to do here in Australia as well. Sorry, Prince, I went on a little bit long there. Now you've got a lovely nest going there, young lady. It's only got 2 things in it though, so I better fix that right up.
Yes, you should. And while you do that, I am going to go ahead and share just a couple of things. And the first thing I'm going to share, just a little reminder that came across my screen here in the last little bit of a Willathon. It was 2 years ago today, on March 31st, Bucha was liberated from the Russian invaders. Footage from the deoccupied city went viral all over the world. According to official data, the Russian military killed more than 450 people. 116 bodies were exhumed from mass graves. Some had to bury their murdered relatives or neighbors just in the yard near the house. This is a tragedy that will forever remain in the hearts of Ukrainians. So I started off with the hardest stuff. And then I'm going to go on here to read this is from reported by Southern Defense Forces, that the Russian terrorist forces again attacked several waves of Shahed drones from the southern regions. The energy infrastructure of Odessa and the the agriculture industrial capacities of Kherson Oblast were once again in the enemy's sight. The intense combat work of the air defense forces lasted about 2 hours. The enemy abundantly attacked Odessa. All 8 drones were shot down. However, as this happens, falling fragments from a downed drone caused a fire in one of the power facilities in the region, as a result of which several settlements were cut off for power. The fire has been extinguished. People are not injured. Restoration work is underway. At the same time, during the drone attack, the Russians used ballistic and guided air missiles in the Kherson region. We kissed on the preserved agricultural enterprises. People were not injured. So I'm thinking there's a translation here, and that would be they hit basically on agricultural enterprises, and people were not injured. We will wait for additional information and maybe a better translation to come about. The last thing I wanted to share is it seems like it may be a little bit loud, maybe just a little bit loud in Belgorod. And I am seeing also an image of the possible consequences of an attack. And it looks like something is smoking in Belgorod. They seem to have a bit of a smoking habit that is not something that is well under control. The other thing that I was going to just mention really quick was from the Russian Defense Ministry. And this is interesting to me because it is around 6 o'clock, the Kiev time, an attempt by the Kiev regime to carry out a terrorist attack using UAV type drones, yada yada. Objects on the territory of the Russian Federation, and it was stopped. Now, this is the part that I find very interesting. 3 Ukrainian unmanned aerial vehicles were destroyed by the air defense systems on duty over the territory of Yaroslavl region. Isn't that like on the other side of Moscow?
1,000 kilometers northeast of Moscow.
Yeah.
So yeah, not just on the other side. It's well northeast of Moscow.
Yeah, you may have some input on that. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, that's right. There is an attack there. So there is some damage in Belgorod. The folks on the ground are saying that that is an attack on a command and control location. I can neither confirm nor deny that. I can absolutely tell you that there is a second story of a building, looks like a commercial building, on fire in Belgorod that looks like it's been struck with something from the top, artillery or a drone of some sort, and it is burning heavily with a thick black smoke. But that's very possibly due to the construction of that roof that looks to be stove in and burning from the inside. But there's mostly there's gray and black. So the roof of those places tend to be tar, and that's probably what's burning black because there's a lot of gray smoke inside that, which suggests the fire inside the building is Class A type material, meaning wood, paper, that sort of stuff. So they say it's an attack on a place where a decision-making center in Belgorod, but no idea if it is or isn't. If it were a command control headquarters, the strike does look similar to those that have taken place throughout Kherson Oblast when Ukraine has found sneaky little orcs occupying the second floor of buildings there that they've taken out with HIMARS and other strikes when they find a command and control center. So hopefully they're correct. I don't know that report is correct, but I hope they're right, and they have located some. I hope the RDK and the Freedom of Russia Legion are finding and prosecuting command and control centers inside Belgorod. That would be lovely, and that doesn't suggest that they're just holding out and waiting to see if somebody comes and pushes them out. Looks like they're actively trying to find things to strike and striking them, Prince. And early morning in Kiev. Here's a job you wouldn't want to have right now. Ambassador Bridget Brink has got up 5:30 on Sunday morning in Kiev and been posting about the fact that the third air raid alert of the night, 5:30 in the morning, the whole country's called to bunkers, and Russia's launching missiles all over Ukraine. A simple factual statement she entered about less than 2 hours ago, and boy, have some people piled on with her to her, because you post something like that, and of course, you know, you're going to get everybody uh, uh, rightfully, because it's like calling up a call center when you've had a whole bunch of problems with a product or service you've had, and you get the woman on the phone, picks up the phone from the call center, and the first thing you do is apologize to that young lady about what you're about to say to her, because you know, it's the only contact point you've got. And Bridget has put out a message about this attack, and you know, there's people being very harsh on the U.S. ambassador that are obviously supporters of Ukraine, being harsh to her because of what they perceive as United States lack of support for Ukraine, which, you know, you have a little bit of a hard time arguing with. Although I don't believe Bridget Brink is responsible directly for Mike Johnson's activities. That's kind of what you sign up for with the job. And this is the thing, right? You're the ambassador of the United States of America, not of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. When you take that role, you're representing the entire of the United States, and that is the same thing that Mike Johnson ought to be doing as Speaker of the House of Representatives for the whole country. The whole country wants this bill brought to the floor, passed off the floor, and signed by the president. Everybody wants that. That's why it got 300 signatures the first time around. That's why it's made it out of the Senate already. That's why Mike Johnson should stop holding up doing the U.S. government's business that the population wants done. So that would be the only thing I would hope Bridget does is reports the feedback she's getting to the government and to the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, to let them know the heat that the U.S. is getting in Ukraine right now, because it's not doing the right thing. And from what we've seen the night before last night, and probably tonight, Russia is all in. They are going all in on these missile attacks to take out things like power generation facilities inside the country. They've knocked out a major thermal and electric energy production facility outside of Kharkiv, and that will be a serious blow. You know, there's no sugarcoating it. Losing an entire multi-megawatt power generation facility that's going to take about 5 years to rebuild, even if it goes really well. That's a bad strike, and that's why Zelensky is further putting pressure on the United States to provide key technologies that it needs in the form of additional Patriot systems that only it can provide, and ATACMS missiles, so that it can strike these things that are hitting it on the ground. That, you know, they'll be done launching S-300 missiles out of Belgorod if Ukraine gets ATACMS missiles. They'll be done flying planes out of Taganrog if Ukraine gets ATACMS missiles. They'll be done flying planes out of anywhere in Crimea. Going to be very quiet nights in Kherson and Zaporizhia if they can't fly planes out of Crimea anymore, and that will be the case if the United States provides long-range ATACMS missiles, which we now know it has in abundance, and hopefully the dam is broke, and we see those things. Prince?
Yep, I'm still looking for information here. I'm looking to the time is adjusting on me, and my brain is not quite adjusting so well to that yet. But I'm checking here to see if we have any morning reports. We do have a operational information from the general staff that is out, but that really isn't one that I prefer to read, because, well, I mess up the names. I mess up the names so poorly. If I try to spell those, if I try to put those, but that is something.
Yeah, fair enough. When this, yeah, I mean, I prefer to wait for the Stratcom report too because it is a shorter summary, and that's what I'll wait, and I can, um, if it needs embellishment about more details than's provided on the Stratcom report, that's what I normally try to work to. And let's see. Well, I mean, that we have the one that's up from very early this morning, from late last night. I prefer to see the one that'll be coming out in about 25 minutes. I think they normally get the one from this morning. Comes out the 6 a.m. report will be due in the next hour or so. On the battlefield from yesterday, uh, a lot of missile attacks, obviously, and they're still Russia is still attacking with rocket artillery salvo systems in militarily, but mostly on civilian targets again. So Kharkiv hit heavy, and not much action not a great amount of action, and I'll get to where the high points are on the battlefield yesterday. No attacks at all in the Kupiansk area. There were a few attacks in the Liman and down Turna and down to Bilharivka, just south of the forest there at Kremina. But only 5 attacks in that area, 4 attacks in the Bakhmut area, still trying to work toward Chasiv Yar. And trying to finish taking the village of Ivanishki, which they have not yet done, and Klishivka also coming under attack, the high ground there, but they haven't had any success. Avdiivka, in that area west of Avdiivka, there have been 16 attacks yesterday, and these are where most of the attacks are taking place, here and down in Novopavlovsky, which I'll get to in a second. But in Avdiivka, there were 16 attacks in the areas of Berdyichi, Umansky, Pervomaisky, and Novelsky settlements. They have not taken all of Pervomaisky as well, which is important because that is a place that Russia has been focusing much of its push recently. And in the area south of there, Krasnohorivka, Podyeda, Novomikhailivka, Vodanil, and in the Donetsk region, this is where most of the attacks are taking place. 30 more attacks were broken up in that area. And as we talked about with Chuck the other day, they're essentially trying to get that area around Novomikhailivka because it allows them to further their attacks to the southeast on Vuhledar, which they have been trying to take for a long, long time because they want to try to push back that corner of the front line so that Ukraine has a harder time hitting things like this brand new railway line they're trying to open up between Rostov-on-Don and Sevastopol, or sorry, Simferopol, which goes far too close to the front lines for their liking. If Ukraine still holds the Vuhledar area, so that's why they're focusing northeast of there to try to put pressure on and hopefully take that, which they are not showing success yet at doing. And down in Orkiv, there's a few attacks in Staromaisky, Robotny, and Verbova, but nothing down there yesterday. We'll wait to see what's happened overnight. But we'll get the report from overnight. This was the 1800 report. We'll get the 6 a.m. report in about another hour, as I say, and don't expect much change from what we've seen today. But we'll wait and see. They have been relatively active. You noticed from the numbers yesterday in striking anti-aircraft missile complexes, concentrations of personnel, and radar stations, a control point, personnel concentration areas, as I said, and then anti-aircraft defenses in particular that Mockers was happy with yesterday. And we saw lots and lots of that back last year in the summer when Ukraine was on the offensive. To be able to take out air defense systems is really important, because air defense systems are the things that Russia uses to cover its artillery systems down below. And so taking out those two things, which are the heavy concentration of the Russian forces, are important if you're going forward, but they're also important if you're trying to defend, because it makes the close air support that Russia provides more risky if they're not in areas where they can cover, because Ukraine could have planes up and counter their planes if air defense is not available from Russia's side. So all important, but that's all I have from from last night's report, which was 12 hours ago, Prince. And militarily, I am not seeing anything in footage that's really interesting to talk about, other than the drone wars that are going on. I saw some interesting footage yesterday of Russian land-based drones that they were using to try to move in around Berdachi, west of Avdiivka. So taken on by first-person drones, flying drones of Ukraine. So it looks like we have drone wars going on. I mean, it's makes you obviously think of that television show Robot Wars or whatever on Discovery Channel, because that's the sort of thing that's now going on the battlefield for the first time. But I'll bet we see a lot more of that. Drones taking on drones. James?
Yep, I didn't see that. I was thinking more about all of the big strategic things. So the refineries, and then also the money reserve, the $3 billion, and or should that just be held until the end of the war? That maybe is one thought. The other is spend it now. It would solve the problem right away, wouldn't it? It'd be crack that baby open in full, and you could get enough stuff. Although there'd be inflationary factors and price gouging that would come in, but still, you could get everything that you'd need, that any growing army could desire.
That any growing young army needs to reach its full potential. Yeah, sounds like nutrition for kids.
Yeah, hopefully not child soldiers, but I do think those are the things that where I feel like there is movement. Also, some of the other shuffling of material around the world makes me think that maybe, given the situation in the air, all the manpad, et cetera, kind of effects there in Ukraine, makes me think that in some ways the air dominance tools that we've got, the F-16s, other things like that, might be as well used in other theaters that could become hotspots, and they may be able to take out significant personnel who are not indigenous to the region, but are named Igor and Ivan and stuff. So, there may be places like that where things are happening too that I think are strategic. And then I understood that the Biden administration, oh yeah, this drives me crazy, but telling you guys about it too, $10 billion back to Iran, I understood. So I was like, oh, what? But that means that's a deal brokered somehow. Will it come to fruition the way they want? I don't know. Did you hear that, Will? Or is that something maybe I heard and it's disinformation?
Yeah, I mean, no, so I saw that too. I'm gonna assume it's true from the source we looked at, but yeah, this is the unfortunate thing, right? If you live in a country that recognizes the rule of law, when you go through evaluation of whether or not you can hold money that's been embargoed frozen due to reasons that you've got with another country, when the court says, or when they carry out the conditions, even if you have big problems with otherwise, you have to release their money. Otherwise, you set a poor precedent. And so, yeah, you would think that it provides ammunition for folks who say you're doing the wrong thing. And in the short term, it does look like you're doing the wrong thing. But in the long term, it can be the right thing to do if it's not your money. I mean, much like people were freaking out when they found out that the United States provided information to Russia on the Crocus Hill attack or Crocus Concert Hall attack before they did it. They're like, what in the hell are you doing that for? Giving information to your enemies. You give information to enemies, or you don't hold money from people who are your enemies because your rules say you do that, not their rules, not the rules of the assholes, the genociders, the idiots. You live up to your principles because they're your principles. And if your law says that we're going to provide information on terrorist attacks to any party that could be subject to those attacks, even if they're our enemy, you do that. And that's what they did with Russia. Russia didn't use it appropriately, but that's not America's fault. America should feel very good about the fact that, in fact, I would say America should feel good in general about the manner in which it is using intelligence information these days, making sure that it follows through on its duty to warn stuff, making sure that it even at the risk of divulging its capabilities, told Russia, we see what you're doing there when you see them doing something wrong, and we want you to stop that thing, and we have conclusive proof in these Landsat photographs to show it. I mean, I think that's good use of intelligence rather than knowing something and letting it go through to the keeper when divulging that information could stop the action of Russia. It didn't, but it could have. I like the fact that the United States was releasing intelligence information at the time. I think that was a good thing, and I think it's a good thing they did their duty to warn thing. Whether or not they could have found a way around not handing this additional $10 billion back to Iran, I don't know, but it's just money. It's $10 billion. I would have rather had them hand it over to say China or somebody, because the people that Iran's proxies are doing damage to right now. The Houthis attacked a Russian ship and a Chinese ship the other day after saying they wouldn't. So this is when you get a mad dog on a chain, folks, and you think it's going to do your bidding. It isn't necessarily going to do your bidding. James?
I'm gonna get a smaller dog. That's good points. It's our strengths, not our weaknesses. These things that you're talking about, adherence to law and stuff like that. It's a strength, Russia. Try it, but it's working out too for us because we can say to the world, the whole world, and they can verify it. It's like, yeah, we told them, and then, Russia should have been so well defended. They should have had this covered because it was so well predicted. It just showed Russia is really for what it is. So I think it is well used information. So very good stuff. And what was the other thing I wanted to say? I forgot what. Oh, I know. I wanted to say good night and happy Easter. And good night, mockers.
Thank you, James. Thanks for staying up with us.
And yeah, it was great. And good night, Prince. And good night, Dimitri. And no, I won't read all the names. But anyways, you guys have good night, good Easter. If you practice, if you don't, eat some of the chocolate. Anyways, it's good. Some of it is. Anyways, that's it. Good night.
Yes, enjoy Easter. Enjoy Easter with some non-genocide chocolate.
Yes, appropriate chocolate. I have no chocolate. Is it wrong to celebrate Easter with no chocolate? I feel like it's wrong.
No, it's fine. I don't really eat it either.
I eat chocolate, I just don't have any. It's a problem.
No. I'm just a freak. I barely eat chocolate.
You are a freak.
Oh, cool. So this means I'm not a freak?
I'm not a freak. I eat chocolate.
Well,
I'm not hearing a rousing support for my contention that I'm not a freak there, folks.
Well, yeah. Well, Will, we know you. Yeah.
morning, by the way.
Morning.
Morning, mockers. How are you?
Well, guess where I am right now?
You're in bed.
Flat on your back with a red cat on your chest, pawing you in the face. How'd I do?
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice, got it in one. Now, Prince says she can tell by the sound of your voice whether you're still lying down or standing up. I haven't yet heard it, but she says it's her capability to detect that is perfect. Is it?
Well, she usually does know when I'm in bed, yeah. Mainly because of the fact that there's no background noise, and I sound a bit
And
like
forgot to turn off the CCTV.
yeah, that one
And
too.
yeah, and the well, it's really quite honestly, it's the it's the webcam.
I'm not
Oh,
quite sure
nobody,
how you
All
can-
right, only
nobody,
fans for Ukraine.
nobody thought I was funny. Come on, guys. Oh man. Okay, rough crowd. It's been a rough night, mockers, and we're waiting for damage reports to come in from a missile and drone attack again, of course, and still waiting for those. But that is what is happening here. His who to what? I
You what?
wait a
What?
minute. You're confusing me with something you wrote.
Yeah, Mockers is actually here to take my seat, so I'm going to drop out. I get a 2-hour break, and then I'll be back for several hours later on. So I will take my leave because the engineer on the control of the teleporter probably needs to get to bed. So I, without further ado, will pop out so Mockers can pop in.
That sounds just applicable and perfect and totally acceptable. And so, bye, Will. See you in a couple of hours. Thanks for all your no, actually, Will, thank you very much for all the wonderful co-hosting you did tonight. I know I did not do much any good, but that's the way it is. So, Makas, how you feeling now that you had your time change? Okay, Makas isn't
Sorry, I
speaking.
couldn't answer you because my mic was locked because I was making it over on my way to co-host. Thank you very much for that. So how's it feel being in the same time? Well, back in a new time zone. You know what? That'll be why I've woken up and I'm like, oh, why am I still tired? Now I'm glad I went to bed early because I appear to have lost an hour. I know it's gone away. So yeah, I've lost an hour. How rude.
Yeah, well, I just am glad that you finally lost it because we lost it a while ago, and boy, howdy, am I glad the calendar's sort of fixed now.
Oh God, yeah, I know. Back to normal. Thank God for that. How dare we have 3 weeks between us, by the way?
The 3 weeks was too much.
I know, I mean I can handle like a few days, no problem, but 3 weeks, that was just ridiculous. Oof. Let me see. Would you believe there may have been well, yeah, there was a missile incoming to Ukraine from Poland, basically, as far as I can see. So we need to check if anything was going on there. So you know, I would like to think that if anything did cross into Poland, that they would have shot it down. Anyway, Yeah, sorry, I'm just catching up. You have to bear with me. Now
No,
then,
that's okay. I had to go grab my hoodie. Sorry.
yeah, no worries.
It's gotten a
Because
little cold. No, there were NATO jets up in the air during the missile attack. So if you saw one that made it into Poland and on its way back, then yeah, I'd say they were warranted. I just haven't heard that if they shot anything.
right, okay. Well, it well, it looks as though on that thing that either that was an aircraft being recorded or that was a missile being recorded. I can't quite make up my mind. Now then, it's worth noting that there hasn't been any major fires in Russia in a few days, and it's a bit sus, if you ask me. Because yeah, it's sus. Oh, by the way, yesterday Zelensky did his evening address in a blue t-shirt. Now, personally, I think he was just his stuff was in the laundry. And he ran out of clean green t-shirts, but he was wearing a blue t-shirt.
A blue T-shirt. I maybe was it for the Air Force? Maybe.
I don't know. No, it was just a plain blue t-shirt. It's probably the only one he had clean. But you know what I mean, don't you? That everybody is now speculating that he's joined the Navy.
That could be.
Well, he's
I
been
doubt
having
it.
a bit of a he's been having a bit of a clean sweep in his cabinet. Have you noticed?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, he's sort of spreading him out, but yeah, he's pretty much gone through them
Well,
all.
yeah, he got rid of 6 people, including advisors and stuff like that, and said basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to streamline the office and make it work efficiently. In other words, I'm removing everybody who can't justify their position.
I love that game.
Yeah, exactly. So, why are you here? What do you do? Why do we need you?
That's
And I think,
that's what I call performance appraisal time in our office. The staff love it. Justify your existence.
well, I honestly think he's been going around doing that. Why are we paying you? Tell me. And if he doesn't get a good enough answer, then oh, okay, fine. We'll find you something better to do. Off you go.
Well, I want to know, do you spend that time skipping around the office saying it's the happiest time of the year?
No, but I do call it. I do call performance appraisal time. Justify your existence, because I hate having to do it. Right. I never ever in my working career have had people working for me that didn't know my evaluation of their performance day by day by day without me taking a special time out of the calendar to evaluate their performance, because you kind of get that continuously with me. So, it's got a scary name, justify your existence, but what it usually involves is finding out why people didn't score themselves higher for things that they were doing right, and why don't they already know either where they're going in their career or what they could improve themselves. That would be the only thing. So I call it justify your existence because I hate having to do performance evaluations, not because, just because I want to wind people up too. But yeah, it doesn't tend to be a negative experience, but it tends to be short because people almost always know how they're doing. And it is right for Zelensky takes over, Sersky takes over. Basically everybody is out of a job. The same thing happens, by the way, in the Soviet system or the Russian system these days. When the president is reelected, by definition, the entire senior command of the government is required to tender a resignation. And then Putin the new president, always Putin in this case, goes along and can either accept or reject those resignations. But oftentimes at this time, you'll see a lot of wholesale change in the Kremlin because of this time for it works the same. Everybody's out of a job, and you can get reappointed or not. And I totally expect it, as we saw, changes to be made throughout Sirski's command and control, and I also expect to see renewal in the civilian control of the military, like Zelensky's doing. It is not a bad thing to see renewal in positions except for if you never see renewal at the top, right? Putin's never changed. The only reason he changes people is to line up, get rid of whoever he thought was a threat, and to move up people he thinks is going to be a benefit to him. It's a different thing in Ukraine and our countries, but not a bad thing to see. Renewal of positions, and look, the world goes on, right? We saw the defense manager change, and that that's going to be a crisis. Umarov has taken over. He's done a good job. He's laid it all out. We see Zaluzhny go and Sirsky come in, and to be honest, right after Sirsky came in, we saw the requirement to abandon Avdiivka and Zenit in the areas around there. And I'm telling you, after the fact, that will be seen as a superbly executed withdrawal from positions that were untenable because of the lack of ammunition available. So it's not necessarily a bad thing when changes take place. When changes take place because somebody's so demonstrably incompetent, or I have killed them and now want to formalize the removal of a person in the Russian side, it's a more cause of interest to us. But renewal in the Ukrainian side, unless it's for cause, and we haven't seen any of that recently. Removal for cause is one thing, but removal because of renewal should be seen as a normal thing, and it actually opens up opportunities for benefit, because the new people coming in, provided they're competent and are given support and are supporting themselves, can bring a new perspective to things that when you're fighting a war, the enemy might not be ready to expect a new idea that comes in at that point. So it's always an opportunity as well as a risk.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if Mockers is busy watching the video I sent her. Sometimes things are just entertaining and I can't help it. And that one might have been, I don't know, a little distracting. And it is actually a motorcycle escaping from the police in Russia. And it takes a bit, but it's a nice and winding road that they take. And in the end, you see the police car stuck on the sidewalk somewhere, and the motorcycles zooming down the road, free as could be. Yeah, that was rather entertaining to watch. Sometimes
Not
you
even
just
a high speed chase.
what's that?
It's not even a high speed chase. He
Is
kind
that
of
what you
waits for the policeman to catch up with him at one
right?
point.
Is that what you were watching?
No, it wasn't. But as soon as you mentioned it, I went to watch it. No, I was looking at a picture of a very fluffy puppy called Goose. Yes, I know. These things happen. So, I'm trying to sort of keep up, but of course, there was a lot went on overnight, by the looks of things. So, yeah. What on earth? I'm sorry, I'm just watching somebody, pretty much. Oh yeah, basically just fall through the front window. Crumbs.
Oh
Okay.
well, I just got the Air Force report if you'd like that.
Yeah, go on then.
9 missiles and 9 attack UAVs were broken down. 31st of March, 2024. Russian invaders attacked with 14 Kh-101 KH-555 cruise missiles from Tu-95 MS Strategic Aviation Aircraft launch area, Saratov region, Russian Federation. Shahed-type UAVs launch areas of Primosorko of the Russian Federation, and Iskander-M ballistic missiles from Crimea. The KH-59 guided air missile from the territory of Zaporizhia. Anti-aircraft missile units, fighter aircraft, and Air Force mobile fire groups, radio electronic warfare equipment of the defense forces of Ukraine were involved in repelling the attack. As a result of the anti-aircraft battle, 18 targets were destroyed, 9 KH-101, KH-555, and 9 Shaheeds were destroyed. Thank you to the defenders of the sky for the work together to victory. Yeah, so that's your Air Force report, direct from Commander Lieutenant General Mykola Olchuk. Probably pronounced that wrong, but I'm still actually waiting for the Stratcom report, which usually comes out very shortly after the General Staff report, but I have not yet seen it. So I'm still waiting.
Okay, well, while you're waiting, I will just tell you about a little bit of something. So remember this triangle meeting that Germany, France, and Poland, I think, had this Weimar meeting? Excuse me, I obviously can't say that without yawning. Well, anyway, a week ago, France and Germany announced some sort of agreement between Ukraine and KNDS to set up a subsidiary in Ukraine that supplies spare parts and, perhaps in the long term, a factory for ammunition production. So that will be starting this year. Ukrainian staff will be in France training, and they cannot rule out the possibility of sending Nexter staff to Ukraine. Now, Nexter has been training military personnel on its training grounds in France since September 23. Nexter also produce shells, really good ones. So that's like a big collaboration on spare parts, but also there was something here. Yes. France yesterday spoke about sending Ukraine some additional armored vehicles and things, but also they've now said that they're going to unlock a new batch of the Aster 30 missiles for the SAMP-T/Mamba system, the French equivalent of the US Patriot, in response to Ukraine's air defense shortages. So there you go. They're sending additional missiles for those systems. I mean, SAMP-T and Patriot systems, it would be nice to have more of both. It's astonishing, honestly, that we're not providing them with more, but, you know, at least everyone's enjoying their Easter, eh? Oh, sorry. Maybe that's, yeah. Now then. I don't know if you've been trying to keep an eye on what Belgorod doing.
Belgorod seems to be having a smoking problem, from what I've been able to tell.
Yeah, it has. Now then, the Russian Volunteer Corps apparently have now finished their raid. Finished it a couple of days ago, by the looks of things. Legion Freedom of Russia and the Siberian Battalion have noted that Russians are now strengthening their border in Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk. In addition to the Russian military in the border area, sorry, that was an attack of a yawn, are now actively trained to conduct assault operations in urban development to protect and defend themselves in the future. And they're increasing the number of means of combat drones, EW, and air defense in those areas. They're also mining their own areas of the terrain. So it's caused them to further spread out their troops and equipment, basically. and I think that's that's plenty good reason. And we understand what happens when they get trained, don't we? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. Their training is well, the thoughts there at least. The thoughts there. So yeah, that's just the yeah. Anyway, oh, okay. Oh, now then, I don't know where this is. Nizhnevatovsk in Russia. Nizhnevatovsk in Russia. There's well, there's a glowing sky, and some people don't know what it could be, but I mean that looks like it could be something big on fire. So yeah, something big on fire by the looks of things. Well, I'll keep an eye on that and see what I can find out. But sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm still catching up here. There was another big boom that I saw, and I'm trying to figure out where it was. Belgorod. Oh, of course. Yeah, there appears to have been well, they say a military infrastructure building hit within Belgrade. I don't know what that means. Other than something to do with the military, I suppose. So yeah. I guess at some point they'll tell us. Now then. Oof. You know, I did 13 hours yesterday, Prince, and I'm a
know.
little bit tired. But I
I'm
am going to
sorry.
now get up and have some coffee.
You are okay. So that is progress. Progress is not yet perfection, but we will work on that. And I'm still waiting to see the Stratcom report and any kind of reports of damage that we can see here. Let's see what we can find out, though. Oh, maybe just perhaps some other random message. Oh, sure enough, he's in a blue shirt there, isn't he? Anyway, at night, the Russians again heavily directed heavy artillery at Nikopol region. This is from the Dnipropetrovsk state administration. They hit one of the villages of the communities 4 times. What damage was caused by the enemy is being investigated. However, people are whole. That is the main thing. An air alert is now sounding in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. Do not ignore her. Take care of your safety and your loved ones. And then we go to Mykolaiv. Information on enemy shelling in the Mykolaiv region for the past 24 hours as of 7:30 on the morning of March 31st. During March 30th, the Air Forces and means of the air defense of the Mykolaiv region destroyed a guided air missile, KH-59. Mykolaiv district yesterday, March 30th at 11:01, the enemy fired artillery at the water area of the Orkiv community. There were no casualties. Also yesterday, March 30th at 2:20 p.m., 7:13 p.m., and 8:05 p.m., enemy artillery shelling was recorded in the Kutserb community, and there are no casualties. The Vazhonetsky district in the afternoon of March 30th at 11:40 a.m. and 12:30 p.m., the enemy attacked the district with guided missiles, air missiles, from the Black Sea area with tactical aircraft. As a result of the impact, the conserved building was damaged. There are no casualties, according to the information of the Direct Military Administration and Operational Command South. And then on to Klimitsky tonight, our air alert, our air defense forces of the armed forces of Ukraine neutralized one UAV of the Shahed type. The place where the debris fell is being established. There are no injuries or infrastructure damage. So these are some, and those aren't bad reports. Here we keep on going. So let us go to our dear friend Ivan Fedorov, who has appeared on the Maria Report multiple times in the last 2 years. He was the mayor of Melitopol, living in exile, who had also been taken prisoner by the Russians and held for several days, maybe a few weeks, and was then released and left to the unoccupied areas, but still represented his city of Melitopol very well before he was promoted to the Zaporizhia region. A 12-year-old child was injured as a result of shelling by Russian troops in the Pologov region. During the day, occupiers made 343 strikes on 8 settlements of the Zaporizhia region. Russian military personnel carried out an airstrike on Malinkvka, 47 UAVs attacked in 7 areas, which I will spare you my attempt at pronouncing them. 5 RSZV strikes fell on Levandy and Robotin. 290 artillery shells were fired on the territory of 7 areas. 11 reports were received about the destruction of residential buildings and infrastructure facilities. I suppose they will give more reports, but the fact that a 12-year-old child was injured is tragic and hard. I hate it when that happens. Russia kills civilians. This is from the head of the Donetsk state administration. Russia kills civilians. On March 30th, Russians killed 2 residents of Donetsk region in Krasnoivka. The total number of Russian victims in Donetsk region is given without taking into account Mariupol and Volnovka. Russia kills civilians. On March 30th, the number of victims of the Russians in Donetsk region increased by 2, killed, 5 injured. Total number of victims of Russia and in Donetsk region does not, of course, include Mariupol and the other place that I mentioned there. And then we go to Kherson operational information as of 0600 from 0600 on March 30th to 0600 on March 31st. The last day the enemy shelled Entolika, Sadov. Oh man, why do I do this to myself? I apologize. Tajinka, Iznerin.
You've got a big long list of village names that you can't pronounce, haven't you, darling?
I do, darling. I do. A long list of village names that I can't pronounce, and the city of Kherson. There, is that better?
That's brilliant. Yeah. You know what, right? Some kind person used to send me those reports, and I'm sure they used to send me those reports just so they could hear me waffle over the names.
And laugh, right? And I know that there are people who laugh, and I appreciate that, actually. I don't mind it. It's actually, I know it's rather hilarious, but it's like, oh, geez, why did I do this to myself? The enemy also carried out rocket attacks on the Berislav district. Kherson district was attacked by 2 shaheeds. The Russian military targeted residential quarters of the population centers of the region, as a result of which 2 high-rise buildings and 21 private houses were damaged. Hits were also recorded in an educational institute, the territories of the industrial and agricultural enterprises, as well as a warehouse. Due to the Russian aggression, 2 people were injured. So this is what we have at this point. A bunch of oblasts, and there may be more information coming forward in the near future, as it does tend to do as the morning goes along. And and I still don't have what is with these people from Stratcom not putting out the report? I have an issue with that. I count on these things, Mockers. And you guys, Mockers does have the numbers. Mockers has the numbers.
I
What?
do have numbers.
Yeah, you dude. You do,
So you know
dude.
what that means, don't you?
I dude. I dude. People have to retweet space and wake up their neighbors.
Well, maybe I won't wake up my neighbours because it is just like 6:20 in the morning. They might not appreciate it. But never mind, eh? We'll get there. Now then, sorry. So, well, that's very true. Somebody's just put about 10 years ago. Do these people look like they were asking to be saved by Russia? And it's the march of the people shouting Putin Julio, which as far as I'm concerned, that's not rude in the slightest. Mainly because I'm a Brit and I don't understand other languages. Anywho's, yeah, there's well, one of our favourite songs, of course, and that was it was originally chanted 10 years ago, and well, never has a more appropriate song been made, I think. I have a couple of strange things for you. Would you like to know what they're talking about on what's it called? Propaganda TV. That'll do.
Oh, sure. What are they talking about on propaganda TV? Are they trying to put the are they trying to solve the mystery as to why deviled eggs are so popular on Easter?
No, although that is kind of a mystery, isn't it? But there you go.
It is. It is a mystery.
On Russian TV, right? These guys who attacked the Crocus City because they're milking this damn thing for all it's worth, as you can imagine. They apparently, right, say that now they must have been on psychotropic substances and neuropsychological programming, along with implanted chips that prompted them to kill people. Now, the best part, it happened because new neurobiology allows scientists to control people. After all, Elon Musk does this in his experiments. So I'm sorry. Has anybody been implanted with a chip recently by Elon Musk? Because that sounds terrifying.
No, mine came from Oh no. No, 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 no. Mine came from Bill Gates when I got my COVID-19 shot. I skipped the Musk one. I'm sorry. That was absolutely evil, but it was absolutely funny because that's what people kept on saying about what was in the COVID shots here. And it's absolutely complete and utter BS. But it was the perfect response, wasn't it? Well, Mocker's ever so talented. Uh, Yeeted herself from the space. The talent of Mockers never ceases to amaze. Now she's requesting, I'm not going to even touch that one with a 10-foot pole. But yes, most likely psychotropic. Oh my goodness. Chips implanted. I'm seeing this post now, and she didn't even send it to me. So Musk experiments and makes people out of pigs. Makes pig. Yeah, this just isn't working for me. All the US chips came from Bill Gates. I guess they got special ones from Musk in other places. No, it was ISIS who did that, by the way, you guys. And there was a really funny cartoon yesterday that I saw regarding that. And yes, and the beautiful smoke in Belgorod. And I cannot read that because it's in a foreign language. I apologize, people. Let's see here. What do we have here? It's a slow news day, but you know, Mockers is going to come up with news that you can use from places that I never would have expected. I keep on thinking I'm going to go to a certain place and find the news that I can use, and all I'm finding there were oh, evidently there is a letter where Russia's priests are officially obliged to pray for Russia's victory in the war with Ukraine. The Russian Orthodox Church sent out a letter to Russian priests with an order to read daily prayers for Holy Russia during Lent. In the prayer, Russia is wished for victory in the war of Ukraine. For failure to comply with instructions, priests are defrocked. How to lose your job as a priest in one fell prayer. Shaggy's coming to visit. Bonkers, welcome back. Did you eat yourself?
Yeah, I absolutely did. I was talking to you and I went to mute my mic, but I had the thing minimized, so I just clicked the X right next to it and knocked myself out of space like you do. Yeah, just regular day for me.
Which is why I'm always afraid to mute and unmute while I have my screen minimized.
Well, it does help if you're like awake as well at the same time, you know. Wandering around the house trying to do 3 things at once, feed cats, boil a kettle, all of that. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll mute myself. Oh, no, I won't. I'll just throw myself out. Apparently, yeah, Shaggy's just sent me a notification that Elon Musk did indeed implant the first neural link brain chip in a human. That just sounds horrifying.
Yes, well, Mockers.
Yes.
Shaggy has joined us and does have his hand up.
Oh, well, in that case, go ahead, Shaggy.
I just started driving again because you saw the link. Yeah, Musk and his Neuralink chip. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
All right, so Musk
Do you
has
know who it was implanted in? Whether it was like himself.
I think he was implanted in one guy, and it was mostly done by a surgeon. Reports were some of it was robotically implanted, which is, I don't know, I think it was mostly done by a surgeon. Let me just pull over. And it's just basically kind of, you got to think up and you got to think down. It was the first time this has been implanted, is Neuralink thing. So the Russians have taken a little bit, as usually what they do, they take a little bit of truth and then spin it. That's what they've done basically in this case.
Well, when I go to pick up a new phone or something and they tell me that I need to have like a neural link in order to operate it, that's the time when I'm not going to get one. Because, you know, surgery, not for me. No, I've done that enough and I didn't like it the last couple of times. So let's not do that again.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are kind of quite excited about it and whatever. I mean, I can't foresee myself getting it either. I just don't like the idea. You can wear something on yourself, like I don't know, like a watch or something like that is cool. But when it starts being invasive and getting in your body, especially anywhere near your brain, I'm like, I think I'm too old for that now. Maybe the new generation can all do that. I just think of Doctor Who. When they have those things in their ears and then they start getting programmed. That's what I first thought when earbuds came out. I was like, I don't know about that. Well, here I am sat here with some earbuds. So you never know. Never say never, Mockers. Never say never.
It reminds me of, I can't remember now. was I going to say? Yeah, no. I had it. Oh, yes, Black Mirror. Have you ever seen the Black Mirror where people have chips implanted in them?
Yeah, seen that.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I expect. That, you know, there would end up being a trade in them. People would steal them so that they could, like, you know, steal your personal memories and things like that. Yeah, you get bopped over the head and someone rips out your chip. Weird. Yeah. Anyway, just one of these things that I think will never take off because, you know, implants are one thing with regards to boobies, but they don't control you. You know what I mean? Well, men maybe, but yeah. Anyway, there you go. Eat it or don't eat it, you little orange turd. He's just looking at me like I'm supposed to give him chicken because I gave him chicken yesterday. Yes, I know. And he's like, is this cat food? Cat food.
How's your pigeon? Have you seen your pigeon again, Marcus?
Which one?
The one that was giving you the beady eye in the kitchen window the other day.
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't seen him again, but I did note that one of the cats was camping out in the garden after that. So I think maybe Elmo had frightened him away. But yeah, I've had some real sort of freaky animals recently bothering me. Maybe it's because they know I like Ukraine, right? And they know like I'm in tune with Ukraine, and Ukrainians are, you know, related to Snow White, so all the animals love them. So maybe they're just coming to have a look at me, just check me out. Anyway, sorry, weird today. Is it Sunday? I'm all freaked out because it's like that I've had an extra day off, and I don't know what day it is and where my life is, and thank God. Now then, Prince, I know that you'll enjoy this one. Did you see the badly wounded Russian soldier from Buryatia who was given a free Alexa type thing?
I actually did not.
Right, I have to send this to you. So this is a young man from Buryatia who happened to go to the war. I mean, it's pretty sad for him, really. Oh, I nearly sent that to Shaggy then. Yeah, this one for you. There we go. So he lost both his hands and he lost his eyesight. So don't worry, you won't need any of that compensation stuff. Here you go. You can have a Yandex speaker. So this is an Alexa style smart speaker worth around £50. Originally presented to him at the Buryatia office in Moscow, only he couldn't pick it up himself. There's a lady with him, I'm not sure if that's his wife, maybe. And obviously she had to pick it up for him because she's got fingers. But I can imagine that not a single person in, say, Moscow or St. Petersburg gives a monkeys about this kind of guy. And I wonder if they took it away when the cameras were gone, you know, like they did with the fur coats.
That's very, very possible. I wonder if it has a setting like the Alexa type device that Mrs. Brown got.
I have an answer for that.
Did you hear that?
Did we upset your Alexa? She
Did
said,
you
I
hear
don't have
that?
an answer to that.
Yes, she said, I don't have an answer to that. She
Well,
totally did.
let me see. Ambassador Bridget Brink. Is she in Ukraine? Does she live in Ukraine? I got
Well,
the
I
feeling
guess she
wasn't always
does.
there. Yeah. Oh, maybe she isn't always there because she's in America doing American things, you know. But 5:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning, third air raid alert of the night. The whole country. Now, I don't know about you, but I would find that a tiny bit tedious if I'd been woken up 3 times in the night by 5:30 a.m. I can hear a cat vomiting I apologise if you hear that in the background. But yeah. Sorry. I'm going to send you something that's funny, but not really worth reporting on. But basically, how do you decide who goes first? Who reverses if you both go down a very narrow street? Apparently, in Kyiv, you play rock, paper, scissors. So both the guys got out the cars, did rock, paper, scissors, and then the one who lost backed up his car. Now, in the UK, we just shout at each other until the loudest person or the person who's touching your bumper nearly decides basically to back off. Usually, I just stick my head out the window and go, "I'm crazy," and they back off.
That is actually rather funny, and that is actually really awesome. They sit. That is so funny. They literally play rock, paper, scissors in the middle of the road until, oh my goodness, and then just get back in the cars and move on. Oh, that is absolutely wonderful, though.
If only all, vehicle disputes like that were solved with rock, paper, scissors, I think the police would have a lot less to do. So, Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw that video. I thought it was quite funny. That's one way of doing it. It's a very nice way of doing it. Me, when I'm in my van, I kind of like it because all I do is, I just pull up my coffee cup and I just start drinking coffee in front of the person. And I've occasionally actually put my feet on the dashboard as well. And occasionally somebody's come around and said, "But you need to move back." I'm like, I can't reverse. I can't see where I'm going. So you're going to have to do it. And I'm going to wait here until you do because I'm getting paid for being sat here and you're probably not. Anyway, and half an hour is about the longest I've waited for until they eventually backed off. So yeah, and I was getting paid and drinking coffee, and it was all good.
That's kind of cheeky, but I love it. So yeah, that's kind of cheeky, but I love it. Now then, I don't know if you've noticed, Prince, but in order to not look like pathetic amateurs who completely screwed up. Oh no, they do look like that. The FSB keep publishing videos now on their diligent work of terrorism prevention. So they've now said that they've prevented a new terrorist attack in the Stavropol region. And guess who they caught in relation to this? That's right, yes, 3 young men from Central Asian areas. That's right, yeah, I know, just basically anyone who's brown or slightly Asian looking. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, so according to them, they found components of IEDs, chemical substances, and destructive elements that were confiscated from the detainees. Now, the video itself is extremely unconvincing. However, there is a video of one of the guys buying something, buying some nails, a whole kilo full of nails. Only the thing is, right, this whole thing has been filmed like a TV series. You know, the guys go into the shop, they buy the stuff, they come out with the bags, and then 10 minutes later, there's pictures of them laying on the floor with the FSB guys sat on them. I don't know about you, but if I was going to go and, buy a load of stuff, screws, nails, tape, epoxy, and a leak detector alarm, apparently is what they purchased, why would you take a video of it all for the FSB to see? Why would you literally do that? So, yeah, it's all extremely staged, especially the inside the shop bit. But yeah, it's almost like the filming of a cruddy TV program, if you get what I mean. You know, just that when things aren't, there's no budget basically. So they just, walk around with their camera and film as much as they can and then try and splice it into something. Well, yeah, it's a bit like that. So these guys are literally like, thank you. They're literally
Bless you.
like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, they're literally like filmed like you would film, you know, somebody if you were following them. So yeah, not a single jot of that is anywhere near real, but it is nice to know that they're now bothered about terrorist attacks, and they keep you know, finding and foiling them everywhere, it would seem, because they're really good at that sort of thing. Yeah, we know that, don't we? We know they're really good for that thing. Now then, this is I'm not sure if this is a right, so this is a report from yesterday. Yeah, okay. So the mayor of Paris, now she's already declared that she doesn't really want Russian and Belarusian athletes to be competing in Paris. I think she's made her feelings quite clear on that matter. And so yesterday she had a visit to Kyiv. And she stated that she wants to tell the Russian and Belarusian athletes that they're not welcome in Paris. Problem is, it's not up to her. So it is nice that she's making that statement, but it really isn't actually, it's not her decision. She can't get them kicked out. So it's unfortunate, actually, but as the mayor, she might be able to make things just teensy bit more difficult for them. You know, like maybe just remove the bilingual notices in shops and things like that, to not include Russian. You know, because in the UK, when we did the Olympics here, and I tell you what, it was a heck of an event. There was a lot of people in the country got involved and really, you know, really enjoyed the whole event of it. But one of the things that they did do was they tried to have, like, you know, some multinational languages for various things. And what they could do is just put everybody's language but Russian, because, you know, they're neutral. So why would they need to have Russian specifically catered for? No? Okay. I'm just cruel. I just want them to walk around Paris and not be able to, like, translate anything because it's all in French. Because the French are a bit like that anyway. You know, they kind of like, come to us, step halfway, and we will meet you in the middle. But if you make no effort, we don't either. And so I can imagine them being really, really welcoming with Russians as well, especially, you know, if they come with an attitude. I believe the French have an attitude of their own. It's called l'étude. That's right, l'étude. Yeah, okay. My brother might have made that one up. So, yes, apparently there were missiles yesterday very, very close to the Polish border, it would appear. So that's just something that, well, we'll find out. We'll find out what's going on. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm just in two guys fishing in Russia with a grenade. Nearly blew themselves and their boat up. That's you know, great. I've seen this done before. I think this is I think in the past it was called something like no offense intended, redneck fishing, where you just took like a stick of dynamite, threw it into a pond. Instant fish, yes. That's apparently redneck fishing. Shaggy?
Is that the two guys who were laying mines and then blew themselves up with a mine? They were laying mines in a lake somewhere.
Oh no, I saw that where they actually did completely blow themselves up. Yeah. That no, those guys definitely died. No, these were two fishermen with a grenade. Thought it was funny. Hey, he pulls this grenade and he sticks his hand out and drops it over the side. And the next thing, the boat nearly blows up. It basically the boat lifts halfway out the water, and the two guys get nearly thrown out as well. Anyway, just because it seems like a good idea at the time, doesn't mean it necessarily is. In fact, if you recall the guy who threw what looked to be like the tube of a piece of weapon at a drone, and then realized that that was the firing tube and it was loaded. You know, kind of like that. Own goal. Never. Oh wow! By the way, loving this. So yeah, never a bad thing to watch the own goals. But you know what? There are so many Easter eggs in our shops. So many. And it says, there is no purer form of democracy than the British public shunning certain Easter eggs. And, well, guess whose Easter eggs are being shunned? That's right. Well, as far as I can tell, all the ones that are doing business in Russia are still on the shelves. And very few are actually gone, and they appear to be, you know, more obscure brands, local brands, things like that. Yeah, so perhaps buying power works after all, because I tell you what, there is indeed an extreme amount of uneaten chocolate this Easter in the UK. And I do think that voting with your wallet is as good as voting with your feet. You know, you just don't buy their stuff anymore. Just don't buy their stuff anymore. I hope that's actually why, as well, because that seems to be the case. There's too much of this, you know, large companies who seem to own everything, and so you know they still have quite the presence in Russia. Now, if they're selling basic foods and staples and basic medicines, I've no real objection, but I do think that these are things that Russia should be providing themselves. You know, in the UK, we do have farming. Yes, it's not as big as it used to be, but we can provide ourselves with food if we desperately need to. Mainly because we have lots of rain, and you know, we do have our own production of medicines and stuff like that. Mainly because we've got clever people in universities and stuff. Might be a bit more difficult for Russia, but yeah, I just feel as though there's a certain amount of stuff that we should say, why aren't you making this yourself? Why do we have to provide it? And chocolate is one of those. Why should they have chocolate? Or at least good chocolate. Yeah, just annoys me. Now then, let me see. Spain is auctioning off some of their old M60s to the public. Not to Ukraine, to the public. Anyone got a spare 47,000? It's tank M60. Buy the tank, take it to Turkey for some upgrades. Stop them from painting it desert tan, and it's all ready to go. Yeah, only 47,000. In fact, there are trucks that are more expensive than that. Just so as you know. Yeah, just almost embarrassingly cheap. That no, it is being sold though. Sold. Army surplus for sale. I swear I've seen this in the UK as well. An awful lot of army surplus for sale. In fact, our lovely Nell the Weaver is on a mission. Another one, that's right. So, Eulers scrappage was something of a win, something of a major win there. At least they've been able to get the option added. So she's taken now a particularly strong look at all this surplus that we're getting rid of. And it turns out we're selling off, auctioning off old armoured ambulances. Can you imagine that Ukraine would be absolutely crying out for that? Crying out for them. Anyway, there's a bunch of other stuff as well that's happening in what they called auctions. And sorry, I'm finding the post because it annoyed me. I was like, why is this stuff not being sent? So yeah, 5 armoured ambulances for auction. So that's it's a bit of a what now? A what? And what else? Oh yeah, 10 ambulances for auction. So all 10 of them, send them to do their jobs. And these things, actually, I'm just going to retweet this one. You can have a look, right? These things are not your ordinary ambulance. Those look like they're specifically made for war zones almost. But they are the Pinzauger ambulance. They're proper MOD ambulance, basically. Pretty sure that Ukraine could use those. Oh, yeah, evacuation vehicles as well. Yeah. Let me just have a look. Yeah, there's 2 different types of these medical evacuation vehicles. Some are like a really big one, and some's like more of a little van, little box van. But either way, these things would be really useful, I'm sure. Really useful in Ukraine. But just sending them off to auction because we don't want to invest in our military, do we? Here, this is the one I was after. After a spate of attacks on power generation, wouldn't you think that generators would be useful? I mean, I know Ukraine's got quite a few generators, but loads of brand new generators are being sold off. New, unused Caterpillar DE 110 GC 110 kVA generator. New, unused, right? So there's that one. There's another one just below it, same sort of thing, and it looks as though there's one above it as well, same sort of thing. So these are big, like Caterpillar generators, and they're boxed in. You have to unlock the doors on them to access anything inside them. They look pretty swish and up to date. And so, yeah, I just think that it's madness for us to have these things completely unused. Here it is, unused, good as new. Well, don't you think that Ukraine could probably do with it right now, considering they're missing like 16 power plants, something like that? Just I have these thoughts. Shaggy?
Yeah, I've heard about this from Nell the Weaver. I actually thought their name was Neil, but anyway, I'll read Nell. All right. Do you know when this auction is? What date it is?
I don't by myself, but I mean, these things are happening all the time. That's the thing. that, you know, it's not just one auction. It's like a whole bunch going on a weekly basis, as far as I can tell. And it's really disheartening that this stuff is being put up for auction when we could actually, you know, we could give it to Ukraine. But I think one of the reasons why the British MOD are not considering giving it away is because they haven't been funded by our government. So how else are they going to make any money? Yeah, sorry, I just, you know. So, yeah, anyway, just so we know that if we can't resolve a conflict these days, that we should take a leaf out of Ukrainian books and rock, paper, scissors it from now on. Sorry, it's just come back to me that, and I just think that's really funny. Bit of rock, paper, scissors solves everything. Now then, Prince, are you able to just give me 2 minutes, because I need to do something noisy that requires 2 hands. And
Of course.
yeah, I also need to clean up cat vom, so I might do that as well.
Oh, well, you know, there's nothing in the world like cleaning up cat vom in the morning. Yes, I was actually, let's see here. That wasn't the piece of information I was looking for. I was looking for Kharkiv right there. Because Kharkiv always gives us a very complete look at what happened overnight. They have, I think, one of the most complete daily briefs that any of the oblasts give. They Kharkiv Oblast, March 31st. At 2110 Kharkiv, there was an enemy shelling of the Shevchekiv district of the city, probably by KAB. As a result of shelling, 8 structures and buildings, 1 car were damaged. A 35-year-old man and a 77-year-old woman were injured. About 15 settlements of the Kharkiv region were hit by enemy artillery and mortar attacks, and they go on and list them, and I will spare you that. Air raids were carried out by Kadivka and a few more different settlements. 0227 Borova village hitting the ground. The private residential building was partially destroyed and there were no casualties. 0204 to 2:27 a.m. Borov village in Izium district. As a result of series of shellings, 9 cars were damaged, no casualties. 01:20 a.m. same Borov village in the Izium district. As a result of hitting the ground near the service station, 3 cars and 2 trade pavilions in the facade of the building were damaged. A 19-year-old man died, and another 27-year-old man was hospitalized with injuries. At 059 Borova, again in the Izium district, a 4-story residential building was damaged. Pre-hitting with Smerch ammunition in the apartment, there were no casualties. A few seconds as I extinguish that. I don't need bavovna in my garage, thank you very much. Now where was I? There I am. And another one, Volochensk. As a result of enemy fire, 3 private homes, a car, and an outbuilding were damaged. There were no casualties. 1:35 p.m. in Kupiansk. As a result of artillery shelling, a private house and fence were damaged. No casualties. At 12:30 and 1600, enemy artillery took place in the city of Volochansk. As a result, a private house and 2 private cars were damaged. There were no casualties. At 8:30, as a result of shelling from the anti-aircraft missile system of the village, a private house was damaged. And that is in the Kupian district. No casualties. March 30th, 8:30 a.m. in the Chernigchia of the Izium district. As a result of shelling, private home was damaged. As a result, a residential building was on fire. There were no victims or injured. Over the past day, the enemy did not carry out. Ooh, that's interesting. Did not did not conduct offensive operations in the Kupiansk district or direction. During the day in Kharkiv Oblast, established groups of explosive technicians conducted demining of 35.77 hectares of territory, destroying 251 explosive objects. I do really appreciate that they always put in there their demining. And I have some more information. I haven't read this. Oh, no, I did read that. Apologies. And that's that. Where are we here? Same thing. Okay. It looks like due to the limitation of electricity supply, electric transport has stopped working in Odessa. All the rolling stock entered the depot. The number of rolling stock of medium and large class buses has been increased on the main routes in order to accommodate that.
I'm back, by the way.
Okay.
Cheers.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah, there is this might be interesting. Crimeans told people what they would like to do after retirement. 30% of Crimeans dream of traveling after they retire. Every sixth person will continue to work because they does not see life without work. That's 17%. Every seventh person will devote their free time to the dacha. Every 11th person plans to devote time to sports. 7% expect they will be able to relax in retirement. 4% plan to help to raise their grandchildren. For men, work comes first among planned activities. For women, travel. Men want to play sports or just relax more often. Women dedicate time to hobbies and grandchildren. Hobbies among them are 2 times more popular than grandchildren. Sorry, that just tickled my funny bone. Hobbies are 2 times more popular than grandchildren. Let's remember
I'd rather
that.
do wood carving than babysitting. Get it?
Yeah. Representatives of the economically active population over 45 years of age took part in an open survey on the dates from February 19th to March 14th. But I will tell you, the survey that I took of my dad was 100% of men were going to start being a Walmart greeter when they retired. Fortunately, it coincided with the first Walmart ever to open in Portland, Oregon, right down the road from where we live.
Very
And
handy.
yes. Unfortunately, after 20 some odd years, that Walmart closed just days over a year ago. And it is extremely sad for me because it was like family to me. It was really weird. Really weird. But I knew them all so well from taking care of my dad for so many years. And they took very good care of him too. So, yeah, that's that.
There is a bit of a cute comment here from one of the Ukrainian Navy spokespeople, and I think this is quite funny. So he was asked about, has the Black Sea Fleet now completely left Crimea? And his answer, most of the combat units, if you look for missile carriers, in fact, all have been relocated, except for one loser. This loser has still not launched a single missile, although it is supposed to be a cruise missile carrier. So I have a feeling it probably a bit broken, that one. The loser, apparently. So they haven't moved that one out, and it's suggestive that they don't have any ammunition on board that one.
because, well, it's never fired a single missile before, even though it's supposed to be a missile carrier. So I think that's quite funny. So it would appear that Ukraine have a handle on it, what's going on with the Black Sea Fleet, for sure. Now then, there's a couple of things I could talk to you about here, but I'm going to go.
I sent you a bunch of jokes.
I know you did.
Okay.
But I'm going to go to something in particular I've got here. The team of a Ukrainian hacker group, UA25, gained access to more than 100 Russian sites within a few minutes, according to Stratcom. They were able to penetrate critical infrastructure, servers, and again obtain terabytes of classified information. This new attack has caused more than 12 billion in damage to the aggressor country. And, well, there's a couple of, there's ZSU and Stratcom reports attached there, just basically showing what they've done. And yeah, I'm finding this really interesting, actually, that the hacking, you know, the fact that there's probably a bunch of, you know, just relatively young dudes in a room somewhere, just, you know, having a chat and a can of pop and hacking the crap out of Russia at the same time. Yeah, it cheers me to think that there's these young guys just like trying all the time to hack the hell into Russia. It really cheers me, in fact. Oh, hello. So what am I looking at? Oh, 3 hours ago. There was a full countrywide air alert, the third one of the day. And, well, folks, this is going to keep happening. It shouldn't be normal. It really shouldn't be normal. And, yeah, we need to sort that out. Oh dear. Britain's armed forces have been through their books, and they have apparently lost a small arsenal of machine guns, assault rifles, rocket launchers, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Do you think somebody just put it in a parcel with a bow, sent it to Ukraine? I wouldn't put it past them. Wouldn't put it past them. Oh, you'd be really glad to know the Taliban are bringing back in stoning to death in public. That's nice, isn't it? So I'm sure that will be yeah, fun for them. Sorry, it just went past me, and I thought, crumbs. Yeah. Anyway, for some reason, everybody today wants to post cat videos. All the places where I normally look for stuff, there's like happy cat videos and stuff like that, and I'm like, guys, do you want to get with the program? Don't tell me what's going on. Right. So let's go through a few things that I had lined up, because I have. Do you recall the analyst? Me mentioning the analyst before, Prince?
I do.
Well, here we go. I have a write-up from the analyst, and he's talking about the nuisance that is this Baltic Sea jammer. And he says, so there's been 15,000 flights jammed by Russia. You know, they've had their GPS signals jammed. Question, why are they doing it? Answer, because they can. Now then, In essence, the Russians are just proving themselves to be a complete nuisance. It's a way of making us uncomfortable. It makes it awkward for Western airlines. Simply a way of making it perfectly clear that while NATO may geographically and militarily control the Black Sea, there's nothing they can do to prevent active GPS jamming from the Königsberg area. The jamming is widespread. It covers much of Poland and Lithuania, and its effects can even be felt in eastern Germany, parts of Denmark, and much of south and southeastern Sweden, as well as strips of other Baltic states. And these are not the only ones. Northern Norway and northern Finland are also affected where the Russian border meets Norway. Civilian airliners have learned to cope with it. Sweet irony was, to begin with, they started using the Russian GLONASS system. However, the Russians cottoned on and switched it off. So instead, old-fashioned map reading skills, radio beacons are now in service. There hasn't even been a choice. It's caused a few minor incidents, but as time goes on, the effectiveness of the jamming is undermined by the effectiveness of the airline's ability to cope with it. It has, however, affected military exercises and operations. Yet, strangely, it's also helped understand how these things work and how to cope with them. It may be a current inconvenience in the modern age, but it's also interesting and important experience that taught everyone a sharp lesson about operating in an EW environment. In some ways, we should thank the Russians for this warning and the early lesson. And now we all know where the jamming's coming from. I mean, the target's obvious. It's also extraordinarily expensive to sustain. Putting that much energy out 24/7, day after day, is no cheap undertaking. And you have to wonder at this stage if it's really worth all the effort. So there you go. That's the Baltic Jammer and the fact that it's well, it's a nuisance, but it's that's it really. It's just a nuisance. Bit like the rest of them, innit? So Shaggy?
Yeah, back to the earlier thing. Have the Taliban legalized marijuana for recreational use?
Oh, if only. If only that's what I was talking about. No, unfortunately, it's stoning people to death. In fact, no, not people, women. Stoning women to death. Yeah.
Ah, bummer. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Bummer. It's not as fun, unfortunately. Nah. Sorry, I'm just noting, by the way, that when people talk about Ukraine, they forget to mention the aggressor. Have we noticed that? They also forget to mention that Ukraine's been illegally occupied since what time? 2014. Yeah, I know, it's shocking. So I'm just looking at how Ukrainians make these Easter eggs, by the way. And I know they're a real work of art, and I know they do them with the wax and what have you, but I didn't realise just how much effort they put into them. You know, it's art. It's proper art. I'm telling you now, even with all the right tools, I couldn't make them look that good. I'd just draw a bunny rabbit on one or something. My God, aren't they intricate? Crikey.
Marcus.
Yeah?
I'm going to
Marcus.
look. Marcus. I like calling you Marcus for some reason. I'm going to look here real quick. I think that I still do. If I don't, I can find it. Have a documentary about how to create these things. Now, it is an old documentary from about 1975, if I remember correctly. And it is actually very, very interesting, even though it is old. They do, oh man, so intricate and so detailed. And what they do actually interesting, just how they are made. Okay, just really quickly. Um, so they take this wax stylist kind of thing that they load up with beeswax, and keeping the beeswax to like the right temperature so it will go onto the egg is very interesting. So they start with the blank white egg, which is not cooked, by the way. Not cooked egg, not cooked, not hard boiled, and it does not have the gunk inside blown out of it. You know how you blow those eggs? I used to hate doing that when my mom was into this. Let's make eggs, Heather. Let's blow them out first. And I'm like, this is the stupidest thing ever. It's giving me a headache. Anyway, I'm gonna have an aneurysm for blowing eggs. Anyway, uh, so you take what you do is on your plain white egg that is not cooked and not blown out, you draw like the first design that you're going to have on your egg, right? And then you take it, and I believe it was the lightest color first, and then you put it into the lightest color that you're going to do, and to dye it, and then you pull it out, and then you go with your wax again over what, continue the design until that part of the design is done, and then you dunk it into another color. So once you've got this all done, then you like heat up the egg and pull all the wax of it off to reveal the beautiful design. And these designs mean all kinds of different things. And I will try to find the documentary because it was rather interesting. It looks like a very, very difficult process. I know our friend Queen Dan the Martha Man attempted to take a class and broke his egg. And it's not an easy process, is basically the thing. But they are absolutely beautiful. They are absolutely works of art. And my understanding is after a period of time, which I believe because I had a cockatoo who laid eggs, and those things have opened up on accident over like 3 months later, and they don't stink at all because they have become this little goopy thing. And if in time, the the innards of that egg turn to basically powder, and you have no fear of what that egg might do to you. Um, so it's rather interesting, and it's very complicated, and I will try to find it. Sorry for going on a little bit there.
No, you're all right. I just think they're beautiful. And I've just realised how much time and effort they take. Madness. So Shaggy.
Yeah, I just draw a little funny face on my egg. I had a couple of eggs this morning, and I put my little funny face on, but my dad wasn't around to draw them on, so I do now. But on Easter, in Ukraine, if you're Orthodox, Easter's apparently on the 5th of May, which is a special day for me because it's my birthday. But yeah, they have 2 Easters in the country.
Well, it's why not have it twice? Now then, there's a
Now
nice
then,
little video.
Marcus,
Go on.
really quickly as I do this, I just about removed myself from the space on accident right then, but I did put that documentary up into the nest. It is should be the second item in the nest now that I have put the fundraiser first in the nest, reminding people that we are raising funds for tactical gear for 2 separate units of the SBU Alpha. And we are currently working to get them some clothing and some communications equipment and all kinds of various things that is very useful and much needed. And so we are combat ear protection and tactical plate carriers, and I know there's some jackets in there. Oh, Gore-Tex boots, some jackets, tactical jackets, and yes, so some things that will be very, very useful and handy to the and helpful to them. Things that they have requested, things that they have needed. So if you are in you are in a position to be able to help with that and would like to donate to Maria Report, and we will make sure that that equipment gets to the guys. Also, if you want to see the things that Maria Report has done, you can go to MriyaReport.org/educate. You can see a list of the money that we have donated and who that's gone to. And you can also check out Maria Report's timeline. There are a couple of summary tweets of where our donations have gone. And then they're also actually on the page that I mentioned. There are videos, there are pictures of donations that have been received by people in Ukraine. So just a way to look at what your money does to help, and it's just an amazing thing to be able to see these things getting to the guys, to the units in Ukraine, to the men and women to help them on the front lines, but also to the citizens and the civilians to help them with medication needs and to help them with food needs and to help them with generators, which we did for Hassan. And so, yeah, it's all good stuff, and that is there. And if you have the opportunity to donate, that would be absolutely fabulous. We would love to be able to get get these supplies over to them. The sooner we reach our goal, the sooner we are able to do that. So thank you, Mockers.
No problemo. Yeah, you're all welcome in that. You know how it is. So, let me just get back to what I was looking at. Sorry, I just ended up looking at something. So, I'm sure you probably know about this, but forced mobilization in occupied Luhansk region has begun. A coercive campaign will continue throughout April to July, and all men born in 1994 to 2006 are subject to it. So everyone over 18, basically. Now, to note, Ukrainian men trapped under occupation are now being forced into mobilization. So just to keep that in mind, that this is what's happening to people every damn day. And, well, it's going to keep on happening until Ukraine is able to liberate their territories and those people.
It's really interesting. I'm just going to say, just really quick, that there was a report I was reading on Crimea around the anniversary of the full-scale invasion and, of course, the occupation of Crimea, marking 10 years, that noted how many thousands of men in Crimea were already forced to go and fight for the Russian military, and how, of course, that is illegal, but that is something that is, of course, as we know, happening in the occupied territories. And it is something that has, just as a reminder, been happening for years, for 10 years already, especially, of course, in Crimea, where they have, it's been the most, I don't know if I don't know how to word that, but Crimea, let's just put it that way. Let's just stop there. That they have mobilized many, many men from Crimea, whether they wanted to be mobilized or not.
Now, I know that this is something that they're continuing to do, and well, it's perhaps because they're currently struggling on the front line. Shall we have some numbers?
Yes,
Now,
you have been drawing out this from the time you start teasing about the numbers to the time that you actually read the numbers. You've been drawing this out a little bit, to the point where one morning when I went to bed at 4 a.m, you still had not read the numbers.
no, I totally forgot to do them that day. That's why. But yeah, I know these things happen. It's probably because I'm still half asleep. But there's some really interesting numbers today, and well, I know that there was a report a couple of days ago that Ukraine had taken out a load of equipment of the Russian forces. And I think we've just found some of it. So, 650 liquidated personnel, a little bit down, but still, that's a heck of a lot of people. 15 tanks. There were 20 yesterday, by the way. 20 tanks. 20 armoured personnel vehicles. 44 artillery systems. Nice. How about this? 7 anti-aircraft systems. 7 anti-aircraft systems. I haven't seen that many in ages. That's awesome. 30 UAVs, 2 cruise missiles shot down. 47 vehicles and fuel tanks. Again, piles of those. And another 9 special equipment. So, equipment heavy day, shall we say. Very equipment heavy day. But yeah, 7 anti-air. What are they? Whatever they are. You know, they'll be like S300s and all of that sort of stuff, won't they? Yeah, 7 of those. Now, I find that particularly pleasing because I haven't seen that many in ages. Now then, we've also got Andrew Perpetua's list, which again is very much Russian heavy with regards to loss of materiel. And I'm just having a look to see, yeah, quite a bit of surveillance stuff that was taken out there. That's EW, 2 EWs, Silcock, apparently. They're called Silok systems, 2 of those. And the rest of them were like surveillance towers and comms equipment. Loads of Ural trucks taken out. Is there anything particularly worth mentioning on the Ukrainian side? A couple of IFBs, APC, 1 truck, some civilian vehicles. And let's just see how they're being taken out. Well, obviously, the Russian stuff, there's a lot of FPV drone there on the details, but I like this one. Drove directly into a minefield for no reason. So, unknown cause, might have hit a mine. This appears to be old. This one was abandoned, then hit by the Baba Yaga. And then the next, like, 5 or 6 are Baba Yaga, Baba Yaga, Baba Yaga, Baba Yaga. Seems that it's been outdoing quite a bit. With regards to the Ukrainian stuff that's been taken out, a couple of night vision FPV drones. So it would appear that Russia now have these night vision FPV drones, and that is well, that's something that will continue to be a problem for Ukraine, I suppose. But it would well, just look at all that material that they've taken out today. It's suggestive to me that they had indeed a really good haul yesterday. And the area that I think some of this air defence equipment and artillery was taken out was near Krinky. There's apparently been a location there that has been raining down artillery on the Ukrainian forces who have managed to get over to the left bank. It's been really sort of holding them in place. And so, because of a lack of counter battery, they've not been able to do anything about it. But yesterday, they smashed the absolute pieces out of this location, taking out a big chunk of their artillery in that area. And Well, let's just say I see shells blowing. Maybe not like, as many as they would like, but certainly enough to be able to fire back now. So that's, a real comfort to me, actually. Prince, did you want to add something?
No.
No, I thought I heard you squeak.
No, that's your stomach.
That's my stomach. Yeah, it does that. I know.
Yeah, I know. I was muted.
No, well, I was going to say it might be a cat behind my head, but no, she's not there either. No, it's just me, just hearing things. So let's have a little look at a few other things that have been happening. Now, there was a list of stuff. Here we go. So yesterday, we had some announcements, one of which was Belgium have allocated 100 million euros to Ukraine for the maintenance of their F-16 fighter jets, which I think is a good suggestion that they are indeed getting closer to being delivered, because they're talking about maintaining them now. And that, to me, is part of the process of getting them there, is it not? Now then, Zelensky gave a particularly spicy interview and said that basically, if you don't give us the weapons to stop the Russian attacks, we're just going to continue to escalate our counterattacks into Russia because, that's working for us. And Russian society is going to have to live to learn without petrol, diesel, and electricity. When Russia stops attacking us, we'll stop attacking them. And it was basically a big middle finger to anybody who is looking down their nose disapprovingly at the counterattacks, especially with regards to the oil refineries, because, this is one of Russia's Achilles heels, really. And why wouldn't they attack these things? Really, why would they not? Now, there was also some good news with regards to Gepard ammunition yesterday, that they have received new ammunition from Germany for the Gepards. And that might be why just recently they've been shooting down a higher proportion of the drones. So I think that's particularly good. Oh, now then, there is quite the fire going on in Belgorod. I don't know whether this is this building is it doesn't look residential from what I can glimpse at it. It looks like quite a large building. Oh well, I'm sure that'll be emotional for them today. I have noted that Belgorod residents now are almost in like war mode. I don't know if you spotted the video yesterday that came out of when an air raid was sounded in Belgorod, how many people actually rushed to the shelters.
It looked
And,
like them going into it looked like a reverse clown car.
Oh, it kind of did a little bit, yeah. Loads of people
Didn't it though?
piling into these wee shelters, yeah.
How did they fit in it? My voice is on the verge again.
I noticed. I've noticed.
It's been that way for a day or two. I felt it coming on.
Fair enough. Now that there's still a bit of a mystery in Nizhnevatovsk in Russia. There's more footage coming out of this big glow in the sky, right? I'm just going to retweet something, and you can tell me if it looks like there's a, if it's actually turning into Mordor. because in one of the pictures there, in the second image, there's like almost like a light going directly up into the sky. And well, I don't know. I'm waiting for the Eye of Sauron to start opening. Yeah, it just looks a bit weird. So, oh crumbs. The FSB seem to be busy. They've been busy tracking down anyone who happens to be slightly brown, or migrants, workers. They've been rounding them up and, you know, just checking if they really want to fight in a war. And even if they don't, sending them anyway, by the looks of things. There are masses of migrant workers who are leaving some areas of Russia, but anti-terrorist operations are continuing, shall we say. So, anti-terrorist operation was introduced in Kaspiask in Russia and in 2 districts of Makhachkala, that one. Sorry, I can't say it in one go. So, the FSB have basically shut down an area. This is nice, right? That there's apparently some guys holed up in an apartment, hiding in an apartment, right? And from what I can see, the apartment looks to be on fire, and there are, you know, sort of soldier-looking dudes with guns everywhere, out in the car park, which I'm sure is a great way to wake up in the morning, isn't it? To an armed standoff. So yeah, there's a bit of an armed standoff going on there at the moment. Now then, I do wonder if these are just, you know, if they're just sort of victimizing migrants, or if they are actually having a problem with some subversive groups, because, well, there are a few of them that are active within Russia, aren't there? Remember they had a shootout in one place for a while, so much so that they ended up using, you know, artillery and stuff like that in the middle of like town, just because of these guys. So yeah, they're having a lot of trouble at mill. There's a lot of trouble going on at home. I'm going to start hiccups in a minute. Yeah. See what I mean? Told you. Never mind.
It makes me laugh hysterically and you get frustrated.
Well, actually, can you see that they appear to have stopped again?
Yeah,
I know.
because they laugh.
How's about that for self-control, eh? I know. I've done this before. Yeah, I can't believe that. Just managed to get that sorted. Now then, where was I? Sorry, I got put off then by having to like hold my breath. So, France, dudes, this is excellent news. So, France's defence minister said Paris is going to deliver hundreds of armoured personnel carriers and anti-aircraft missiles as part of its new package to Ukraine. This sounds like excellent news, and what would be great, even better, is if this stuff arrives like now, rather than in 6 months' time. But they say hundreds of vehicles, so I have a feeling that they're going to be at least sending some of those immediately. And the anti-aircraft missiles are for the SAMP-T system, I believe. They take, well, they can fire what's called the Aster missile, and France have just found a big batch of those, which they've decided to unpack and send to Ukraine. So these hundreds of armored fighting vehicles they're described as old but functional, which suggests to me that they're old for France, but that they're probably perfectly in line with the sort of stuff that Ukraine has had in the past. Now then, 30 new Aster missiles will be handed over to Ukraine. It doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Anyway, it does say here, MBDA owes us quick deliveries. This Friday, decrees were published in terms of stock commitments, prioritised contracts, and even requisitions. So, well, you know how they were running low on Patriot missiles? Well, these missiles for the SAMP-T, this is sort of like I'm not going to say that it's the same system, but it is it's of the same family, shall we say? And it would be nice to see, the Aster and the SAM-T making the Patriot look like it's just standing by. You never know. And they're certainly going to get the, the opportunity to prove themselves, aren't they? I do kind of like it when things are sent to the battlefield for testing because, let's face it, who else would be wanting to test it for you in real-time battlefield conditions? Ukrainians are quite happy to take anything we can give them. And you know what? They'll probably improve it while they're there. Now then, I don't know if you know about any damage because I do know there were at least 5 explosions in the Lviv Oblast, Prince. But that's as much as I know.
The question is where in the Lviv Oblast? Because at one point they were saying, and it makes sense to me because looking at the place that it was hit last time, and it is in the southern part of Lviv, the Lviv Oblast. And it really sort of freaks me out now that I can just like open up Google Maps and move myself all the way over to Ukraine very quickly from where I actually live. That's beside the point, really. But they were coming. There it is. It's right there. It's a city called. And so they were moving towards. They were moving towards Ivano-Frankivsk, but they were also moving towards Transcarpathia, and the city is called Stry, Stryi, and that is where they got hit a couple of days ago very bad in some infrastructure. We never got really big details on what kind of infrastructure that was that I recall, but that was infrastructure. And that is, I think, very close, I believe, to the Transcarpathia region. So that is why they were saying that. So that is just my thought. That is perhaps where they were hitting again, because I was seeing notifications that people in that area really need to shelter, and that that there were missiles heading towards the Transcarpathia area, and that is on the way to the Transcarpathia area. So it makes complete sense to me. That is the location that I would look for to see if that's where those explosions happened, and maybe if they happened in other locations. But that is where I would look. Sorry. Did that make sense?
I think Don Bacon just signed the discharge petition, by the way.
He can't have.
Yeah, well, he said, this is the only way you're going to get a bill passed if you can do it with 218 votes, said Rep. Don Bacon. He has advanced the discharge petition drive. So somebody's just said, I don't see your name on the discharge petition. Sign it and encourage your colleagues to do it as well. And he's replied, we'll be voting on our bill when we return.
Yeah.
Please support the
So-
current bill, and do whatever you can. Now, we
I was just nobody can sign the bill right now.
yeah, but
Yeah.
that suggests that he's possibly supportive of it.
And I like that. If you get somebody to say on Twitter or in public or in a news story or something on TV in an interview that they will sign it, then that's something to hold them accountable to, maybe. But yeah, that's what I would say, is that maybe that is an indication that he intends to sign it when they come back on April 9th. But yeah.
Well, it's certainly something to hear. I mean, we've talked to him on here, Don Bacon, and he was very supportive of Ukraine when he came to speak to us. So I would like him to certainly get on board. Other people have done it, so why the heck not? Morning, Chris. Ow.
Oh,
Oh, good morning, everybody. How are we? Fighting fit. I was very cheered, mockers, to hear that Cadbury's eggs and Nestle eggs are not flying off the shelves. Apparently, am I allowed to say Cadbury and Nestle?
Well, you have done so. Whatever.
That's good then. Yeah, that's good. That means that the word's getting out then, right? It seems. I mean, I haven't been to the shops to check mockers this Easter, but or the garages or anywhere. But that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And apparently, mockers Prince. I was just searching. There are lots of other reasons why Cadbury's 200-year anniversary is not going too well, but they're somewhat controversial. So apparently there's a big thing about gesture eggs, which I've never heard before. Apparently, Cadbury's. I should say Cadbury's deny this, right? But apparently they're trying to separate Easter from eggs by calling them gesture eggs. I'm a bit fanning the flames here, by the way.
Is this so they can sell them all year round?
Well, that's a good point, Marcus. I hadn't thought about that one, right? But I do in fact see the irony of this. I mean, Will may be the one to point out that there's not really much of a connection between Jesus and chocolate eggs.
But Chris,
Yeah.
since Christians are so, Easter is a Christian holiday. Why are deviled eggs so popular?
Oh, that's a good one, Prince. Actually, I've got another one for you as well, Prince. Right?
Yes.
Because I noticed that another, shall we say, anti-Cadbury factor. And actually, there's two that I need to ask you about. Right? So one is apparently that Cadbury's cream eggs have hit $1.99 each in America, and they're smaller than ever as well. So I don't know if you've seen the price of Cadbury's cream eggs in America, Prince, but apparently they're super expensive and super small as well. That's one. And the other one apparently is you have to have vegan eggs, and Cadbury's eggs are not vegan eggs. Well, I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs of vegan. Prince, what do you think about that? So I see people. Go on.
There are vegan egg substitutes. I personally do not believe I have ever tried them. If I have, it was not intentionally. When I was vegan, I always was really good. I was good with the tofu scramble in the morning, but I was also very good with a restaurant that made a vegan poutine, which was to die for. A vegan poutine and one of these vegan pancakes from this place. You take half of it home and have breakfast the next day. It was amazing.
What is in Cadbury's cream eggs that upsets vegan people?
I don't know. I would have to look at the ingredient.
Ah, okay.
I'm going to suggest milk. Milk is for a start.
Yes, milk would be the first place to start, and then there is also a derivative of milk that is often casein, I believe it is, that is a derivative, is part of milk, and it is often found in things very sneakily that you wouldn't expect, and it is actually a milk product, and vegans look out for that also.
Or the veal. I always find the veal in my cream egg turns vegans off.
Indeed. Well, you know what turns off Russian propaganda? The truth. Michael Bohm, Bohm, Michael Bohm, greatly upset a host on Russian propaganda TV when he wouldn't stop telling the truth. In the end, he said, "You better be quiet, Michael. Just be quiet." And they went to a commercial break. Well, it was quite surreal. So this guy might have to avoid some windows and tea. But I hope he survives. Now, his usual act is to be a bit, of the alternative point of view. But apparently this was particularly alternative, that he may have told a bit too much truth. But he does take these positions for the Russian propaganda. But apparently some of it was a bit too truthful, and they had to tell him to shut up, which I think is kind of funny. So that's Russian propaganda for you.
So may I interject here quickly, because first of all, Cadbury cream eggs, they do actually have egg white in them also. Interesting. It's sugar, milk, glucose syrup, corn, cocoa butter, invert sugar syrup, whey powder, again a milk product, cocoa mass, vegetable fats, palm and shea, emulsifier 442, whatever that chemical may be, dried egg flour, flavorings, coloring, paprika extract. Yes, paprika extract is in your Cadbury egg, which is very interesting. Now, also on the egg topic, really quick, I would like to pass on a very sincere thank you to Sir Shaggy for stopping along the road and taking a lovely video of the eggs for sale along the side of the road, wherever he is in the UK at the moment. Those were lovely eggs, and a couple of small ones, but the other 4 were very big and very beautiful and very brown. So you should have grabbed yourself some eggs if you could have, Shag. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you, Shaggy.
Were they cheap though? Because they ain't cheap in Russia.
I think they were £2.99 or something like that for 6 of them.
Well, it's not awful. Chris, go ahead.
I should point out, Prince, that whatever the ingredients are in Cadbury's eggs now, they weren't that until Mondelez bought them and changed the recipe, because it definitely changed. Yeah, so they probably introduced all the crap into it. That's just my opinion. They were probably more natural before, but then
I have no clue.
Yeah, Mondelez got them and miniaturized everything and put the price up on everything and increased the advertising, and yuck.
All very rude indeed.
Yeah. Mockers, I've got a, I tagged you on something which was quite interesting. It's a bit heavy. It's cyber security predictions and that, but might be interesting to read out sometime.
Well, thank you very much for that.
I can do it myself, or I can leave it to you. It's up to you. But I did tag you on it.
I will. I'll have a look at that.
Okay.
It might take me a minute to find it. That's all. Because
Yeah.
no idea how
Quite
how many
interesting.
messages I have.
Quite
Is this
quite
the thing
interesting.
about skill shortages and
Yeah.
unpatched systems?
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'll have a look at that in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Nice. In Belgorod, there's a video of that a lady's taken of a house being hit by falling debris. And the Russian woman taking the video is laughing because it's her neighbour's house. I know. Remember that thing about the cow? That joke about the cow? Well, was it a joke? But, two Russian guys, one of them has a cow and the other one would really like a cow. In fact, he loves this guy's cow and he really, really wants it for himself. And one day he bumps into a sprite in the woods, and the sprite allows him a wish. And he says, you can have anything you want. And he says, you know what? My neighbour has this beautiful cow. I'd like you to kill the cow. And that is apparently, Russian mindset. Rather than having a cow himself, he prefer his neighbour's cow to die. So then they're on the same footing. So yeah, it's just very typical. That's what it reminds me of. Rather you both have nothing than you both have something, Anyway, I will go back to what I was saying about propaganda. So Mardan explained what Putin meant when he said creating a sanitary zone. And basically, he says nothing lives, nothing is left there. So that's nice. I believe there is now a total consensus that Ukraine has to be completely dismantled brick by brick so that nothing at all is left there. This would create a sanitary zone that we could live with. Well, that's nice, eh? So just again, the same situation with them basically saying, yeah, we'll have to completely erase Ukraine because that was what they planned in the first place, and that is still their goal. So let's keep that in mind when everybody starts talking about negotiations. How do you negotiate with that, really? So oh, I'm liking that. There's I've just seen somebody here with a bag, and it says, "Yeah, sex is cool, but Putin's death is better." I think we can all get behind that. You know how we saw Gerasimov voting with Shoigu? Well,
Does he have a double too?
well, no. I'm just thinking. Has he been seen since then? He's not, has he?
Nope.
No. Funny that. Wonder why they're keeping him. They put him back in a cupboard or something. Just strange but true. Sorry, I find these little mysteries interesting. That's all. Little mysteries. Oh, cool. Now then, let's just see. I've got a couple of things that I wanted to mention, but nothing's working for me this morning. I know, it's very annoying.
That sucks.
Yeah. I updated my X app this morning. You'll be glad to know. And so nothing works. It's no shock, is it? Now then, let's have a look. This is nice. Bosnian media are reporting NATO are debating redeploying forces to the Tuzla Brčko corridor, and or significantly expanding their NATO HQ in Sarajevo. And it does mean greater interoperability, that one. A larger NATO presence in the area, especially when coordinated with local services, would help to permanently foreclose on Russia creating any further tension in that area, basically. So that's something. Because I think they finally started to realise that Russia is a global problem, and it's worth protecting your flanks at the same time. Sorry, I'm just checking where I'm up to. Now then, I have a few things that I wanted to bring to you that are way down here somewhere on my list. Why are you so far down? I must have bookmarked loads of things. So yeah, a day ago, Putin issued another decree, and you know what? It proves a point of why you can't trust any financial data for a start. The wording of it sounds like someone trying to communicate something with their spouse without the children understanding, and it's 4 pages long. So, on a special procedure for carrying out certain types of transactions with shares, so this is stakes in authorized capital of certain business companies. The only thing that appears to be clear from the 4 pages is this is some sort of response to the United States, and some companies don't have to disclose things and others do. So, we can see that it's a response to the United States because it actually says, due to the need to take urgent measures in response to unfriendly and contrary to international law actions of the United States of America and foreign states and international organizations, blah, 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 and in accordance with the laws, measures of influence against unfriendly actions of the United States and America and foreign states, the decree of the Russian Federation, blah, 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 on the temporary procedure for disclosing provision of information by business entities that are economically significant organizations. Basically, they're trying to, let's have some of this interpreted. Now, basically, Forbes tried to write a report on this, and they're equally bewildered. So Putin signed a decree on a special procedure for transactions with shares of certain companies, and so basically, whatever this decree is, it's not very clear. They're also now not allowed to disclose corporate information, as far as they can tell. The contents of the decree are even partially hidden because they're classified. Which companies in question are not enclosed. This information is for official use only. It's very cryptic. So I don't know sort of what he's up to there, but I think he's basically just trying to hide information that would normally be produced. Dude, stop eating tobacco. Fucking cat. Go away. Weirdo. He's got a thing about it. He's got a thing going on. Anyway, I mentioned this morning, or was it last night? No, it was last night, that there's a company that is now bigger than the sovereign wealth fund of Russia. It's called something Neft Gas, and the sovereign wealth fund does not have as much liquidity as this company. Slightly embarrassing. I have a funny feeling this company is going to find itself squeezed. But it is worth noting that this company is also one of Putin's personal wallets. So when he dips into that, he's actually going to be dipping into his own pocket. Ouch. Now, talking of welfare funds, you remember we had a really long conversation about how effed the railways are? Well, their funds aren't great either. In fact, Russian authorities want to spend 300 billion rubles from the National Welfare Fund on the construction of a high-speed railway from Moscow to St. Petersburg. But there's no money to do it. And even if there was, how are they going to construct this thing when they've not got, well, they're not maintaining their current fleet either. So, yeah, I think they've got other things to worry about. But it's nice that they have these ideas. You remember the monorail episode of The Simpsons?
Nope.
You bet.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing that it reminds me of. It's going to be one of these, they spend loads of money on something, or at least money disappears, and a portion of it gets built, perhaps. But they've got other things to worry about, like I say. For example, there is a real fear now of a shortage of domestic fuel. Now, if you believe the stuff that the regime is putting out, you would say the outlook was a little bit worrying. But remember, they always overstate the position to camouflage the reality. And if that's the case, then things indeed are really bad. So the government, against a backdrop of stopping a number of processing facilities at the refinery stage, is now trying to prevent fuel shortages. So the first step was the ban on the export of gasoline. We spotted that. And the second may be the organisation of priority transportation of oil products by rail and provision of tanks, as in storage tanks, to companies. Experts believe that this, in theory, could help stabilise their market situation, but much will depend on the timing of planned and unscheduled repairs in factories. The main task of the state and the Russian fuel and energy complex over the past 2 months has been to provide the domestic market with sufficient fuel. And so far, it's possible for them. According to the Ministry of Energy in March, the shipment of gasoline to Russian customers showed even an increase of 13,000 tonnes per day compared to the previous month. At the same time, according to the Central Council of Fuel and Energy Complex, as of mid-March, the volume of deliveries exceeded the volume of production for the first time since September 23. During the week of March 13th to 19th, it fell, however, by 3.9% compared to previous, and by 5.2% compared to what was planned. So, shut up, belly. The difference between these values was covered by the oil companies by the accumulated reserves of petroleum products, which, as of March 22nd, amounted to 1.9 million tonnes of gasoline and 3.4 million tonnes of diesel fuel. So they've had some on hand to fill the gap. So despite a number of unscheduled repairs at the refineries, or unscheduled disassemblies, perhaps, the Ministry of Energy predicts the volume of primary oil refining in 2024 as the same as last year's level. According to the results of 2023, their refining in Russia increased by 1.2% to 275 million tonnes. and the forecast for the volume of oil refining remains at a level close to last year, said Minister Nikolai Shulginov on March the 20th. However, at the end of February, he reported that oil refining had decreased by about 7% since the beginning of 2024. But later, the first deputy head of the Ministry of Energy, Pavel Sorokin, said that the primary processing at the end of this year will be lower than in the past. But due to these volumes, Russia will increase their exports. Sergei Kondat, whatever his name is, from the Institute of Energy and Finance, predicts that by the end of March, the output is likely to be 4% lower than planned. Taking into account available reserves, they should avoid a deficit in the domestic market for now. But in April, in his opinion, the situation in the fuel market depends on how quickly it is possible to return damaged plants to operation and additionally load up other refineries. Now, obtaining spares for these products is kind of difficult, and they're basing their sort of like lack of panic on a possibility that these things might get repaired in a month. How's that going to work, Will? These aren't something that's just knocked together within a month usually, are they?
Nope, going to take a lot longer than that. Lot longer, 6 at least. Well, I haven't seen the extent of the damage, but yeah, it takes a lot longer.
So yeah, in April, that buffer that they've had in reserves, well, they might not have so much left anymore, and because they're going to have to subsidise March. So in May, you might find that they're having a few fuel problems. No doubt, the further flung places will be the first to feel the hit, but these things eventually. When you hear about a fuel problem, what's the first thing that most people do? That's right, they jump in their car and they go and get some fuel, which creates a worse fuel problem because they just can't supply it as fast as they're having it drained. And well, these things do happen. People just can't help themselves. They have this nature. They'll probably go out and buy toilet paper as well, no doubt. Oh no, it's Russia. I forget. So there is well, there's something here which I think is worth paying attention to. The government reported the failure of Putin's plan to transport goods across the Arctic Ocean. So remember that, they've got that port sanctioned over in the Far East there. So a lot of ships aren't going there. Remember that they wanted to build a new icebreaker, and then they bombed the factory that was making the parts for the icebreaker? Well, let's just, let's just have a see. Now, there are a number of assumptions of things that will actually happen or are happening. And this is basically how Russia announces things. So remember the deliveries of the MS-21 aircraft. So this plane was something that Russia were going to build themselves, but all the way through, they managed expectations in a very Russian way. So this is how they do it. They presented a model of the MS-21 aircraft at the World Youth Festival in Sochi, but this is a passenger aircraft whose serial production was supposed to start in 2016 or 17. And Russia often says what it wants to do, but not what it can do. A bit like that high-speed railway. Monorail. So what they do is they announce something, and then they just, they push the deadlines back a bit, and they push the deadlines back a bit. And it's worth noting that on the 8th of February, it was stated that Russia had tried to make some seating sets for the import substitute version of the Sukhoi Superjet SJ-100 because they can't get imported ones. And it turns out that when they tested them, the crash test dummies were broken in half during testing, which was particularly encouraging. So they can't even make the chairs for these aircraft, or for any aircraft. Aeroflot still hasn't received the 4 MS-21 that were announced in 2022 that they should have actually received in 2017. But by magic, they're still going to produce these aircraft. Of course they are. Blah, 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 blah. Magic. So, yeah, remember this. Well, the MS-21 is now going to be at least 10 years late, and it's also worth noting that the plane in its current form is currently 6 tons too heavy. So, when Russia says they're building an Arctic Silk Road, well, it's just an aspiration. In fact, it's an aspiration from before the war. So it's not even a reality even then. And so, well, Putin promises all these things, all these major things, and he's never actually really delivered on any of them. So he's just been told that cargo transportation for 2024 should be 40 million tons. Not will be, should be, right? So he's obviously still only getting half the story, but it was supposed to be 80 million tons. So, yeah, he said the volume of cargo transportation along the North Sea route by this North Silk Road, apparently, by the end of 2024 should be about 40 million tons. And then it goes on, which is actually half the development plan, said the Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak. We expect that by 2024, we should reach a level of 40 million tons. Transit may be slightly higher than in 2023. So in 2024, it was originally planned to transport at least 80 million tons of cargo through the Northern Sea route, according to the decree of President Vladimir Putin. By 2031, that volume would increase to 200 million. Now, this is just aspirational. This is just them making themselves promises that they can't keep. Now, something to also mention. Remember those Houthi attacks? Those Houthi attacks are quite troublesome for Russia right now. Just, worth keeping in mind. Now then, the Deputy Prime Minister said the main cargo on this route would be oil and gas. But we've seen how that's turned out. The Deputy Prime Minister did not explain why the cargo flow would deviate from the original plan, though. So they said they were taking into account shipments of liquefied natural gas, LNG2, but they didn't explain why they were only doing half of what they were projected. So look at many of Russia's projects, especially those associated with the Arctic. They're dead. A lot of the Russian LNG projects are dead. Basically, they had to bail out, and the Chinese passed on helping them with it. And this is just one area. Let's have a look at another mega project with money from the National Welfare Fund that was due to receive 900 billion rubles, which I'm sure is really helpful to the National Welfare Fund and might explain why its liquidity is so low. they decided to save one of Gazprom's mega projects. So Gazprom's largest mega project has been saved with money from the National Welfare Fund. And it's the Ust-Luga LNG plant. It sure would be a shame if somebody had hit it with a drone or multiple drones, perhaps. Oh, they did, didn't they? Yes, that happened. You see, this project at Ust-Luga lost foreign funding due to sanctions, and lost its main partner in the person of a German concern called Lind. So they've had to be propped up with 900 billion rubles from the National Welfare Fund. They plan to process 45 billion cubic meters of gas annually, producing 13 million tons of LNG and 3 million tons of polyethylene, apparently. 2 years ago, the project had already received government funding of 10 billion. And it was supposed to cover a quarter of their construction cost, which at the time was estimated to be 40 billion. But now they've just had to give them, what was that, 900 billion. Yes, so it's going well. What I also heard is that they're having a little bit of trouble converting gas to LNG at the moment. I wonder if that's because that plant was damaged. Anyway.
Well, it isn't because it's too hot.
That's true. Well, with regards to Russian insurance companies rushed en masse to insure against drone attacks and sabotage. However, how long before one of them goes insolvent because of all the drone attacks and sabotage? Just thinking about that. I wonder who's insuring Ust-Luga. Well, Russia tried to lure Chinese partners in the construction of Ust-Luga LNG plant and gas complex. EU sanctions obviously hindered their development as the German Lind withdrew, and Chinese companies appear to have passed on the project. So that's a shame for them. They obviously either can't help them or just thought that looks like a bad investment. And yeah, so even though $900 billion is about a fiver these days, still, that's going really well for the National Welfare Fund. So there have been some articles and charts which lay out how bad things really are starting to look. And well, there's an interesting chart which I'm just going to retweet so that people can have a look at it, because I'm not going to read it all. But basically, these LNG plants, they have problems. There's information about whether they're contracted or not. Whether they're able to work like under sanctions, whether they even have any ships. So let me see, not delivered, not contracted, not contracted, not contracted, not contracted. Yeah, so they don't even have any fleets of oil tankers, a lot of these places. They don't even have financing or ships. They may still be using grey fleet ships and just pretending they don't have any ships, of course, but there were special tankers that Russia was supposed to be getting from South Korea to handle the extreme cold of the northern route. But not anymore. You're right. Sanctions mean they aren't getting those ships now. So Russia's LNG ambitions are stalled by sanctions due to a lack of tankers. And I mentioned the icebreaker that they wanted to make. However, Putin had to be told that it was now impossible to build the flagship nuclear-powered icebreaker because Shoigu bombed the bombed the plant in Ukraine, and Rosneft had to abandon the construction deadline for the flagship because Energomash Spetstal plant in Kramatorsk in the Donetsk region was supplying large hull components for the icebreaker, but was bombed in May 22. And they happily reported to Russia that they could not provide parts of the hull because their factory was now no longer a factory. Thanks to them. So that's one thing. Oh, do you want another one? Manufacturers of pipes for oil and gas pipelines. Well, there was a Forbes Russia article about how they were being underutilized and what could be done to help this situation for the business. Hello, there are no big pipeline projects in Russia going to go into production anytime soon. So you know, any projects that they plan are probably not happening. So that will probably why they're not using those pipes, eh? But feel free to carry on making them. Oh, and Russia is now struggling with tugboats. Would you believe? The Russian shipping industry needs more than 100 new tugboats, but they have said they also need to remotorize several hundred that they already have. The average age of a Russian tugboat is about 29 or over. There's a couple of issues. The Russian Ministry of Industry reports that 21 tugs are currently being built, but there appears to be some ability to make them domestically. They appear to be much more expensive than their foreign competitors. There don't seem to be any restrictions either on buying foreign tugboats, assuming there's no banking issues. So the only companies that will buy domestic will be large companies that are state participating. So anyway, it doesn't mean that domestic tugboats are of any quality. You see, Russia has a problem with the engines for them. They can make a domestic engine, but it's much heavier than the foreign engines. You know, the ones that they can't get hold of anymore, hardly, because they've left the market. So the heavier and larger engines require a further adjustment to the design of the boat and will make it much less efficient. And it's similar to the problems that they're having with plane production. They're just too heavy. However, there was that news that we said, wasn't there, that they need 100 new tugboats. Well, I suppose, oh yeah, but not only that, they also needed to remotorize 100 other boats that they were currently using. Now, many of these boats cannot be remotorized because they can't take out the old engine and put in a new heavy Russian engine domestically. It's just too heavy, it's too big, it won't fit. And so let's keep in mind some of the real problems that they're going to have just with this. Foreign companies are refusing to do business with Russia. There's massive banking issues for buying things outside of Russia. They do have a shortage of funds. They have a huge labour shortage, so any work that they need doing might take a very long time. They cannot possibly meet any sort of schedule due to all of the above. And number 6, Russia lied. They can't actually make a domestic equivalent after all. So again, just not being able to do anything. They've been cut off from Western engineering services and Western tech. They don't have enough people. But of course, they had PMCs. That's right. Gazprom had their own PMC, but they didn't keep a lot of their engineers. They sent their qualified employees even to fight and die in Ukraine. That's right, they did. Russian MOD basically said that anyone was fair game for mobilisation. They even put a ban from certain engineering services being offered in certain sectors to create vacancies so that they had people out of jobs that they could send to the war. A lot of these positions, such as mechanical engineers that were well sought after, well, those guys left, and whoever was left behind got mobilised. Well, they're very unlikely to be able to meet any of their targets, put it that way. So job vacancies, especially in the small and medium job sector, mechanical engineering, metalworking. Now, we're looking at the small and medium job sector just because there was data available. There was no data available for the larger companies, but it doesn't mean it wasn't happening there too. Vacancies in automotive, shipbuilding, metallurgy, petrochemicals, construction and transport. So obviously, many of these male-dominated industries, I must say, were either mobilised or under threat of being mobilised, they left. And of course, there was no real logic behind who was mobilised because skilled engineers were sent to infantry. But, you know, Gazprom still had a PMC. Anyway. So, back to what I was sort of originally talking about. Sorry, this goes on a bit. You might have noticed. The director of the consulting company Gekon, Mikhail Grigoriev, notes that the expected volumes of traffic along the Northern Silk Road differ from those planned. And he states that this is taking into account a new geopolitical situation. Translation, it's worse. It's worse than he predicted, and that was bad already. So, last fall, the head of the Ministry of Eastern Development, Alexei Chekunkov, complained that Russia was faced with insufficient number of ice-class fleets for the development of their North Sea route. Well, they had a plan for 2035. That certainly isn't happening, is it? And although they have evaded sanctions before, there's a few things to remember about that. Evading sanctions takes a lot longer and is much more expensive. So, in 2022, the government approved a programme by which in 2035 they should have built 50 icebreakers and ice-class vessels to operate on the Northern Sea route. Yeah, that ain't happening. So, you know, the consequences of their own actions hurt, but also trying to avoid the sanctions hurt. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can do these things. But yeah, the magnitude of their failure is sort of playing out for all to see. And so I just wanted to go into these things a little bit and just show you how it's not just one thing, it's a lot of things, and they're all having a knock-on effect on the next thing and the next thing. It's a beautiful set of dominoes, Will.
Indeed. You know, it's like all the things that, well, I was talking about this morning, the knock-on effects of everything, because your entire life, or the entire life of a country, is social, economic, political, military. All these things work together, and one thing you do in one area can easily affect the others. Like I was talking about earlier this morning, for me, that the Russian crackdown and they're focusing on anti-migrant policy, is highly likely to mean they're going to not be able to raise the number of bodies they were expecting to during mobilization of those new migrants. And too bad, because it all affects. Plus, with driving all those folks out of the country, they're going to have a hard time filling all the spots in industry where those folks are also going to. Yeah, so everything is kind of connected, which is why it's important to keep the pressure on everywhere in relation to Russia. The refinery strikes need to continue. The sanctions need to continue, and the secondary sanctions. The destroying of morale. This thing you were talking about, the IT attacks in Russia are important. Shut down their banking system, shut down their economic system, shut down. Make sure that their public is aware that there's a war going on. And I'll note they're definitely aware of that as of about 10 minutes ago in Belgorod. Mockers, the air alerts are going off in Belgorod, and there is apparently an air duel going on between surface-to-air missiles and Vampire MLRS rockets, some of which are being interdicted by ground targets, but interdicted nonetheless.
Well, yeah, you know how those ground targets just like to take them out. Good stuff. So Belgorod's having an emotional Easter Sunday. Oh,
It's very loud. I mean, it's like having it's like a fireworks show without all the sexy colors.
but twice as exciting when it's happening in Russia, I feel. So yeah, I love that. Oh yeah, I did see some air defense stuff in the sky. That was that lady who was laughing at her neighbor because her neighbor's house got hit. And I thought, well, that's just very very Russia, that, isn't it? Never mind. I do like the fact that they're also getting a good taste of what war is like, because well, they've been putting Ukraine through it for 2 years, and it is about time they also received a little bit of the feeling of being under siege. I think it's important that they get some of that back.
No doubt. So, have you looked through the latest stuff that these French mockers? You better hold on to that main bastard title pretty tightly, because these French are stepping up. It looks like, with a whole bunch of additional military, obsolete to them, but still valuable military vehicles. A bunch more Aster anti-aircraft missiles, and some more of these AMX 30C, the self-propelled howitzers. Not a tank. It's a high-powered recon vehicle, but very, very useful because it's got a 105 millimeter cannon on it, which means it can definitely suppress infantry and make some noise. And so it's great to see language turned into real action here in a relatively short period of time. They said that their army surplus now was no longer, just as a rule, it's always going to Ukraine first. And essentially, then if they say they don't need it, well, maybe it won't go. But as multiple people from Ukraine has told us, no armored fighting vehicle is going to get turned down going to Ukraine, and the fighting vehicles that that France is delivering to Ukraine are of a later genre than the M113s from Australia and other places. So clearly, those are being used. So these will get used to good effect to carry up to 10 people. It's wheeled, so they're pretty quick. Big, massive low ground pressure tires, though, even though it's wheeled, and just in time. Spring's coming, and after spring, it wasn't a very particularly wet, I don't think, winter, and I think the mud's going to dry up pretty quick. And so getting all of the kit and all of the ammunition into Ukraine's hands before this summer fighting season kicks off is going to be absolutely essential. We really need to keep the pressure on. If you're, well, you're not. Oh, yeah, it's a little late for the Americans, but if anybody is still up in America, remember to call your representative and let them know that they need to sign that discharge petition and end this shell thirst. I see Den John joined us. Good morning, Den John. Hey, Den John, are you participating in this thing, or do you know about how this whole jar thing? What's all that
We
about?
don't know, and apparently we're not allowed to ask. But yeah, honestly, I don't think anyone knows because everyone was asking the same thing, and then ended up in a jar. So yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it seems to be very important.
Well, I was thinking about getting one of those Wheezy, those Simpson type characters made for me, but I have the best avatar in the entire free world, so I didn't see any need to change, and I'm certainly not shrinking it to put it inside a jar.
No, but
Call me old
it's
school.
all about the size of the jar. Well, I mean, it's there's some deception involved. Big jars, Anyway, might I start off with, well, no, I already started off, but as a second thing, wish all the Russians some happy Easter in Swedish. Would that be okay?
Please proceed, sir.
Far åt helvete, ryssjävlar. That's a very nice thing we normally say to people there. And also I want to, did anyone understand that? As if Fjordfella is there, maybe he understood. Anyway, you were talking about France and that Moko should watch out for the title now. Watch out, to keep the title, main bastard. There was another thing which was really good because there's some action, but there's a lot of words which are important. Apparently, Soloviev, I think his name is, couldn't make up his mind whether to nuke Paris or Marseille. And then there was a, I think, retired French general who said, well, in the case of France, we don't have to decide between Moscow and St. Petersburg. We have enough nukes for both of them. So yeah, I think this is the way we should address Russia, not this pussyfooting around. Just tell them we got bombs too, and we know how to use them, and we will use them. Idiots, bastards.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's time for diplomatic language, and all of that was used, or could have been used up the front. Where you leave lots of diplomatic ambiguity. But where Russia, a UN Security Council member, I'll remind you, a permanent member, is using nuclear weapons in a coercive way. Threatening other people who don't have nuclear weapons. I think it's time to be painfully direct with them that détente works. Mutually assured destruction is still available to everyone, and we also have nuclear weapons in a good state. And insult them like this, John. Then John say, we also have nuclear weapons in a good state of repair, and they are ready to use at a moment's notice.
Hoorah!
Because they'll look around at themselves and they'll go, good state of repair. Jenny, what do you recommend saying to the Russians this morning?
Tweeted out. That is what I recommend saying, and I can confirm that he did say Happy Easter. So, thank you.
Sounded like it to me.
If you say so. If you say so. Not sure I believe you. So we have a new decree, you'll be glad to know, from the Russian the Russian Tsar, about a spring draft to the Russian army. So apparently from April 1st to July the 15th, 150,000 people will be newly drafted. So that's all their youngsters, basically. So that's him throwing away the next generation as well as the current one. Always nice, eh? Always nice. I know they do this every year. They have this draft, but you know exactly where these lads are going, don't you? They won't be going to till fields in the summer, or maybe they will, because, well, they certainly don't have an awful lot of workers to do that sort of thing. So, I'm also hearing that overnight Ukrainian drones have attacked the Saratov region in Russia. Damage is not yet known. There is a cryptic video that shows some sort of explosion. It starts off very dark, and then there's a boom, and then it's very bright. So something definitely happened there. Not sure what it was, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Fjord fella, welcome up.
Well, good morning, everybody. So I just want to say that, yeah, I approve of Dan John's language. It was okay. It was good. So words can never be strong enough. Anyway, I just want to say to both Dan John and Jenny that, yeah, my daughter, she's in Sweden these days. She's been there for the whole Easter. She's enjoying herself very much in Sweden. She's celebrating Easter there. So, yeah. It's good. She loves Sweden. It's a great place. So yeah, have a great day, and I'll come back up later or talk a little bit later.
Cheers, fella. Dan John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Phil fella. Yeah, Sweden is great. You should try it. Follow your daughter. I mean, we are kind of nice people there, and we accept the Norwegians very much. We love you. So yeah, come along next time.
Yeah, I've been to Sweden a couple of times. Went to Liseberg, and yeah, I've been to vacation as well. She's outside Stockholm, visiting a friend there. So yeah, no, she's regularly in Sweden now, actually. So it's good.
Yeah, actually, I was outside Stockholm, 600 kilometers outside Stockholm. So maybe she's closer. Who knows? But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, they're closer. She went to concerts and everything. Yeah, she is happy.
Do either of you work for the Swedish Tourist Board, Dan John?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Just checking. They should be giving you some handbags for that.
We're not getting paid. Maybe we're working for them, but we're not getting paid for sure. Maybe we should actually. That's a good idea. I will write a petition. Is that what it's called? I will do.
Get on it. I think you should. Will?
Well, let's hope some more video comes in, because there's two things of great interest in Saratov. Do you know what one of those things might be?
Is it a refinery or is it a military production?
It's both, Mockers. Engels Air Force Base, of course, is right adjacent to Saratov, just across the river. But also located there is a sneaky little Saratovsky refinery. Not a monster. It's only 7 million tons a year, but it is there, and it's currently still green on my map, Mockers. It needs to go red, but it's still green right now. But I'll keep looking.
Oh, well, you never know. Well, there was definitely a blast there. Have you seen the video that I saw? There's a very bright light, put it that way, in the night. So, yeah, definitely something went boom. Just not quite sure what yet. So, be nice to find out. Oh, yeah. Apparently, Russian media have put out that the batteries found in Ukrainian FPV drones are the ones used in the NASA Mars program. Because, of course. Okay. No doubt they were brought to Ukraine by bioengineered mosquitoes or something. What the hell? Now then, oh, sorry, I've just been thoroughly distracted. My apologies. One sec.
No worries. Just a little PSA for you. Today, today's sex bot name is Naomi. Just for everybody checking. Make sure that you. I made a smart ass comment that was could have been construed as I don't know, a little bit sexist to some folks, and I've been smashed with a bunch of sex bots named Naomi. So today, the all Naomis will be blocked now. So if you're a follower or a liker or a piler on her, yeah. I blame Tim Sennett, frankly.
So I got distracted by a fire, which is apparently a fish processing plant that has burned down in Khimki in Moscow, with arson suspected. So I did actually see a fire in Moscow this morning and couldn't decide what it was, and this appears to be a bit more of the story. So most of the employees are migrants from Tajikistan, the exact demographic currently facing repressions and mass arrests, and may be possibly linked into the same sort of situation as what happened at Wildberries, if you remember. That place appears to have been burned down. They believe it was arson in the end. So yeah, a place full of migrants, which has been burned down. So they're going to blame it on the migrant workers, of course. No problems there. And that gives them, again, another, another reason to arrest a load of them, doesn't it? Perfect timing for them to have a bunch of them.
Yeah, and this is the dual-edged sword that is here. You know, these you hear the Duma, a number of members of the Duma, these nationalists, absolutely screeching and hollering for some anti-immigrant laws, and you know, the police in St. Petersburg have actually started an operation called anti-immigrant, which is, you know, not exactly veiled persecution by the St. Petersburg police, rounding up and deporting 418, canceling work permits, using, and see what they normally do, mockers, is from my time in Russia. They're, you know, these bureaucratic systems are phenomenally Byzantine, and they essentially run them in order to well, you know, offer the work permits and offer the visas and all those sorts of things to operate them. But there's a parallel operation going on, and that is to either gain bribes from you for offenses real or imagined, or to get some chit in hand for you, so that when they come back to you later, they hold this thing over you. And with the migrants from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all of Russia's former CIS neighbors, they normally use these sort of roundups to say, oh, there's a problem with your work permit or a problem with your visa. Now, I can make this all go away if you go do a 6-month contract in Ukraine. And you know, that's how they have been getting people. But with a crackdown, and I'd be interested in hearing other people's views on what they think it is, but I see this as a way to respond to the attack at Crocus Hall in the big cities, in St. Petersburg, in Moscow, where you often see lots of people bitterly complaining about, you know, these dirty migrants that are always here, the people doing all the work while they're in bed and stuff, but they complain bitterly about them. And I think what they're trying to do is show that they're cracking down on migrants in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And Tajikistan has reported, in fact, that they have a large number of people seeking to come home, help from the government to come home, and that flow into Tajikistan is higher than flow out of Tajikistan, typically to Russia to work. So in the short term, there are people fleeing Moscow and St. Petersburg because they fear repression. There is actually repression and deportation going on, but both those two things mean they won't be able to draw mobilization from the populations in Moscow and St. Petersburg. But I have yet to see, outside of Moscow or St. Petersburg, those two military districts, I have yet to see any crackdown on migrants other places as yet, because I think they still want to generate these work permit visa traps so that they can mobilize on the basis of them more people that they don't have to send from their own population, which is very cynical. But I think that's what's going on. I'd be interested if anybody else has more information to either modify or refute that proposal.
Yeah, well, Russia's been currently going on doing anti-terrorist operations everywhere. So in Dagestan, they apparently had an anti-terrorist operation, and the FSB blocked an entire neighborhood in the private sector to, you know, show off how strong they are. Not sure if this is the best thing to be doing, but it doesn't inspire an awful lot of confidence, does it? So yeah, they're certainly, shall we say, getting the population used to this, if nothing else. So yeah, I kind of feel as though there's more to come. There's going to be a lot of this sort of stuff. So
yeah, definitely. These I haven't seen anything more from Saratov, but I'm watching this, listening to this video now. It does sound like something big flew in and hit something else, but we have yet to see what else. Would you rather it be a refinery or Engels Air Force Base? Is real toss-up, Marcus.
honestly, I'd rather it be a refinery, because that seems to be, you know, causing them some real pain at the moment. And I do appreciate Budanov applying his own sanctions here.
And with all this back and forth, right? You know, this, and I think it did happen that there was some discussion about maybe you guys ought to consider not doing that from the White House, whatever. With all this back and forth, and Zelensky saying we have every right to do it, whatever. You know, I hope that there are multiple refinery strikes for two reasons. Because I want to dispel any myth that Ukraine is being held back at all by anyone for attacking strategically valuable targets in the rear of Russia. And the second thing is, I just want those attacks to continue because of their demonstrated value, as you said. These are very quickly and very obviously having a significant effect on Russia's logistics, money, and problems in relation to their fuel, oil, and lubricant distribution. So I really want to see, yeah, I actually do want it to be a refinery more than Engels Air Force Base, unless, of course, it was a very large attack on Engels Air Force Base with something that could distribute the love around to many, many airplanes in revetments at the same time. But they don't have that capability in hand, I don't believe.
Well, they're building it, Will. They're building it. So, yeah, they are definitely on their way there, I would say. But my favourite thing in particular was the day that information came out about, you know, possible chat Hello. There's something also on fire in Krasnodar. I'll just retweet that for you. You can have a look at that. So yeah, the day that sort of information started circulating, that night, Ukraine hit 2 oil refineries. So I wonder if somebody had said something to them, and Zelensky had got on the phone and gone, you know, them 2 oil refineries that we're going after next, can we do them both tonight? Just as a big middle finger? Would that be possible? I kind of feel as though, you know, that was like a, see this middle finger? Yeah, that's for you. Don't ask us to not defend ourselves.
Yeah, and I don't think I don't think I'd present it as a middle finger, but I would present it as how he possibly put it to them when they said, "Gee, we'd prefer you not doing that so that it doesn't affect gasoline prices." And you know, I would say, well, we're going to continue with the tools we have in the bag until such time as we have capability to attack Russia in other ways. That's, you know, the diplomatic way to say it. But yeah, it's a. I also wanted to make. I was very happy that those continued the day after, so that nobody, so that it didn't become, you know, pressure on Ukraine to stop doing that, because it is phenomenally effective and we need more of it. And I'm just trying to find now what in Krasnodar might have been hit here. Do you have a town? It is in Krasnodar proper, is it?
Oh, I have as much information as you have right now. I just have a random picture. So yeah, not too sure. We have somebody coming up to chat with us. Tis Bob. Oh dear. I don't know if you've noticed it. You know, mud season has begun. Kind of. Well, mud season has also affects Russia in lots of places where there are no roads. And it seems to be a real problem. Don't know if you noticed 2 small school children got like stuck in a play park the other day and had to literally be rescued from.
Eaten.
What?
Basically eaten by a bog hole.
Yeah, they basically had to be rescued from a play park. And right now there is a video of several people trying to push an ambulance out of a swamp. So that's yeah. Apparently, all these places with no roads also have terrible problems during mud season. Who'd have thought that might have happened, eh? Never mind. Arya, go ahead. Bob, are you there, Bob?
I apologize. My phone is on its last leg. It's glitching. I just wanted to bring up Visegrad just reported on it. Odessa is currently without power. The strikes have managed to take out power for the entire city. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then something else I've been seeing more and more of is both bots and real people parroting Russian propaganda and playing the two-sidism of Ukraine. I stress the importance of countering this, because the more it goes on, the longer it goes on, the more these narratives will become accepted as being a legitimate counterpoint. And if it continues long enough, they will become established in the same way they have with other countries. So I'm getting more and more fearful of this, because I'm seeing it more and more from mainstream news sources. I'm seeing it more and more in comment sections on news sites that previously did not have comments like that. I'm seeing it on social media and from mainstream people. And I don't think our current administration is doing a very good job. I saw some videos that were put out today.
You are breaking up just a little bit, Arya. You've gone very quiet on me.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now.
Apologies. So basically, I've seen some attempts from the Biden administration to try to counter this narrative, but the videos I'm seeing and stuff, they're not going to convince anybody who's pushing this narrative. They're not meant to fight the narrative. They're doing things like Ukraine is a democracy. Ukraine is doing freedom. We support Ukraine. They have diversity, and that's not going to convince the people that need to be convinced in this regard. So I am getting concerned by this, but I just wanted to bring up that I'm seeing more and more of it. I'm seeing more concerted efforts. I know there's been some very large accounts and big people in the pro-Ukrainian space who have been talking about various pot accounts and stuff. It's getting worse, and I'm not seeing anything being done to counter it on the part of social media.
You're fading out again, Aria. I'm having to press my phone against my ear, but I get the gist of it. The propaganda, the flagrant, large amount of bots and stuff like that, it is noticeable. Yes, it is, and it does creep out into the mainstream media by these big tanky accounts and what have you. But you know what this shows me? This shows me that I can't sneak my seat. Bloody hell, move, woman. This shows me that they've really started pulling out all the stops. It's almost like, flailing around of a dying animal. Yeah, it will get worse, but I'm not sure it's going to continue to have the same impact. Not now that we're a bit more savvy. But let's see what happens. Oyvind, welcome up.
Yeah, back to these immigrants. There is now an article in CNN about this xenophobia that popping up in Russia after this Crocus attack, and it's against these immigrants from Central Asia, especially the Tajiks. So and it's described that there is on Telegram there is a big rally called in a space called a gray zone, which had 500,000 followers to boycott taxi drivers, barber shops, small cafes, etc., that are run by these from Tajikistan. So yeah, it was quite a good article. Thank you.
Yes, they've they've basically started being extremely xenophobic. You're right. It's almost as though they don't want their own labor force to stay. Almost as though they don't want an economy anymore. It's shocking to me that they sort of, they have to hate people for some reason, and so this is now a subject of hate because just hating Ukrainians was not enough, and they kind of already hated these guys anyway, so why not make it worse? Look at this, we're being invaded, even though we invited these people here to work, sort of thing.
But it is contradictory to what Putin said, that he wants a big community, Russian what you call a Russian community, with all different ethnic background and religion. But this xenophobia is in line with the Russian church, because there came some ridiculous out from the head of the church. I just read part of it. It was a long list, and yeah, where they said the Russians should increase the population to 600 million, and they should annex Ukraine, etc., etc. It was a lot of yeah, something that you don't expect coming from the church. But it was part of that was to disengage from this ethnic Central Asia, Eastern Asia population. That was part of his speech. Thank you.
Yeah, and the Russian Orthodox Church, which is totally not an FSB operation, I'll just remind you,
Wink.
totally not. Yet the government just issued a decree to the Russian Orthodox Church that they're required to pray for them.
Why not, eh? Wink, wink. Yeah, not an FSB thing. Wink. Who was next, Will? Because I wasn't looking.
I think Shaggy was, and then Fjordfellow.
Yeah, well, with this new anti-immigrant thing in Russia, I actually see a bit of an opportunity. I mean, from my point of view, Russia has spread discord in many other nations regarding immigrants, like in the UK during Brexit, and various other European countries. I get the feeling that Russia is behind all that kind of stuff, sowing the seeds. So now they're doing it to themselves. I think we should start a campaign and encourage a referendum in Russia and get Muscovy to leave the Russian Federation, a bit like they kind of got the UK to leave the EU and all that kind of thing. What do you reckon? We could use their own tool against them.
I like the idea, actually. Yeah. Let's get our propaganda bots onto it immediately. Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, as you say, Shaggy, these are the folks who are historically looked down upon in Russia, and yet they require them to keep all of their cleaning services and taxis and men's hair cutting, all this going. I think it is a good idea, right? To encourage a lot of this anti-migrant behavior inside not just St. Petersburg and Moscow, but all the regional cities, Nizhny Novgorod, Saratov, Yaroslav, all of them, because that would massively cripple the capability to do just the mundane things that's going to cascade through many parts of the society. And we'll search Russia. Will then have to. Well, they won't change their behavior. They'll just they'll go try to. You'll see them trying to import people from other disadvantaged places in the world. They'll go to the Central African republics and things like that to try to fill up their workers' cadre with people that they drive out to the former Soviet states in Central Asia.
It brings me back to my wish from a very long time ago, from near the start of the war, at least near the start of my time on MriyaReport, October time 2002, where I wanted the breakup of the Russian Federation. So if all those people from those different oblasts and wherever went back to their oblasts and their constituent states, that would really stuff up Muscovy and help lead to that breakup. I think just a thought.
Well, once they no longer have, a functioning system, then yeah, it's much more difficult for them to keep hold on the far-flung reaches, I would say. So you never know what might happen in the future. Fjordfella, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that Russians have always been xenophobic. They have all sorts of phobia. Xenophobia, homophobia, they're not a very tolerant society. So I think this is nothing new. It's just now. That just is more of a mask off moment again. So they're not really pretending anymore. The Muscovites have always considered themselves to be a master race, better than everybody. So I don't. This is nothing new, and but I guess maybe this is good news if they're pushing out all the immigrants, because their workforce will weaken even more. So this might be a positive development for anyway. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a direct positive, but it'll absolutely be an unintended consequence of Russia's actions, and will hopefully impact them negatively for sure.
I have this theory, Will, that that they plan stuff and they just never think of the consequences afterwards, because who cares of consequences? Because they never seem to see these things coming, and we're like looking at it like a rake in the middle of the garden, ready for them to step on it. You know what I mean? And they do. Amazing. Oyvind, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question for Will. You have lived there. Do they live in a kind of a ghetto, or are they just spread thin out?
Well, I don't know if the Tajiks and the Uzbeks and whoever else live separately in places, but they just tend to live in the less expensive parts of town that you wouldn't have any trouble finding migrant workers of all different types. But yeah, not in ghettos per se, but in the less expensive parts of town.
I do believe there has been quite a lot of discontent voiced that they take up all the affordable housing, because how dare they live? That sort of thing, So, yeah, I would imagine that, well, there's already tensions, isn't there? But I would imagine that there's also going to be probably, just communities of these people who sort of live relatively close by together. They sort of group together for safety, maybe, as well as anything else. Arya, go ahead.
So, historically, for the last decade in Russia, there has been a huge amount of racism against non-Russian citizens within the country. Originally, this was primarily neo-Nazi groups. In around 2010, when I started, looking into it, and it has gotten progressively more mainstream. Putin has attempted to play both sides. He has attempted to placate the large population of Muslims and, the Chechens within Russia. And he's done things like starting to build a very large mosque in Moscow. And there were riots and people attacked over it, right? There have been thousands of documented cases of large mobs going around Moscow and St. Petersburg and attacking immigrants or anybody who has darker skin color. This has been videotaped by them, right? This isn't something I'm making up or propaganda. There has been a huge amount of racism in Russia from a religious standpoint, and it has gotten progressively worse. It was getting better. That brings me to my next point, which was the directorate by the Russian Orthodox Church to its members to pray, for the war, right? That would indicate that there is more dissent among practitioners than would be indicated by anything else, right? If they're being forced to publicly keep reminding people that after they've already declared it a holy war, would indicate to me that people are not taking it seriously or caring about it. There was one other thing. I apologize if I remember it. I'll stick my hand back up.
Cheers. Fjord fella, go ahead, my friend.
Oh yes, I just wanted to clear up something with Will when I said that it was a positive development that the migrants are being kicked out. I mean, it's positive for us, but negative for Russians because their workforce will weaken. That's what I meant. Yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely. I totally understood what you meant. Yeah, and it's so what Arya said is right. I noticed a high level of racism in Russia every time I went to St. Petersburg or Moscow. I didn't notice it much out in the Far East because in the Far East everybody so you would think, like for instance, the native people the people you could pick out who are different in Sakhalin and Vladivostok, and that would be like Koreans, because there was a large contingent of Koreans that were moved to Sakhalin Island by the Japanese during the Second World War, liberated with the islands by the Russians by the Soviets in the Second World War, and then their families still live there. But these people are from Korean heritage, but they all speak Russian. They're basically Russians, and there was no discernible racism about Koreans that I noticed much in Sakhalin at all. Mostly it was just curiosity, like that they would have the restaurants, the Korean restaurants and Japanese restaurants that were operated by the Koreans. Russians love that sort of food. They were always like that, and I noticed that it's probably not there anymore. But the Seoul restaurant in Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk down on Prospect Mira was the big congregation point for organized criminals. We were told not to go there, so of course I had to go see it for myself. But yeah, the Seoul restaurant, which is a Korean restaurant, had all these folks. So interesting that those people out in the far reaches, they're not so much racist against. They were racist against North Koreans when they started coming in, and they were racist against Tajiks and Uzbeks, and I hate to say it, but in Russia they call all those folks from the Central Asian countries chorny, blacks. They call them chorny, and I regularly saw that reaction of people against quote unquote blacks whenever I was in the bigger cities. And I was once taken, the train stopped at a border when I was on the way to Kharkiv from Moscow one time, and everybody has to get off the train, or the train stops and the border guards go through the train, and then they take some people off the train for questioning and all that. And I'm on a train with my Australian passport, and I'm thinking, oh, here we go, right, foreigner, because I'm sitting with all these guys that are Central Asian, but they're all, everybody speaks Russian. So I was like thinking, I'm going to be the foreigner that's pulled up here. No, they saw my passport and just waved me aside, just like I was in their way to get to the Uzbeks, Tajiks, and Kazakhs that were on the train, because they wanted to absolutely totally hassle them for no good reason whatever, just because they were there and because they were chorny. They were all black. They call them blacks, and I always thought that was stupid, because they're not even particularly black; they're brownish. So yeah, a lot of racism, and they will foment this. This is why I say they're doing this, like Mocker said, not to think through the consequences. I think they're doing it in the big cities, in Moscow and St. Petersburg, to placate this xenophobia and racism that exists, but they don't dare do it in the places, the industrial centers and the towns, the big industrial towns outside of Moscow, St. Petersburg districts, because it will be very counterproductive to their mobilization efforts and very, very counterproductive to their labor shortage problems. So yeah, good news, I think, on two fronts, Fjord fella. Oyvind.
Yeah, just a question about this religion. How religious are the Russians? Is it like we in Scandinavia? The church is more like a flagship, or just for fun, or whatever you can call it, or do they really believe in this religion?
I don't really know, because I am devoutly not religious myself. I tended to stay out of those sorts of discussions in people's lives because I didn't want to offend them. And I know a lot of Russians that I know do profess to believe in God and have some sort of religion, but I never saw any that were devout like you would think of in the West, in America or in Germany and places like that. It was pretty much, well, the people I knew anyway were may believe in God, but they weren't practicing. They certainly didn't go to church often, in my observation.
Yeah, just to add that I think those who profess to be devout are particularly doing it for performative reasons, such as Putin with his church to the military and so on. Arya.
So first, I apologize for the bad audio. My headset should be charged by now. My other one broke. So I appreciate you bearing with me on that. My voice is also a little hoarse. In regards to Christianity in Russia, I don't remember the exact figure, but I remember it being over 50 million people profess to believe in Russian Orthodoxy in Russia. I would imagine, from what I've seen from 5-10 years, or from longer, probably from 10-15 years ago, from polls, if my memory is correct, is the majority are not deeply religious, right? It is a cultural thing. They believe in God, they believe in the religion, they follow a couple of the holidays, but they don't regularly attend church, they don't do rites, they don't they don't follow it in the same way somebody who is extremely devout does. In regards to the previous thing, in regards to Russia trying to get immigrants, it was interesting. Before the war started, there was a huge attempt by the Russian government to get over 100,000 South Africans to immigrate to Russia. They offered them land cheaply, they offered them government stipends and other things, and I know a lot took them up on it and moved to Siberia. I had a guy I used to do business with who ended up doing that. And he continued to, we were friendly. So every couple of months, he would send me a message, about his family and stuff. And I would send him a message how I was doing. And couple years ago, that stopped. And in any case, like 6-7 months ago, I got an email from his wife being like, he passed away. We moved back to South Africa. And that's all I know. But I do wonder if they were drafted for the war. I do wonder if the Russian government ended up giving them the stipends that they promised, which I truly doubt. But they seem to have moved away from that type of a strategy to they realize the only way they're going to fix the population decline they have, and on top of that, make up for all of the dead in this war, is forcibly assimilating as many Ukrainians as possible into becoming Russians. And I think that's their strategy at this point.
We're joined by the lovely Anda in her pretty yellow dress. Morning, Anda.
Morning, Mockers. Happy Easter for everyone celebrating today. I came up for the religious part because you were talking about how religious are the Russians, and I wanted to chime in with to shed some color, right? Because you colored that in very hard black and white strokes. So what's important here is to remember this is my cat. They are Orthodox. Orthodoxy, it's different by the Catholic Church, and it's different by all the Protestant Church in three basic ways: as a behavior, not as a faith. So one, what's required from an Orthodox? So we are talking about the masses, not about the what's required for an Orthodox person from their priest in general is one, to be Saturday at church if they can. Some do and most don't. Most go there when there are big celebrations or big feasts like Easter and stuff like that. But they won't go all of them, on Sunday morning at the sermon. The sermon is just one time. It's on Sunday morning. It's not like, for example, I see in the Catholic Church you have, I don't know, 2 or 3 sermons per day. Some of them start on Saturday evening. That's not happening in Orthodoxy. You have just one. You have to be there. If you're not there, well, good luck. Come next time, next Saturday, right? Next Sunday, sorry. So that is one. In the rural areas, in general, the priests are talking with the they know the people, they talk with the people, and they attend in greater numbers, because the priest, if he will walk down the street you are on and you're in your yard and he sees you, he will ask you, why didn't you attend? Come next Sunday. So basically the attendance is higher in cities where people basically don't know you. You live in buildings, in tall buildings with apartments. Nobody sees you, nobody knows if you're home or not, and basically those who want to go and those who don't, they don't. And so the attendance is fluctuant, and during the regular Sundays, it's not something extraordinary. So that's one. Second, in terms of what you should do is to keep the laws, the same 10 laws, right? Don't steal, don't kill, don't rape. That would be one. Anyway, no, I'm sorry.
That is a good one.
Yeah. So the thing is, I have to say this, right? So people don't. It will sound really awkward for people who are really religious. People abide them in a certain way, personal way, which means to the best of your abilities, right? The role of the compared to the Catholics, where you have regular confession. In Orthodoxy, you have confession basically 4 times a year if you go. Most of the Orthodox people confess only once a year during the Easter Lent, when you keep the Lent some days or weeks, and then you go to the priest and confess and so on. The church per se says it's best to have confession once every 4 to 6 weeks for you to be considered confessed if you die suddenly. So if you confess last year, it doesn't really count, because basically what you did in the meantime is a lot and it counts. Why is like this, right? Orthodox Church developed itself on rites, on rituals. So they kept rituals as they were at some point and never changed them. Catholics developed on faith rather than rites. They have the same sermon basically, but it's shorter. They cut up some songs and some, psalms and whatnot. But the basic, if you go to the sermon and listen to them, they are basically the same and mark the same important points. The Catholics put very much a push on faith and on confession, right? The Orthodox put an accent on doing the right things by the law and confess, from time to time. Therefore, you won't see, for example, I have now friends who have shown me other faiths, other so the Baptists, the Church of All Saints, there are a lot of churches, right? And what I see in them is a lot of fervor that you won't see in an Orthodox church, right? You won't see people coming and praying, and very few people will, we have much longer prayers than in Catholics, in Catholic Church. The novenas, for example, which are traditional for the Catholic Church, are short. You can pray in 1-2 minutes, maybe 10. There are prayers, standard prayers for the saints in the Orthodox Church, which could take 45 minutes to finish if you're attentive with on and you read them out loud. So the whole idea is different. The accent is different, and the way they developed during communist times was different, because Poland, for example, was Catholic by faith, and Russia and Ukraine and Romania were Orthodox by faith. So we adapted in a different way, and we kind of kept. So part of the faith is it's considered as kept in the soul, even if you don't read prayers every day, right? So there are some priests here in Romania old priests, who will be content if you say you pray Our Father once a day, right? Which is really, it's not hard and it's not much. But that is progress, not perfection. And they are happy with that. Basically, the Orthodox Church opened its arms and tried to bring home the people, especially after the revolution, right? Here in Romania. In Russia, that revolution didn't come, basically. There was an openness, right? And Will told you about that. But they didn't fully have an independent, they never had an independent church from the state. They don't have it right now. So I won't imagine many people going to church every day or praying every day, or because that's not the Orthodox way. It's not actually required by any priest, and they won't. The Russian Orthodox priests are much harsher than others, but in general, what they will ask you is to pray Our Father, to pray what's called the prayer of the heart, and to come to church, for example, for a special sermon which takes place on either Monday or Friday evening, and on Sunday morning, and that's it. So it's less obvious. But if you look, and actually I looked for that, and I was amazed about that. The Russians who invaded Ukraine, so the troops, the soldiers, right? Some of them had, small icons with some of the saints to help and protect them. And you don't take them with you if you don't believe in them. So even if you don't pray every day, you can, in your mind, raise your mind to someone and ask for help. And I think some of them do. And that's not so uncommon as you think. So I don't know if I managed to paint this a bit differently, but it's partially it's about how the church instructs you to behave, and partially it's about the history they went through, and partially it's about the humanity we are all part of. Does it make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess my observation, based on what you just said there, is that religion was officially repressed during the Soviet period, and so even though people have come out of the Soviet period, most of the Orthodox religious people I met in Russia kept it pretty private, which would make, they just kept on the traditions that it was a pretty private affair that didn't overtly profess their religion and stuff like that. And I think that's probably holding with tradition there, would be my only guess. But as I say, woo, we are way. Can we get a refinery fire in here? We are way out of my area of expertise, Marcus.
I appreciate that. Who was next?
Well, we better go to Oyvind's because it's Easter, and
Yeah.
ours is not Christian.
Yeah, but back to its xenophobia. On the Russian Orthodox Church holds the 25th Congress of the Russian World. Point number 3 there is now number 2. Russia needs to stop non-Russian migration from Central Asia and needs instead to attract millions of highly qualified cadres, presumably from the West or from among Russian expatriates who will come because they share traditional values and are keen to integrate. That is an interesting thing. There's a lot of other points from that conference. That is quite remarkable. But yeah, that one was very xenophobia to the people from Central Asia. Thank you.
Thanks, Oyvind. Go ahead, Arya.
So first, in regards to India, thank you for coming up. You taught me something I didn't know, and you reminded me of a couple of things, so I appreciate that. A couple of things in regards to what you said. I apologize if I misspoke or I implied I was saying that, that they don't go to pray every day. What I was saying was in regards to the more minor holidays, right? To going to every Sunday mass. I am aware most, or at least a significant amount of Christian sects do not do daily prayer on a formal level, right? Outside of personal prayer. There is one major difference between the Catholic Church and Russian Orthodoxy, and that is the Catholic Church has renounced holy war in violent form. The Russian Orthodox Church has declared holy war in violent form and said that you get an immediate ascent to heaven regardless of your sins or having made confession or anything like that. If you die on the battlefield murdering Ukrainians. So that is a very big difference. One thing you brought up, though, that I do disagree with is drawing too much away from the use of icons on the battlefield. There's a saying in English, there are no atheists in the foxhole, right? People, when they tend to go to war, tend to become a little bit more religious in a lot of respects, especially if they have some cultural or family background to it, right? So in Israel, you'll see people wearing tzitzis, the little strings that come off our side, or yarmulkes, or these little charms on their necks, who aren't actually religious because they feel a little bit more spiritual. They think it might protect them, whatever it is, right? There is a connection. And that tends to come out, and this is across cultures. This is not a Russian thing. This is not an Israeli thing. This is everywhere. You've seen it in Ukraine, right? There are people that have religious icons on their, on their gear and stuff. People do this. And then the one other thing I think is important to remember is, there's three reasons to say a prayer, right? One is you think it's going to do something, you're applying to God. One is you're being told you have to do it, whether it's by the church, a rabbi, or the Bible, or whatever it is. And then the other one is because life is very bad, right? And in general, for most of human history, there's a lot of suffering in the world. So when things are good, you thank God, if you believe in God, that things are going well. So I do disagree that taking away prayers is necessarily a good thing if it's for some of those reasons. If it's just because somebody randomly decided for some arbitrary reason, then I do agree it can be progress to remove something. But that's my personal opinion. I just wanted to chime in, and Andy, I really appreciate you coming up here, because that is not something, Greek Orthodoxy is not something I'm well versed in. I've read a little on it, but that's about my extent. Thank you.
Thanks, Arya. Anda, back to you.
So Joanna is also an Orthodox. So two things. One, you are right about a spontaneous need for a connection to a higher power that in order to help you when you are in dire straits. And it's also correct about people being more religious when times are tough. One of the things that I noticed here in Romania, and I highly believe it's not uncommon, is that people very often go to pray for what they need and less often go to pray for what they have, like thanking God for what they have, right? I don't know how is in other faiths, but I don't know many Orthodox who practice actually this part. So that's something to think about. So that is one, and second, how should I put this? In all faiths, in all countries, in all in all humanity, at some point we did bad things or did stupid things. And I think I mentioned here in the space previously that there have been priests in the army, right? Traditionally, there have been priests in the army, but the role was not to bless the war. Their role was to pray and encourage the soldiers. So that's an entirely different thing. So yes, having Patriarch Daniel blessing the weapons and telling everyone, this is something worthwhile. That's not common. That's not common in Orthodoxy, and I guess that's not common in other faiths either. And I hope this makes sense.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anda. Paige, welcome up.
Hi, happy Easter for those of you who celebrate Easter right now. Have y'all ever been preparing to go to a war zone and you remember that you have to buy a bunch of plastic and chocolate and pretend to be an imaginary character for your little kids? Because I did. Here I am in the middle of the night, stuffing eggs full of jelly beans. So just had to, it's not quite religious, but it's related to a religious holiday. So I just thought I'd stop in while I'm eating Cheetos and some of the jelly beans to say hi.
Hi, sweetie. So you are officially the Easter Bunny now, are you?
I am. I have to transition a little bit for just momentarily, and then I'll be right back. And then I'm back to delivering tourniquets and chest seals instead of peeps and crayons. Life is weird, you know?
Well, yeah. We have these strange events from time to time, but you know what? I think it's also kind of beautiful that nothing gets forgotten. So yeah, thanks for doing that, Paige, because that's pretty awesome. Arya, go ahead.
So happy Easter to those who are celebrating it. I thought it was on Friday. I apologize for my ignorance. Really quickly in regards to what was just said, I'm not sure that was entirely true. And I am not an expert on this, so please double check what I am saying. But my understanding is during the times of the Tsar, the Russian priests did bless the war. They did bless guns. They did do all of this silliness, right? It was stopped during Soviet times, but it was done. There were pictures and videos of it. I don't know how common it was, right? Whether or not it was some local, priest or monk who went out to the soldiers and was like, "I'm going to do this," or if it was an official dictate of the church that it was a holy war. But my understanding was that the Tsar was considered a religious figure appointed by God, and that any war Mother Russia was getting involved in was considered a holy war. Right? There was a reason you would get absolution before going into battle. If you died, you would go directly to heaven. So that's my understanding. And to somebody who didn't grow up at all with Easter, the Easter bunny is extremely terrifying. Not the cute ones you guys release sometimes, but the full grown men dressing up as Easter bunnies. I mean, there was a guy in the U.S. military who got in some trouble, or there was a lot of news because he came out after he retired that he dressed up as an animal for certain types of acts, and he was in charge of drone strikes, and there was a lot of outcry from the right wing media about how a guy like that could be in charge of something like that. And I heard a comedian talk about it, and it's absolutely hilarious. I mean, if I knew that there was a guy in an Easter bunny costume, in charge of the drones, doing the drone strikes at me, I'd be double as afraid, because you have no idea what that person's going to do, right? That's pretty terrifying to me. So I think the Ukrainian special forces might want to dress up in bunny costumes and set them over this Easter. They'd have the Russians retreating en masse.
Some of them outfits are quite terrifying. I've seen Donnie Darko. Ioana, go ahead.
Thank you, Marco. Sorry for the noise. So happy Easter for everyone who celebrates today. It's the Catholic Easter. And actually, I'm Catholic, I'm not Orthodox. But I had the privilege to have a part of the family being Orthodox, so I was practically with one foot in both worlds. And I just wanted to comment a little bit on this issue of religion and how it is perceived. It is true that the Orthodox religion is perceived more through the rituals, and basically the faith is kind of having a second place in this. Of course, there are Orthodox people that are very religious, and they have true faith, and I know many examples, including my grandmother from the father side. So there are people that are truly religious. There are others that are concerned just by the rituals to do as it is. It's more a tradition than a faith to go to the church, because of course everyone will wonder if you don't go to the church on Sunday and things like this. So it's kind of degraded a little bit, and many are just performing instead of believing, which is the main thing in a religion, believe. For the Catholic, seems to be more personal, more introvert. It seems to be related more with the faith. Of course, there are rituals. Of course, the churches are decorated. Of course, there are flowers. So it's a little bit different. Actually, I rediscovered Catholicism when I was in France for a period, and because I didn't have much to do, I used to go to the mass on Sunday morning, and the feeling being there with the community, with people that sing, and with that very interesting music that you feel it in your body. It's a specific feeling. I'm not considering myself a very religious person. I'm just Catholic because that's the family. But I tend to adhere more to the Catholicism. Not this Pope, not this Pope. So about the Russians, actually during the communist times, they tried to suppress religion at first because you have to believe in the power of people and in socialism and things like this. But actually afterwards they realized that church is a very good instrument. You can get into the community, and they began to use the church, and that degraded it even more. So I don't know exactly what a normal, ordinary Russian believes right now. I know that about 50% of the Russians declare themselves as being religious. About 80% of those are Orthodox, just 1% Catholic, and the rest other religions, including the Muslims. But I believe that the number for Muslims is largely undercounted, because of course we know that there are several republics with Muslims, and of course there are other religions too. One other thing I wanted to say regarding, the soldiers, Russian soldiers taking an icon when going to war. This doesn't mean really that they are religious, and having an icon doesn't absolve you of sins if you torture, rape, and kill. It's more like a charm, God will keep me safe because I'm doing the right thing. And as Arya said, the church in the right thing, according to the Orthodox Church, is not what we would normally consider to be the right thing about, you know, using holy water to um, I don't know to I don't have the word right now, but they did this. They sanctitized, or I don't know how to say it, the big Sarmat missile, which is a weapon of mass destruction. It was blessed by Patriarch Kirill before the war in 2020 or 2019. I'm not really sure. So they practically blessed a weapon of mass destruction, which is also known under the name of Satan. How does it go with the principles of the Christian religion? It doesn't go well, isn't it? So yeah, I don't know. I think that for most it's formality. For most of them, it's just the ritual, just the performance. The icon is a charm, a safety charm, or something like this, and this doesn't absolve anyone about of the sins that they commit. The last thing I wanted to mention, it's Easter today, and it's not just colored eggs and chocolate and bunnies. It's about sacrifice and resurrection. And we are witnessing something like this again right now, the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people. And let's hope that the resurrection and the rebirth of Ukraine will come soon.
Thanks, Joanna. Let's see. Arya, back to you again.
I think Paige was next, so I don't want to skip her. I was looking at this.
Yeah, but I'm saving Paige. I'm saving Paige for a little further interaction.
Gotcha.
After we, hear from you again.
Then I'll do my best to not waffle. So I.
Good luck with that.
I'll do my best, as I didn't promise anything. Ayana, I think you made a very good point, and I say this that is somebody who is religious and lives within a religious and an ethnic community, right? I think a lot of people, they on some level do believe, but they do what they do, and this is all cultures and religions right here. They do what they do because they were born into it, and that's what the people around them do, right? They are more concerned with appearing in a certain way than what they actually, believe, right? Or that there's actual power, more power in the ritual than in the intent of the ritual. Stuff like that. So I think that was a very good point to bring up. And then there was before, I think it was Anna or Andrea who said, all religions have at some point done, horrible things. And to an extent that's true, but that's too much of a generalization. It's everyone that has had a significant amount of power, right, has been in control of a state. There are religions like the Yazidis that have not had that power, right? Then there are other religions like the Sikhs that it is against their religion to do that, and they were forced into it as a matter of survival against genocide. So and then there are multiple, smaller religions that have not engaged in that, or at least not in their current iteration in any respect. So there are exceptions to that rule, but as far as the major world religions, even the more peaceful ones, right? Whether it's Buddhism, Judaism, Hinduism, or at this point, Shinto is a very peaceful religion. It wasn't always like that, right? It took a world war to change that one. So you know, there is validity to that argument. It's important to remember power corrupts, and we are human, right? And this is not necessarily a reflection on the beliefs of the said religions. The final thing I think it's important for today, I saw a very interesting quote that I hadn't seen before. I had seen similar versions of it, but I think it's important to today, which is I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion, and that was said by Alexander the Great. And I think that is of great importance today and to what we are facing. Thank you.
Thanks, Arya. So, Paige, have you got those peeps delivered yet?
I have delivered them to a secret place where they'll be hidden until someone comes, which is why I originally put my hand up. Arya, with all due respect, I understand that the Easter Bunny is a little bit weird, but you, like myself, are also a brain damaged cartoon dog. So let's be real here. Sometimes it's just fun to pretend, okay? Even as grown-ups. Anyway,
well, of course it's fun to pretend. Of course it's fun to pretend. All you religious people are pretending.
Oh, I'm not religious, but I just have babies. I heard you saved me though. Will, were you missing me? Because we haven't talked in a while. I missed you.
Yeah. Did you really?
I did actually. I did.
All right. Well, there you go. That's bound to happen sooner or later. Yeah, no, we haven't talked in a while. Now, I had thought you must be back in the States now, but I thought you were on a trip to Ukraine here in the last few weeks. Is that not right?
Not yet. Soon.
Okay, you're prepping to go still. You're still compiling all the materials, yeah?
I am. That's why I had to stop and do the bunny thing, you know? Because it's a little bit. I've had my normal. I have a normal. I think normal. I have a job. I have a normal boring job that I work, and then I also have a mom job, and then I also have a Ukraine job, and so sometimes I gotta juggle a little bit, and I was not doing a good job of paying attention, and sometimes one job sneaks up and bites the other one, and so all of a sudden, all three jobs were like, "Hey, you need to prepare to be out of your office for a while, and also you need to prepare to go to Ukraine, and also you need to be the Easter Bunny and be prepared for people to judge you as a giant Easter Bunny, but it's okay because you're also a cartoon dog." That was for you. Anyway, soon.
Well, you spend a fair bit of time worrying about people judging you, which I think you can basically give up almost all of that.
Okay.
There's only a few people that would. Well, I mean, honestly, there's only a few people that would ever judge you, Paige.
I know.
Who are
I know.
who should ever be in a position now. Your kids could probably be a bit judgmental on you, because you've got a firm responsibility in their life.
I know.
Your employer might be a little bit judgmental.
No, they're actually very supportive. They're very supportive, actually.
Yeah,
see. Sometimes when you grow up,
people that matter.
But sometimes when you grow up and sometimes things happen when you grow up and you're a little bit more in that position. So you feel like you have to seek approval. But anyway, thank you for telling me that, because I'll just call and cancel my therapy sessions from here on out. That saved me a lot of money, Will.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll send you a bill.
I'm going to afford so many more tourniquets. Thank you.
Woohoo!
Laughter is the best medicine,
Put it all into bullets. Put it all into bullets, baby, and I will be your biggest fan.
Yay! I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm looking for somebody to become an international arms dealer with me, Paige, because I'm getting so frustrated with you Yanks that this whole non-lethal aid thing isn't quite doing it for me as much as it used to.
I'm not going to say that I know one, but I might know one.
I'm not going to ask you.
Well, you do frequent the right circles.
Yeah, I won't be asking any incriminating questions at this time. Arya, go ahead.
You guys think I'm ignorant. I've seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I know what bunnies are capable of, okay? I have a legitimate right to be terrified. And for the record, the only time I have ever in real life dressed up as a dog is religious Jews will do something called shtick during weddings to entertain the bride and the groom. So I used to have a big...
What about Purim?
I've never done it for Purim, but I used to have a Snoopy-Doo costume that I would dress up and dance around at weddings. But that's the only time I've ever done that in real life, and generally not something I would consider doing. But there was something else of more seriousness. I apologize. I took it out of my head.
Sorry, I tend to do that.
We always like your distractions, Paige. Don't you worry. Now then, I could... well, I've got a few different things I could talk about right now. So let me talk about Budanov, because he's been talking a lot, hasn't he? He's been chatting quite a bit recently. I have noticed that come right out of his shell, he has. So he was asked about the raid of the Russian rebels, and he said, it's been very beneficial for us. As of now, it is very beneficial for us that they were able to stretch the group, divert forces at the front to defend their borders. And he also said that when the situation at the front changes, it will be easier for the Russian volunteer units to move forward and achieve their goals. So, yeah, he seems to be quite happy with the whole situation. It seems to have worked out well, because it has been noted that now they're having to reinforce that border. They have been making quite a lot of movements of troops as well to patrol the border. And they've even had to divert some of their UAVs to patrol that border. And I can't remember what else it was, but there was some engineering works, I think, going on as well. Oh, and mining. Yeah, so they've now got to busy themselves on their own border instead of harassing Ukraine. So that's something that they've had to divert people away. And it's working out for the better for Ukraine's battlefield, according to Budanov there. So I think all in all, even though they didn't manage to march on Moscow, they have indeed caused quite a bit of trouble there. And they've brought the war to Belgorod, because, they seem to be having regular sirens going off now. And, well, they had quite the emotional morning, didn't they?
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, it's what we were talking about. We had that not argument, but Andrew Perpetua said, "Well, it's wasteful and all that." You and I remember talking about this, Mockers. That just the fact alone that it drew the VKS out of Ukraine and focused them on Belgorod for a period of time, given everybody who was under the glide bombs some respite, I think is worth it in and of itself, in addition to all the stuff Budanov pointed out.
Yeah, and they managed to divert some of those fab bombs that would have been dropped into Ukraine to be dropped in Belgorod, of all places. They literally bombed themselves for days.
Some even on targets.
Yeah, exactly. Bit silly, but yeah, funny. Almost hilarious. That they literally trolled Russia into bombing themselves. Awesome. Arya.
Russia destroyed several of their own villages. They completely leveled them rather than send in troops. It just is truly astonishing to me. I don't think there's a similar example in modern warfare since the Second World War. You know, there are examples of people, and I may be wrong, right? There are examples, and I'm sure it's happened on some smaller level, on some backwater war. You know, but just the idea that one of the strongest militaries in the world would level entire towns against token forces of insurgents rather than send in troops because they don't think they can actually achieve it, or they can't get them in there in time, or whatever it is truly astonishing to me. It is beyond words how embarrassing it is to the Russian military.
Well, they seem to have a bit of a kink for humiliation, so let's leave them to it. I'm not going to shame them on that. I'm just going to allow them to carry on embarrassing themselves. Now then, we have a defence intelligence update before midday today. About blimmin' time. So I suppose I should go through it, yeah? So here is the Defence Intelligence Update for the 31st of March 24. Recent imagery analysis has identified 4 barges positioned at the entrance to the Black Sea Fleet facility of Novorossiysk Seaport. This is in an effort to enhance the defences of the port against attacks from uncrewed surface vessels. Due to an increased risk of Ukrainian strikes in the what's supposed to be the traditional home port of Sevastopol, Novorossiysk port now serves as a crucial role in sheltering the Black Sea Fleet's more valuable assets. The former commander of the Black Sea Fleet, the ever not present Sokolov, was replaced following Ukrainian successes in the use of USVs against Russian targets both at sea and in port. His replacement, Vice Admiral Sergei Pinchuk, has likely sought to improve the survival chances of Russian vessels by adopting further preventative and defensive measures, including narrowing the gap of the port facilities. So they they positioned some barges along the front there, so that there's only a narrow gap between them and the actual seaport opening.
And there's also some evidence in other Sutton posted some stuff that shows that they're also very possibly putting some anchors in the sea floor to mount things down there to keep things from skimming along the bottom and traveling through as well. So this Vice Admiral Sergei Pinchuk, I note that they have lost a couple of ships after he took over, but he's making these sorts of decisions that weren't made before. You know why, Mockers? Because he's not dead. That's why he can make decisions.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of helps, doesn't it? Yeah, lack of life kind of is quite difficult to overcome. But I still have this thought, right? Some of the Ukrainian USVs don't necessarily have to stay on the surface, do they? They do have some that,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, they do have some that travel below the surface. Can you imagine? Just a couple of them got in there. How difficult it would then be for them ships to maneuver their way out of port because there's a bunch of barges in the way. Just, thoughts that I have from time to time.
Yeah, no doubt, and they are obviously worried about those semi-submersibles because that would be why they're trying to mount things subsurface as well to keep things from sneaking through that way.
Yeah, just I wonder if this is something that Ukraine might have planned for the future of that port. Arya.
So on something a little different, I saw, which I thought was very interesting. There was a video that came out of a Ukrainian drone taking out a Russian tank, and the Russian tank had 2 or 3 active protection systems that had been plastered all over the top. Right, the new Russian one that doesn't appear to be effective, and the boxes put all over the top. And the drone just goes over and just drops it down, and the whole thing goes up in fire. So I thought it was interesting that they're still trying that type of stuff when they know it's not working. Just very, very fascinating that they're wasting the amount of resources. I've seen a couple of tanks with that stuff on the top of it, and opposed to the cope cages, and it doesn't seem to be working. So I thought that was an interesting development.
Yeah, they've got some problems, especially with their EW systems. Yeah, it's almost as though they don't work. Just pointing that out. Now then, you know how things have been problematic with Russian industry and you know, food production and things like that. Well, last night a fish factory, this is going to smell amazing, caught fire near Kimki, I'm going to say. The area of the fire was 1,000 square meters. 3 people were evacuated from the site. Of course, traditionally there were no casualties reported and the cause is still unknown, but quite a big place and looks to be, yeah, completely gutted. So again, just another one of those mysterious fires that seems to just be continuously taking place in Russia, but this time a fish factory. Nice. So grilled fish for everybody, perhaps. Arya?
I've been watching Russian YouTubers that have managed that have stayed in Russia for various reasons. Some of them are propagandists, some of them aren't. And I've been watching specifically the videos of the supermarkets. And one of the interesting things I've noticed is an increase in Chinese goods in the supermarkets, food-wise. So I do wonder how long it is until a significant portion of the Russian food stuff is coming from China. And I mean, there are a myriad of problems ranging from food quality and safety in regards to you know, diseases, food poisoning, heavy metals, and stuff like that. So it's interesting that you're seeing more of that because I've seen a couple of similar fires, mockers. I saw one, and I think it was a chicken or a goose farm a couple of weeks ago. And I've seen them in a whole bunch of production plants for food. And I wonder how much of it is negligence and, you know, somebody smoking a cigarette where they shouldn't. How much of it is because they can't source parts, things are failing, and we're seeing a rise in industrial accidents. And how much of it is active sabotage by people who are either fed up with, you know, the government and their work, or the government, or you know. So it's interesting to see because we are seeing more of these types of fires break out in multiple industries that in Russia we weren't seeing before on the same level, right? There are fires everywhere. It happens in the US. It's happened quite often. But the rise, I don't have actual, you know, numbers, but it appears anecdotally from what I've seen to be increasing greatly, which is good news.
You know what I see?
Yes, we haven't seen enough burning down in Russia in the last couple of days. But yes, the trend, I agree. The trend is is upward, and none of these fires, I don't care where they're at, none of the fires that we've seen, other than on military installations, none of these fires ever appear to have a level of response or a timeliness of response that is likely to lead to get them under control. And I don't know exactly what that's caused by. It's probably caused by a combination of a lot of those people have been either taking contracts or been mobilized, leaving behind people who are less experienced and less willing to get engaged in those things, because a less experienced firefighting crew will stand back rather than get stuck in when they normally would have a more experienced leaders that literally do lead the way into fires, because the skilled operators need to be at the point of contact where they're operating the hose, the fog system, so that they can protect the others, basically, so that they can do the other work behind a big cone of water that is acting like a big heat shield. So, yeah, it would be very troubling if you saw level of response and the type of response that we regularly see in Russia. That would be very, very troubling if you were in England or Australia or America. But it seems to be pretty standard practice to let fires to not respond to them in very quick, short time period, and not to be prepared to attack them early rather than stand back and let them get to a point where all you can do is contain them to let them burn out. Arya, go ahead.
100% will. And I think it's important to remember Russia had put very little money into modernizing their emergency services before the first invasion of Ukraine. Subsequently, they have in some of the big cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow, but Russia is a vast country. So when things happen anywhere that is outside of one of those hubs, or if the limited resources they have in those hubs are already preoccupied, or they're damaged and under repair, they do not have the capability. And this is something I hope every country takes to heart more and more. Is we're seeing stuff like that, or in Australia with the fires and stuff. We need our emergency services to be adequate to be able to deal with real situations. And the Russians did not take this seriously, and I hope we learn from their mistakes. Thank you.
Thanks, Arya. Go ahead, Sir Shaggy.
Well, I'm just going to go back to eggs for 30 seconds because I've now got Shaggy 5 bars. I just found some eggs on my travels. I just bought some Henry's free range eggs, a dozen of them, £1.80 for a half dozen. So bargain. I'm gonna when I get home after my shift, I'm gonna draw some vatniks on them, and then I'm gonna bash them, bash their heads in, and then make an omelette. Well, technically I'll be eating the vatniks, won't I? But anyway, that's what I'm going to do for Easter, and that's it. I've put them on my timeline. My lovely eggs. I think one of them looks a bit dodgy. I don't know if the chicken farted when it laid it, or whether it's got a calcium deficiency. Maybe the latter, if I remember correctly. But anyway, I've got a nice dozen eggs.
Well, you check it out when you pop it open and see if it's bad. £1.80. That is a good egg score. I would say that's well better than they're doing anywhere in Moscow or anywhere in Russia right now. But we'll. I have to get out my feelers again soon to find out what the current bellwether of inflation in Russia is, because eggs is a very good example of a commodity that tends to fluctuate heavily.
Yeah, Prince Heather was saying that in the States, Amazon were trying to charge you $10 for a dozen, and that sounded a bit steep, actually. The ones I sent her a picture of, I put on my timeline the day she mentioned that, actually, were £5.90, I think it was, for a dozen. But these ones are £3.60 for a dozen. So found the mother lode, as it were.
Yeah, I think, she was trying to get eggs the day before Easter. That's surge pricing stuff. I think that's incorrect. That can't be right. Plus, Heather needs to get out of the house more. You gain a lot by doing your shopping. Personally, probably shouldn't say that when I'm sitting next to Mockers, who is another big aficionado of online shopping. But it seems to be they get more frustration than they get convenience, though, I think sometimes.
Yeah, well, I'm the person. I'm the person who delivers their shopping, and while I'm delivering it, I get to see all these little stalls at the side of the road where there's really cheap eggs and logs and honey, loads of honey. There's honey everywhere, and loads of stuff. So yeah, I love taking that stuff up.
Well,
nice.
Perks of the job, I suppose. Perks of the job, Shaggy fella. So I have a couple of bits for you here. You know what? Finland's foreign minister, is he? Or maybe he's the well, anyway, whoever he is. He's the FM, so that's the foreign minister, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Indeed.
Thanks. He's come out and agreed with me. Remember yesterday I said that Macron was absolutely right to be basically saying, we are going to be ambiguous. So we might do this. We reserve the right to do it. We might not, but we might. We'll do it if it's necessary. And again with their, nukes sort of like ambiguity. Yeah, you have to decide between nuking Paris or Marseille. Well, we don't have to decide. We can nuke both St. Petersburg and Moscow at the same time. So, it's up to you. The sort of messaging that's coming out of them, I really said, this is exactly how we should be messaging to them. And Russia's foreign minister has agreed with me. He said, Macron is right to keep Russia guessing about the limits of Western support by floating the possibility of sending troops to Ukraine. Although I agree now is not the time for boots on the ground. In the long term, nothing should be ruled out. And I like that strategic ambiguity. For goodness sakes, can we have more of this, please? Because it does make a difference, I feel. We need to stop telling Russia what we're not going to do and tell them what we might do. We might. So, yeah, I much prefer that. It makes a real difference to the message if you can, do that. Now then, even though the Black Sea Fleet has not been seen doing very much recently, one of the reasons is because they haven't had a lot of caliber cruise missiles, but Russia has been observed to be stockpiling caliber missiles and may be due to use them in the near future, according to Bujanov. Now, this is due to the fact that while they were restocking missiles for the fleet, they were using up a larger number of the X-101 missiles. So the X-101 missiles are now in shorter supply, but they have more cruise missiles. So I suppose they want to use them while they stock up their X-101s and etc. Just one little problem with that those sea baby things, they're getting better and better every day, aren't they? So I think they really are going to be taking their life in their hands, going anywhere towards launch sites and things like that. One thing I do remember is they actually launched from in Sevastopol harbour at one point, purely for the fact that they didn't want to go out into the into the main area and risk being blown up by drones. But I mean, if they're ordered to go out into the woods, as it were, and you know, there's every possibility that Ukraine's going to start to try and hit them back. Although there are a couple of places where they can launch from, I think the Caspian, where there's a less likelihood of them being able to be hit back there. Anyway, that was just a couple of things that were on my mind.
So your buddy Chris Owicki, you should cover what he said. I mean, I touched on it briefly, but Chris Owicki's got a nice explainer out now about the order that's come out for the Russian Orthodox Church. Did you see that?
Yes, I did actually. I've got it here in my bookmarks. So yeah, I can go through it. A nice Chris Owicki. He seems to be back on his threads. I don't think he'd been doing them for a while, but he's back on it. So bless him. So the Russian Orthodox Church has now ordered their priests to read a daily prayer for Holy Rus. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Except this prayer asks God to oppose those who have taken up arms against the Holy Rus. Seems a bit strange, this. And asking for victory to Russian weapons, because you know that's exactly what religion's all about. Weapons, apparently. Yeah, okay. And any priests who are refusing to do this are now being punished by being defrocked, which is lobbed out of the priesthood. Not that you know, a lot of these guys are anything other than FSB agents anyway. However, the head of the Moscow Patriarchate, or whatever you call it, the Metropolitan Gregory of Voskrensky, has issued a circular, which is the first publicly disclosed official church document regulating internal church support for the war, according to a journalist and religious scholar, Ksenia Luchenko. So the ROC's leader, Patriarch Kirill Patrick, has personally written this prayer. It's gone through a number of versions in the 2 years since the full-scale war in Ukraine began. And it reflects specifically Putin's ideology that Ukrainians are merely just Russians with a sense of false identity. Of course. Ask any Ukrainian, they'll tell you quite clearly that they're just pretending to be Ukrainian, of course. The prayer appeals to God of our salvation, look in mercy on your humble servants. Hear and have mercy on us. Behold, those who want to fight have taken up arms against the Holy Rus, hoping to divide and destroy her one people. Arise, O God, and help your people and grant us through victory your power. On and on and on. It talks about strengthening the warriors and defenders of the fatherland. Send down the strength of spirit to them. Preserve them from death, wounds, and captivity. You know what the best way to do that would be? Leave Ukraine. That would be the best way to preserve them, wouldn't it? But anyway. So it is worth knowing that these priests are also embedded with Russian troops in Ukraine. They have their very own Kalashnikov decorated prayer books, which sounds delightful, doesn't it? And they compare Putin specifically to the Archangel Michael. There's a little bit of poetic license going on there, isn't there? Crikey. Anyway, the ROC has pursued an aggressive program of suppressing all other churches and religions in occupied regions. Not shocked. So, the ROC has been strongly supportive of the war. In fact, pacifism is considered a heresy according to rulings by an ecclesiastical court of the Russian Orthodox Church. So it has even defrocked anti-war priests and those who have unofficially edited the prayer to turn it into a plea for priests, into a plea for peace instead of victory in war, have also been punished. In a recent example of this, Archpriest Alexei Uminsky was removed from his rectorship, indeed, and banned for serving as a priest, and replaced with a ferociously anti-Ukrainian archpriest named Andrei Tchikev. I don't care about saying his name right, whose own statements have included, and I quote, "If they, the Ukrainians, came here, they would cut us up and smear our rooftops with blood, as they used to say. Now we are ending this war. We will end it." Because that's exactly what all Ukrainians have been wanting to do for a long time, yeah? No? No, not really, apparently. He also said, and I quote, "You're out there fighting Satan face to face. There is a separate war here too. We are grateful for you for doing this dirty, bloody work." And he also said, "We are the new Israel, called to a special historical mission, and against us are the afterthoughts of Babylon, Egypt, and Rome with their idols, sacrifices, and depravities." Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I haven't sacrificed any goats to any particular religion recently. Just putting it out there. Anyway, he also,
Not since Christmas.
oh, except Christmas. Well, turkey, goat, close.
I was kidding.
Indeed. But he also, there's many quotes from him here. Here we go. Here's another one. "It is interesting how Russia finds itself in war." Because, these things just stumble across. "The entire political core of Ukraine are jackals. Not just jackals, but Judases and demon-possessed." I don't know. I've listened to some of those guys talk, and they don't seem to be demon possessed. But maybe demons are a different thing to Russians. He also went on to say, "Ukraine is only physically in the 21st century. Psychologically, it corresponds to the 19th century at best, or even the 17th. Ukrainians are sheared and cut, as they were sheared and cut before the era of historical materialism." Oh my God.
Says the country that still does body wave assault.
Yeah, exactly. And it just makes me bile, it makes the bile rise, because he's basically just talking about them being, we'll just cut a whole bunch of them, and then they won't be as troublesome anymore. And we had to do it before, so, we'll just do it again. It doesn't matter. Just vile.
Yeah, when they really get stuck into their propaganda, every accusation is an admission at that point, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, or just a straight up admission. So apparently these statements aren't atypical of pro-war Russian Orthodox priests, and highlight exactly why Ukraine has taken steps to root out the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine as an actual hostile force, which it is. It's always worth remembering that, isn't it? That it is just a weaponization of another thing that they can use against us. That's all it is. So it's nothing really to do with religion. It's all about just creating divides and being divisive. Now then, I didn't know this had happened, probably only because they announced it after they'd been, but members of the Estonian Parliament 3 or 4 of them by the looks of things, 4, went and spent some time close to the front line in Ukraine to get a good idea of what's, what they're facing, basically. Now, I'm quite sure they weren't put in any particularly dangerous situations, well, apart from being in Ukraine. But they actually went to see for themselves just how things were and speak to the soldiers who were coming and going from the front line. While they were there, of course, they happened to just find a surveillance drone in their pocket and handed that over as well. So it's always good to see that, Estonia, they really are a good friend to have, aren't they, for Ukraine? I'm still a little bit sad that Kaya Kallas has withdrawn possibility of being the NATO chief. And I kind of think we should have somebody really hawkish in there. But, that's just me. Maybe it was the boobs that frightened everybody there. I do realise they are terrifying when they come with power.
That I find that funny too, right? When I read that she was seen as a candidate that was too hawkish, rather than one of my long thoughtful posts with research and stuff, reading on it, I just posted something very quick and off the top of my head, which ended up getting a lot of engagement, as usually the most puerile of my shit posts do. I said, pity, but exactly how do you be too hawkish on Russia? I was being sarcastic, and it was got a lot of response that way. But honestly, what exactly has Kaya Kallas ever said that would be considered too hawkish about Russia? What exactly has she proposed or said that isn't spot on fact or precisely what is necessary to deal with the extant threat that is Russia day by day by day? I can't imagine a better candidate than her at this point. Really, I can't.
Well, me either. But yeah, apparently it's not working. So,
I mean, plus she's a fella.
Oh, exactly. I mean, having a fella in charge of NATO, pretty damn cool.
I mean, and Chuck Norris is a little bit busy being, leading a country at this time when she's ready to retire. I can't think of a better person other than Chuck.
Chuck Norris, loving it. So Arya mentioned before about the blackouts in Odessa, which had happened. Now, an hour ago. About an hour ago. Ukrenergo announced everyone had been reconnected to the electricity. However, power and water supply has had to be temporarily stopped again due to an emergency equipment shutdown at one of the high voltage substations. So they're still working on it, basically. There's been not a lot of information of photographs from any of the sites hit by Russia overnight. And that might have something to do with Ukraine's government recently putting out a very strongly worded appeal to the media to not publish such material. What we do know, though, is in Odessa, the largest electricity substations were attacked. So, not obvious what they're targeting there. Now, Lviv was also attacked last night. Targets were exactly the same as they were in the previous massive missile attack, which caused a great deal of damage. The only information we have is that one person has died in Lviv. Now, the damage there doesn't seem to be as bad, mainly because they'd already damaged those places. So there is noted one small localized power outage, but nothing else. And that's all we know so far about Lviv. Now then, however, In occupied Berdyansk, a loud explosion was heard coming from the hills. And it's been reported that for some reason, Russia's television signals and radio signals appear to have been lost for residents. And saboteurs may have attacked a communications tower in occupied Berdyansk. Oh dear. We are, of course, awaiting further news, but that is one of the best ways to deal with the what's it called? Propaganda. Just turn it off. That seems to work quite well, just turning it off. So yeah, perhaps that's something that might make people a little less brainwashed in the long run. Arya, go ahead.
What type of information in particular did the Ukrainian government ask specifically at the moment not to be sharing? I wasn't 100% sure what you were referring to, so if you could please clarify, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, the Ukrainian government said stop posting photographs really early of after action destruction because it's helping the enemy, you idiots. And so today there is not a lot of photography coming out of Lviv or Odessa. So yeah, as a result, we don't have a lot of pictures. We just have some reports of loss of electricity. We will eventually get some photography, I'm sure, but they've been given the word that they shouldn't put it out quickly like they have been doing because
we were talking earlier today about before you got up, I think, but we were talking about the Crocus Hall investigation, and I was pointing out from my experience the poor methodology used in that in the investigation so far, particularly the torture used on those guys, because nothing of any value comes out of people that gets tortured because you have an impossible time verifying it, and it would not be admissible in any. Don't worry about that because Russia's got it all figured out, Markers. This from a person no less than my favorite part of it is the over the top sciencey language, the brain chips. Don't just stop there. Neuro-linguistic programming. Neuro-linguistic programming. That sounds like something decoding does to us.
Indeed it does. Yeah, they're a bit bonkers, aren't they? They are a bit nuts.
And I don't think I've seen him since the Crocus Hall thing. I'm just saying.
Well, they are also apparently now going to be trying these chaps in Belarus, where the death penalty is still allowed. And they're negotiating with Belarus to send them over there to be tried so that they can be up for the death penalty, even though one of them was unconscious during his hearing. They just make.
Plus, they never entered Belarus during or after the attack.
Correct. They're just making.
How could they possibly be tried in Belarus? I mean, why put on the sham, folks? Just execute them.
Yeah, they're just making up laws in order to be able to execute them publicly on the TV, aren't they? Because that's what it's coming to. That's what I can see happening. And oof. So a lot of people have been talking about this decree on conscription in Russia that's been signed by Putin. Now, this is a routine conscription. It's related to mandatory military service for all people in the Russian Federation. It's very similar to things that are done in other countries with conscription. And so it's not really a massive revelation that this is coming now. However, these are all your 18 to 30-year-olds. And a lot of these guys will probably be your, your regular Moscow boys, because they haven't been particularly touched by a lot of conscription yet. And usually these guys, they go off to their, their training camps and whatever, and they might learn a little bit of stuff, but generally they just get shaken down by the rest of the military and, farmed out to do work for people. Free labor, basically. One of the jobs that they do, Will, quite a lot, is they help with the farm industry. They help with the planting and the harvesting, because there's never really, a lot of people available to do that. So they always use the army, because these conscripted guys, it would, toughen them up a bit. So, well, do you think they're going to do that this time? I have a horrible feeling they're not. I mean, in the past, these guys,
Yeah, I'm going with no.
they'd get jobs like, shoveling snow in Siberia off runways that aren't used, or, like how to repair something in extreme cold, or how to plant and harvest fields. And I have a funny feeling they're not going to be doing those slightly cushier jobs anymore. I just have a horrible feeling they're going to send all these 18 to 30-year-olds off to the war, unprepared, obviously, like the rest of them. And then that is a whole swathe of their population and possibilities for future population just gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's how these demographic problems will spiral out of control for Russia. That you, along with their xenophobia, you're going to drive people out. Immigration's already fallen drastically. They have had a serious demographic problem since 2001, and this is only exacerbating it, because all the people that they've fled the country, they're driving out of the country, or that they've killed by sending them to Ukraine. Those are mostly, 18 to 40-year-old men who are in their prime making babies period of time. And they won't be doing any of that. So I don't know. I guess they'll have to start a massive artificial insemination campaign. Maybe get Elon Musk in or something.
Ew. Well, this is part of the reason why they've stolen a ton of children, I suppose.
Yeah, it is, and it's also why they're trying to get all these immigrants from South and Central Africa, because those immigrants tend to be younger couples, and they will have multiple babies. You know, this is you're not going to import people who are older. You're going to import people that are 18 to 30, 40 years old tops, and that's prime time for them to be starting a new life if things are better, and they will oftentimes have 3, 4, 5 children, which is beyond what Russia does now. You know, Russia has below ZPG, zero population growth, if you take strictly fecundity into text. The women are only having 1, maybe 2 at most. Less if their husband's in a meat cube somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say there is actually a campaign against young people who don't want to have children, because I mean, you know, how dare they make that decision for themselves in Russia. But the thing is, you see, if things were better, more people want to have children. It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. So, you know, it's kind of difficult to encourage people to have children just to watch them die in a needless war. I think there's got to be more incentive than that.
So yeah, and when I was in Russia in the early 2000s, there was a baby bonus on, and Putin was always out talking just these cringeworthy speeches about women having more children. They tried to encourage Russians to have more babies and solve their problem that way. But at that time, the problem was all the younger women finally had some money and were able to buy some things that weren't even available if you had money. And they basically wanted to become little capitalists. They didn't want to be tied down with babies. They wanted to be able to enjoy their life and enjoy the benefits of their salaries and things that were going up. So there was that sort of trend that was happening in you know, a lot of different countries in the world. You know, when women achieve a level of economic independence, it's not surprising that all of them, a portion of them, don't want to have children right away, and that was the problem then. But now I'll just, you know, note that there was a lot of inducement and you know, psychological coercion and making you feel non-patriotic, and then actual cash bonuses to have babies back then. But as we tip the dial in Russia toward from authoritarianism into up with totalitarianism, you're going to see lots of really repressive legislation that will make it in. I mean, we've talked about it multiple times here. Women prisoners that will be said that they can have shorter sentences provided they get pregnant within 3 months of being let out, and rules that'll punish people if they don't have children, and you know, we're one step away from breeding factories, essentially, I think, Mockers.
Yeah, it's a little bit horrifying, I'll be absolutely honest. But you know, this is apparently, yeah, the what, Russian ideal? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, I hope to goodness it doesn't get to that sort of situation. Just because it just sounds more horrendous than I could ever imagine. But you know, these guys, these young conscripted guys, I have a horrible feeling they're not going to end up just doing naff jobs at home. I have a funny feeling they're going to end up being poured into Ukraine, because, you know, that would be a big boost for the Russian army there, to have so many additional bodies to waste. Yeah, it's not going to do them a lot of good in the future anyway. Now, this statutory military service is all very well and good now, but what happens when they go to do the next lot of statutory military conscription? Do you think there's going to be an awful lot of these this age group left to conscript? Yeah, I just feel as though every choice they make makes their future much bleaker, much more difficult. I mean, I'm not knocking them. Go for it. Enjoy. But what? they really don't think in advance. That's the thing. They're just sort of like, they always seem to think, what will help us right this second? And they don't understand that there is consequences to that action. I mean, you know, I'm not bothered by that in some way, but I am sort of thinking, my God, how can they be so short-sighted? Really, how can they be so short-sighted? But yeah, anyway, never mind. You know that guy right at the beginning who said we're thankful that they're so stupid? Yeah, honestly, that meme could be posted every single day for all sorts of reasons, and probably is actually, because it just applies so very often, doesn't it?
True. Hey, one thing about the conscription decree that was just written or signed by Putin and all that. Remember, we don't want to overstate what that is. That's the, but there is something very interesting in that. That is the annual, regular, semi-annual conscription decree, which is April and September, of 150,000 conscripts. Conscripts by constitution in Russia are not allowed to be sent into a war zone unless a war is declared. So those conscripts will be used to fill up roles, supposedly, inside Russia only. But we do know that they have moved some of those conscripts dangerously close to the war zone. And because it's a war, and attacks can happen in places like Belgorod, that they won't necessarily be safe. But not to overstate that, the 150,000 are conscripts, not mobics. And I still believe the mobilization of 500,000 is coming relatively soon. But those conscripts, I will note, Mockers, that they're going to conscript 150,000, which is the normal draw every 6 months. But they've said they're going to allow till July to do that. Previously, let's see, by my count, April, May, June, July. That's 4 months. They typically have done their conscription draws within 2 months. So in order to fill up that 150, they've extended the time period for them to be able to do it, I assume, so that they can actually get the numbers they were expecting, and don't have to have the press gangs on the street.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Well, yeah, it makes it a little bit easier for them that they don't have to sort of force people quite so much because people are expecting it. But even so, it's yeah, it's. I just wonder if they're even going to fill that. I do just wonder if they're even going to fill that. Now then, one of the things that Russians like to do for some reason is post many videos of their aircraft launching strikes on peaceful cities and villages in Ukraine. However, one thing they're afraid of are Patriot systems. Well, I think, what Zelensky said, 5 to 7 more Patriot systems, and we would be able to clear the skies. I don't think that's too much to ask for. I think that's actually that's quite reasonable. And considering we are asking them to fight against, massive nuclear power, with 2 hands tied behind their back, I don't think that's a lot to ask. And I can.
No, not when you consider 5 to 7 Patriot batteries could be removed from the Oklahoma area alone, which is 1,000 miles, something like that, at least 1,000 kilometers from the border of the United States, and those central states where they have these things, where they train on, they train the Patriot people on these things. To think that the United States couldn't take 5 to 7, let's say 7, let's go with the high number, 7, out of America where they exist now, when those places inside America have been attacked exactly never in their history.
Well, and you know what I said about the airport at Zhejiang? The fact that that has it has its own complete escort of patriots. I'm sure there's other places that look like that. Maybe 1 or 2 could be moved out, just because it's very unlikely there's going to be a hit in a lot of the places that are probably currently look like that. Maybe Zhejiang is not the place to remove one, but you know, there will be other places that are similarly set up, I would think, with loads of them. So
yeah, and all the ammunition that go in them as well, because they're of precious little use if they run out of the ammunition. That has been slow, but it looks like maybe the $300 million release in the last week or so from America has meant that they've got some in. I do note that they had a very good success again overnight in shooting down a moderate amount of Shaheds and the missiles that were inbound. It doesn't say, of course, with what, but that one or more of those would be Patriots and potentially NASAMs and SAM-Ts, but a good job overnight by Ukraine. So that means they're not yet out of ammunition, of course.
no, in fact, it would seem to me that ammunition has begun to start to flow. You know, we went through those numbers before. And the anti-aircraft systems that have been taken out. 7 in one day. That to me was particularly curious. Don't usually see stuff like that, do we? Also, another.
No, that suggests they are on the move to me, because the only other time, you know, when we saw lots of anti-aircraft systems being knocked out was when Ukraine was progressing down the Orkiv axis and had gained fire control over the railway and the roads down south toward Tokmak and out in that area and in the flats out there. And when Russia would go to move equipment around, it got hit. And so this suggests to me that they must be moving their air defenses forward to take advantage of the ground that they've taken west of Avdiivka, for instance. And in moving those things, they've become a target, because I'll note that a number of people have said, like the Ukrainian artillery operators have, you know, the Caesar is a very, very good shoot and scoot type gun, but the Ukrainians have said, the artillerymen have said, we prefer the M777 because fortified in place and you know, protected against lancets and that, but to move is to die on a battlefield where there is superb drone coverage and you'll get observed moving wherever you are for the purpose of counter battery fire or drones. Staying in one location, hiding and fortifying is they feel a better thing, and that is kind of what I think we see in relation to these air defense systems. I think when Ukraine either causes or takes advantage of movements being made by Russia, they're able to take out a lot. So before it was happening when Ukraine was moving forward, but now it's happening when Russia is moving forward, because they have, it would appear, superior capabilities in finding and killing moving targets.
Just a thought I'm having. You know, when Ukraine's not had an awful lot of counter battery, and they've literally been having to, you know, basically sit under a load of artillery fire and not reply. Well, during that time, I wonder if Russia moved these things forward. And at the time, they were pretty safe because, you know, Ukraine didn't really have anything that they could fire directly at them. So all Ukraine had to do was map exactly where they were and wait for the ammo to turn up, which appears to have just started turning up very recently. And suddenly, 7 of them gone. And that suggests to me that perhaps they got some particularly accurate and ammo that would range far enough to get them.
Yeah, but that's very possible.
Yeah, I just wonder if they snuck these up and they were like, oh, look, we're nice and safe here now. They've got no ammo to hit us with. Oh, we didn't think that they might get some more, though. But also 44 artillery systems, 47 logistics vehicles. And these are all important stuff. I mean, I am astounded by how many artillery guns Russia have had. I mean, let's look at what's been taken off the field. 11,050. I mean, you know, who needs 11,000 artillery guns? Obviously, Russia do. But how many other armies will have 11,000 plus artillery guns, do you think?
I think that'd be none.
Exactly. Greedy beggars. So Belgorod has had some morning sirens, and according to Russia, they shot down Vampire MLRS. But what has actually happened is Russian air defense has caused much more destruction than any possible missiles might have. Seemingly, quite a lot of debris has landed on domestic properties. In fact, it said that 18 private houses have been damaged, with 2 of them catching fire. 3 vehicles were also hit by shrapnel. Oh, and electricity and cold water supply lines are also damaged. And then I look at Odessa and I think, no, I've got no sympathy at all. Funny, isn't it? So, excuse me, just nearly lost my voice entirely. So, Defense Minister of France, Seb Lecornu, he's obviously made this announcement today, well, yesterday, in fact, that they'll be sending some of these Aster missiles for the SAM-T, and hundreds of used but still in service armored vehicles were going to be donated, blah, blah, blah. But he's also going to be going to some places. So he's also working the front line on another direction. This is, in the coming days, he is preparing to embark on a European tour to implement the various projects that they've agreed at the support meeting in Ukraine, organised by Macron at the Elysee, with around 20 international leaders. Then he will be in London and Norway, while the head of the state has caused problems for some of their neighbours by talking about the possibility of sending troops onto Ukrainian soil. He's going on a, well, I wouldn't say a charm offensive, but possibly a pressure offensive, and you know, to also get things moving, get stuff signed. Let's get things done. I'm liking this attitude. So on Tuesday, the Minister of the Armed Forces will also meet with Antony Blinken, who will be visiting Paris at the time. So I see a lot of action. It's almost as though this guy has like been, you know, let off a leash. Off you go. Do whatever you can. Get it done. And there he is, going and getting it done. I'm loving actions that come with words, Will. Really cheers me up. And it's kind of it's tainted my hatred of the French from just being a Brit. So yeah, it's a weird time for me.
Told you. Better keep your Maine bastards badge close, because it's going to get taken off of you by somebody who parlez-vous français pretty soon.
Les Maine bastardos, maybe.
Exactly.
I think there was a bit of actual Spanish stuck in there. Never mind. Right. But even so,
Spanish, French, whatever, it's all that Latin.
it all goes around there somewhere. So now then, let's have a little look. There's an awful lot of crappy disinfo around at the moment. Now, I'm trying.
Now, do you mean crappy as in annoying, or crappy as in bad quality?
No, bit of both. And I'm trying to avoid it. But let's have a look here. So Andrei Yermak has apparently been speaking, and Politico has printed. So even after the end of the war, martial law will not be immediately lifted, at least for up to a few years. We will, of course, stay and rebuild our country. Besides, our people are already living with a closed border. So I don't know whether he said that with regards to, that's just the reality. Thinking about it, in the UK, certain things didn't change for 5 years after World War II. During rebuilding, it will be massively important for Ukraine to show the world the endemic and rampant corruption is ended, basically. And that they deserve their place in Europe and NATO. So that is probably something that that they also want to remember, that they have had collaborators and infiltrators and stuff like that, and I suppose they don't want to immediately let those people escape either. They've still got to continue that work. So Shaggy.
Yeah, just on the French-British relationship. I mean, my theory is, I've lived in France quite a bit, and obviously I'm British, is the reason we kind of hate each other is because we love to hate each other. Basically because we recognize ourselves in the other, both the good and the bad. That may obviously piss a few Brits for Brits off and French for French off, but it is really deep-seated. We can both be Maine bastards, basically. We can both be assholes. We both do the diplomacy and all this kind of thing. We're very similar. We just speak different languages. Okay, we have some things which are different, but when it comes down to it, yeah, we're actually really quite similar. That's just my view, anyway.
Well, we certainly both like some wine. So yeah. I'll be honest, I have no particular issues. It's just one of these things that I was always brought up with. We hate the French. So, I was like, oh, okay, we hate the French. I have been there myself, and I must say, if you make a little effort to speak to them in French, even if it doesn't really work, they are very hospitable. But if you just go up and just shout at them in English, that is a little rude. And again,
same in the UK. If you make a little bit of effort to speak English in the UK, people will forgive you. But if you just start speaking whatever foreign language you speak, it'd be like, whatever, speak English. Very similar.
Yeah, I suppose. So yeah, I do kind of get it that we are ridiculously similar, I suppose. But we're on different sides of the channel, and they are hockey horse, and we are not. So that. Now then, wow. Sorry, I'm just having a look. It is 2 years since Russia hoped to conquer Ukraine through blitzkrieg, on the assumption that they wouldn't be able to resist. And today, they're having to rely on causing political problems to cut Western aid in order to try and subjugate Ukraine. While the means haven't changed, the goal remains the same, to either capture or destroy Ukraine in its entirety, or capture to destroy Ukraine in its entirety through various horrific means. And, well, folks, just have a look at Bucha and Irpin. That's what they came to do to the whole of Ukraine. And so, you know, it's worth keeping this in mind while we sit back and worry about our internal political problems. Oh, now. Oh, hello, Ghost. I see. I'm going through like a what's it called? A rotation of other co-hosts today. So, there's an explosion now in occupied Tokmak. Now, this might be something that's coordinated. Recall saboteurs have attacked a TV tower in occupied Berdyansk. So it's possible that that they may have also gone after something similar. And it's well, something we'll keep an eye on. So now then, there's been a new report brought out, released, that's the word, on those facilitating Russia trading stolen Ukrainian grain despite the sanctions. So we have a Swiss company, third on the list, a mystery entity registered in the Marshall Islands, which is very likely just a Russian company, second, and top, a company from Turkey with links to Israel. So, just have a little look at this, see if it'll... Oh, yes, it does translate for me. There we go. So, Turkey, Libya, who else is helping Russia with the export of stolen grain through Melitopol? So, Ukrainian grain has become apparently a delicacy for Russian invaders. They export the lion's share of the harvest from the territory of the fertile Melitopol region. In May the 22nd, the State Unitary Enterprise, State Grain Operator, was established in the region, captured by Russian troops. The main tasks of this illegally created enterprise were to buy, accumulate, store and transport any grain grown in the occupied territory to Russia. The purchase price of the state grain operator are much lower than market prices. So, in fact, the farmers have no choice but to cooperate with this company. In order to circumvent sanctions, they created gasket companies. Last year alone, Russia exported almost 212,000 tons of Ukrainian grain worth $46 million from occupied parts of Zaporizhia. Unfortunately, this data is considered inaccurate because a large part of this grain stolen is done in the shadows. Now, it has become known, however, that grain stolen by occupiers in the Zaporizhia region is being exported to Turkey, to Libya, Israel, and European countries are involved in this. So this is an investigation by, again, investigative journalists of the NGL media who analysed all of Russia's export data. So how are they managing to get around the sanctions with this? Despite the fact that at the beginning of 2023, this particular newly established Russian grain operator was sanctioned by the US and later by Ukraine and Great Britain, it still successfully circumvents restrictions thanks to ocean lining companies such as the Agro Group, Samson, Tesori della Terra, Global Trade, and the Gendini Group. It is with these companies that international buyers enter into contracts for the purchase of grain, giving them the opportunity to claim in the future they didn't buy anything directly from Russia. They use intermediaries. And the state grain operator additionally masks the Ukrainian origins. It also became known that the grain that the occupiers export to foreign countries is loaded at a port of Kavkaz in the Kerch Strait. That is in Krasnodar territory, and is the internationally recognized territory of the Russian Federation, which makes it possible to indicate in customs documents that the origin of the grain is from Russia. So who's buying this? Who's creating the demand? Well, the investigators established that the largest buyer of Ukrainian grain through Russian companies is the Turkish company Transworld Agro Tarim Ithalat Limited. Is there any need? Anyway, Transworld Agro. It has purchased almost 135,000 tons of grain stolen from the occupied territories, worth $28.6 million. So Transworld Agro was established in December 22 by an Israeli citizen by the name of Leon Mays. The director of this formerly Turkish company was a Ukrainian, Leonid Pashkovsky, who in 1998 entered the Berkhovka Rada from the Kherson Electoral District 184, heading the board of the National Gas Company joint stock company at the time. Currently, Leonid has been outside of Ukraine for 2 years. He crossed the Ukrainian-Hungarian border in March 22, so appears to have been running away from his past, perhaps. Let me see. Daliland Alliance Limited, registered in the Marshall Islands in the offshore zone, is also a huge buyer of Ukrainian grain. It's existed since 2019, but there is no publicly available information on any owners of this company. Next is the Swiss company Vivalon AG, whose involvement in the export of Ukrainian grain has already attracted the interest of the most influential Swiss newspaper. I'm going to say Neue Zürcher Zeitung. Anyway, it's in the third place in place of purchase volumes. And it was noted that residents of the Melitopol region are complaining en masse about the robbery and illegal demands of this grain operator. And, well, doesn't this give you a Holodomor vibes? It really does. It's, yeah, we're taking almost all your grain for a really cheap price, and tough if you don't like it. It very much that sort of vibe. And well, never change, do they? Never seem to change. I just find it awful. I mean, you know, we could prevent a lot of this from happening. We just give Ukraine exactly what they need. So, yeah, I'm going to just have to keep saying that. I mean,
but shouldn't there also be a reaction from the EU to Turkey that they buy stolen Ukrainian grain for a cheap price, and knowing that it is stolen Ukraine grain? So I think there should be also some actions from the EU to counter these kind of constructions to circumvent sanctions. Yes, I really think there should be some action from the European Union.
Well, I'm with you on this. Have you noticed, though, it's always these investigative journalists that are able to find these things out. It's almost as though, you know, these a lot of these sort of, you know, investigations teams, you know, that are supposed to be doing this work, just don't know. They're doing very quiet things, I'm sure, somewhere. But why does it take investigative journalists to throw this up? So yeah, I find it almost dysfunctional that these things are not already, you know, dealt with, but it takes a journalist to go, guys, is anyone paying attention to this? So yeah, that's it just baffles me. I'm sure we've got plenty of you know, our own what they called intelligence forces and stuff like that, and yet no. Apparently, it's the journalists that are doing it all, and well, as long as somebody's looking into it, I suppose. But it's worrying to me that it has to be these guys that throw up this info. Now, the Czech intelligence information, however, about these guys within the EU, who are, you know, obviously have quite clearly been acting on behalf of Russia, and it would appear that they've also been receiving money for it, of course, which is, you know, I suppose part of the whole thing. Now, these guys are getting themselves investigated, of course, but one of the reasons the Czechs looked into some of these names specifically was because apparently information had been given out by the SBU to them. So that's just a note that Ukraine is literally fighting for us all, are they not? So I'm just a bit, yeah. Look at all these things that this particular war is bringing to light. Look at everything that's, you know, important to us and how they've tried to infiltrate and distort and divide and create problems where there were not really problems, but, you know, just propagate hate, basically, more and more. And well, we can see what's happened to this platform, for example. You know, this used to actually just be a place where all I found was funny stuff and boobs. And well, you know, now it seems to be that it's a massive amount of disinformation and fellas. I don't mind the fellas, but the disinfo really does annoy me. Yeah, so we can see how they take over something and then try and make it awful. And yeah, well, I know there's a few people to blame for that, but in the end, I think the disinfo train always starts in a Russian station. Now then, ooh, I've got a little bit of info here about these explosive drones. You know, the ones that have been exploding in the air like a claymore? Well, the armed forces of Ukraine have now released a little video of these, how they make these air detonated charges. So they have some that can be focused and directed, but it turns out they're not actually claymore mines, as some speculated, but specially designed drone munitions. So they have a high explosive frag inside them, obviously. There are a number of different types. So there's the regular high explosive, there's the high explosive fragmentation of increased power. There's a dual purpose, which is a cumulative high explosive plus defrag. Well, there's a couple of different of these dual uses, and some of them are able to be targeted and some of them are not. Now, what they have had is they actually have a catalogue of these specially designed munitions. And what I'll do is I'll just retweet this so you can have a look at the pictures in the catalogue. And you'll see they look like a really fancy grenade with a little like pull pin thing on them. They have like a little hole in the front. And in some cases that is, it would appear, yeah, there we go. The ones with the bigger holes in the front, that's the direction that they're going to blast out first, basically. So that's how they're directional. So yeah, nifty little things. Look like a very fancy grenade or a big grey pineapple. Yeah, apparently Ukraine's got hold of some. Can't imagine where from. But yeah, so somebody's been helping them out by providing them with some of these fancy schmancy explosives. So not Claymore as we originally thought they might have been, but no, something specifically designed to cause a rain of death, which I think at this point in the game, that's exactly what they need.
I see also that most of them have fragmentation payloads on them. So high explosive fragmentation, high explosive fragmentation of increased power, dual purpose explosion defragmentation, dual use cumulative high explosive fragmentation. That's those are especially what I understand of it is for the biggest extent of damage, to do the biggest extent of damage. So imagine that there are little pieces going through the air with a velocity of 200, 300, 400 kilometers an hour. Then those things are very, very lethal and do a lot of harm.
And at this point, well, they're what Ukraine has to work with. So that's how they're going to use them. And yeah, I quite like the fact that they've got these new drone dropped fragmentation rounds because, well, helps clear an area a lot faster, doesn't it? So there was something this morning that I commented on. So there was some sort of strange light in the sky in an area of
Nizhnevertovsk, yes.
Yeah.
Nizhnevertovsk.
I'm glad you know it. So according to reports at night, there was an explosion at a boiler house towards Raduzhny. Presumably, boiler room KSP number 6 of Rosneft exploded. Apparently, there was a female operator there who died. No information on the condition of any other employees. But apparently, in May 2021, a similar emergency occurred, and repair work was carried out at a gas separator station when it was stated cotton without fire occurred. 4 people, however, were taken to the hospital with 3 to 4 degree burns. So maybe there was a fire. In fact, 2 victims had burns over 25% of their body. So maybe there was a fire. Anyway, interesting fact is that in addition to the explosion with casualties, the information only became available after security forces showed interest in the incident, according to local media. It remains unknown whether this explosion is related to the strange images that were posted last night. However, there is an image of what appears to be a blown up building, which looks as though, yeah, that blew up. So I'm just going to retweet that so you can have a little look at that. And So it may actually just be some sort of gas explosion. It's certainly quite far away, and it certainly had problems before this particular location. So that's just Russia blowing themselves up again, it would appear. Okay. Anda, go ahead.
Hello. First of all, tell me if you hear me properly because you are on the speakers on headphones.
I can hear your auto blinkers going on and off, tick, 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 tick. So
No, that's my. I'm in my car, and that was my signal. The tick 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 was my signal. Should be fine now. Anyway, so I have 3 questions regarding what happened last week and what's been happening right now. So last week I saw some reports on some metal birds falling from the sky. Apparently, one of them was one of the Sukhois was shot down by the Russians. They shot down their own aircraft. I cannot understand how could they do that, but yeah, that's what I read, at least. So the question related to that is how many? Because I understand there were more. That was not the only one. So that's the first question.
Well, the one they shot careful. The one they shot down over Sevastopol, that particular aircraft, apparently, what happened was the what are they called? The air defense guys had a defective system. They didn't realize. So here's the story of explanation that goes with it that's been released, at least. So they were not informed that there was going to be any aircraft in that area. They saw the aircraft and they sent a message to the aircraft to say, please identify yourself. Only the problem is their system was defective and the aircraft did not receive the message. Therefore, the aircraft did not respond. So, thinking that they were onto a winner and they were going to get themselves a medal, they shot it down and then found the error of their ways when people started screaming and shouting at them. So, yeah, apparently that was the timeline of events, and it is actually pretty plausible that. Now, with regards to others, both the A-50 aircraft and the IL-76 that was damaged, the Russians did claim to have shot those down themselves. Now, I think that's more out of embarrassment because it was quite clear that they wouldn't necessarily be shooting those things down themselves, and it would be a real bonus for Ukraine to have shot those down. So yeah, I think they sort of they tried to hide their embarrassment by declaring something even more embarrassing. So I don't think they actually shot those ones down, but they did claim it for a while.
Because it's even if you want to pretend the others don't win, right? So they are claiming Ukrainians are not shooting their planes down. It's one of the things is when you start shooting your own planes down, right? Your pilots would be like not very happy to go back up, right? Because the systems are faulty. Some of your colleagues have been shut down. So you start asking yourself, I have to defend against the Ukrainians, which I more or less know where I find them, but I also have to defend and go away from our own guys because apparently they're gonna hunt me as well. So why go up? Yeah. All right. That's actually in some ways it's a good news, but in others it's hilarious. I'm terribly sorry. Is this the reason for which I see now reports all over Twitter that the Russian troops are trying to enhance the defense of the Novosibirsk against Ukrainians attack? It's because of the naval drones, or is it because Sevastopol was attacked and that's why the planes were in the air and that's why they shoot them down?
Well, they obviously they had to appoint a new head of the Russian naval fleet because the other guy was dead. So now they've appointed him. He's made some decisions, and one of those decisions was to place 4 barges, sort of partially covering the entrance to Novorossiysk, in an effort, I suppose, to keep out the Ukrainian drones, because they have been dashing around in the harbour there once before, maybe twice even, I think twice actually. So we do know that they can make it over there, and we do know that since then they have developed all sorts of new and long range and bigger booming drones. So before, I think it was just more like having a laugh, bit of harassment. But if they were to go back there, let's just say that this time they would bring some bigger guns with them. And it's all very well and good making the harbour entrance a lot narrower. But what if Ukraine was to perhaps sneak in there with a couple of those drones that are more submersible and go after the ships? I'm not saying that they would get them all, but it would be kind of a crush to get out of the harbour and get into safer waters, wouldn't it? What with the harbour being all sort of like, blocked at the entrance like that. And it would only take a couple of them to get in there to cause a bit of a stampede out. And then, well, you know how they did with that other ship before, where they herded it out of a bay into open water, where there was a whole pack of Magora drones waiting to attack it. Well, I'm thinking of things like this that Ukraine could possibly do in the future. And, I'm sure other brighter, more technical military minds have also thought about these sorts of things. So I think that's why they're trying to protect the entrance to the harbour at Novorossiysk, but might actually become more of a hindrance to them in the end, especially if Ukraine just decide, the heck with it, we're going to go there and blow them all up, because that is basically where the remainder of the Black Sea Fleet is, and the Caliber missile cruise carriers are there, and well, as Budanov has said this morning, they've been using up the X-101 missiles while they've been making more Caliber cruise missiles. So obviously the fact that they've not been using the ships, well, it says, yes, they didn't really want to go out and risk themselves, but also they've had a lot of trouble getting the ammo for them and getting the ammo on them and stuff like that. So now they've built up a stockpile of ammunition. So maybe they won't have to, put themselves in danger quite as often in order to load up on ammo, because they have a lot more of it. And it's very possible that ships will start launching Caliber again shortly. I'm just thinking that any ships doing that outside of the harbour might also find themselves under attack. I mean, Ukraine doesn't really have much of a navy to speak of, but it really is effective, isn't it?
Yes, I could imagine that when an attack is imminent on those ships in the harbor, with those obstacles they have in the harbor entrance, it would be very difficult to get those ships out quick enough to a safer place. And just like you said, Marcus, maybe the Ukrainians will find a way to also attack the ships, even if the harbor is blocked. Because I expect that's something not if, but when, because the Ukrainians are so inventive with their capabilities with drones. They have really thought these things through. So I expect that there will be some more attacks on those ships, because if you can take out those ships, just like you said, Marcus, they cannot fire any cruise missiles or other missiles to kill civilians in Ukraine. I think that Nancy is going to take over from me, but I suggested that maybe, Marcus, you want an hour free?
I'm all right for the minute. I'm all right for the minute. Yeah, ask me again later.
Yes, I will be up on in a few hours also again, in 2 hours. So don't worry. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
I'll be back indeed. Yeah, I just, it's these things that Russia likes to do. They like to group everything up together to make themselves a really juicy target. I've noticed they do that on the battlefield as well. And it is kind of a natural instinct, isn't it, to sort of group together because the strength in numbers and stuff like that. But on a battlefield, probably not the best thing to do. And yet, you know, they've not had it trained out of them yet, have they? So yeah, just again, it's almost as though they want Ukraine to come and hit them over there. I mean, let's face it, here's all our stuff, all in one place. But you can't hit us here, or can they? Indeed. So let's see what else has been going on. Ooh. Now then, Spain is now auctioning off some of its old M60 tanks. And they've been in storage for almost 30 years. However, Spain had some Leopard 2A4s in storage that were apparently deemed too old and dangerous, unsafe for operation, in order to go to Ukraine due to their storage conditions. But they're apparently been stored in the same conditions as the M60s. So just, you know, questions. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? All these things. So let's have a little look. I've got some information now about Russia's attack against energy infrastructure facilities. And, well, Russia say that they were attacking energy infrastructure facilities and gas production industry of Ukraine. So they don't, you know, shy away from saying, yeah, we specifically attacked these civilian infrastructure that keeps people alive. Yeah, we did that. They also claim that they hit a number of factories producing and repairing weapons and military equipment. Yeah, of course they did. Now, let me see. Oh, here we go. France has become the new target of Russian ire. That's right. Ms. Drunken Zakharova has been wheeled out to urge the public to take action against France, because how dare they stand up for themselves. So she says, French goods are not marked with stickers, but they are now no longer welcome in Moscow. I know that our activists cannot be stopped if they decide not to purchase French goods. So, yeah, apparently she's basically saying, don't buy any French goods in Moscow. So, Ochan, I'm going to imagine that they're probably not going to have a good time working in Russia from now on. Eh? Oh, well. Anda.
So this news makes me laugh about the French goods not being welcome. I would welcome the sight of all the Russian girls, wives who bought all sorts of French stuff along the years, luxury stuff. I know they did this in the past. So when the war started and they cut off some Louis Vuitton bags and Chanel bags, they destroyed them and everything. I'm sure they had more. So my question is, are they going to find some more to destroy? That would be fun, actually. That would be really, really fun, because they actually paid a lot of money for those bags and for those furs. And in Russia, it's not and never was something bad to wear fur, right? The real shit. So I would welcome the sight of destroying all those things and see them, throw away bottles of expensive perfume and I don't know, some other stuff that came from France. Not only, they can, pick any other country from the West who has helped Ukraine in the past, and then telling you why. Because they don't have their own, and it's like, burning your own house down because someone else helped you build it, and you're having a fight with that person. It's dumb. It was always dumb. And yeah, it's not only not purchase. I would encourage them to destroy everything like they used to. They can try again. It's a good thing. The less things they have, the merrier I am.
Well, yeah, I honestly think that they should go and, just completely boycott all the Ochan stores, because those guys stayed in Russia, haven't they? And they should receive a little bit of backlash for this.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be actually really fun, right? So you have a retailer which is from a country. No, let's put it this way. So Auchan, at first, let's be fair. At first, Auchan was supporting Ukraine. In the first days of war, including in France and in other countries in which they had retailer stores, they fundraised for Ukraine. So that was the first move they did back then. After that, a couple of months after that, they realized that's not good business, right? Because they lost a lot of sales uh, in Russia, and they actually that's actually one info that I don't have. I will have to research it if they were uh, launched in Ukraine, because I don't know if they had stores in Ukraine back then or not. Anyway, when everyone started pulling out, they decided to stay in. So that would be really rich to have the Russians now boycott them, not only because they continued to invest in Russia when everyone else didn't, but you know, I'm how do you say? I'm reaching a hand. I'm giving you a hand, and you're biting it, right? So that's good. That's good business, and I would. You're really right. I like that. I like.
Well, karma. It does come around after all. So, Shaggy.
Yeah, I fully agree with Andrew there. Yeah, I think the phrase in English is cutting off your nose to spite your face, or not, in this case, not slapping on expensive makeup and revealing yourself as being a bit ugly. So yeah, I'm particularly pleased if Ocean gets targeted. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point if the French continue after the title of main bastard, then maybe they'll get taken over. And then yeah, that'll be well. I wouldn't like them taken over per se, but I would like them out of Russia. It would serve them right a little bit. So maybe they need to think about winding down their operations, about not resupplying their stores, and then suddenly, oh, we got nothing to sell anymore to the Russians in Russia. Oh dear, something along those lines. Trying to get out. Well, it's taken them 2 years now, but yeah, I have a particular dislike for Ocean for continuing to do business there. But their Chanel, all those type of luxury goods and all that, I like Anders' idea of them burning it all, and then going, all right, well, what are we going to do now then? Wonder who we're going to wear now. They'll have to make some Russian stuff, or maybe go naked. The emperor will literally have no clothes. I'm going to burn them all. Anyway, I'm waffling. Cheers, Ander. That was great.
Absolutely. They really do like sticking a finger in their own eye, don't they? Let's also note that remember when they tried to cut off Europe from gas and they expected us to freeze? Well, gas prices in Europe have actually fallen 17% since the beginning of this year. In annual terms, of course. The decline has been 38%. This is evidenced by data from the London ICE Futures Exchange. It is noted that gas prices in the first quarter have fallen by 17% compared to the levels at the end of last year. This is now priced at around $306 per 1,000 cubic meters. So the average price of gas in December was around $408 per 1,000 cubic meters. And the fall accelerated to $288,000 in February. $288 per 1,000 cubic meters in February. Russia being the gas station of the world, it doesn't appear that they are anymore. What a terrible shame. Shaggy?
Yeah, I with these gas prices, I occasionally, about every couple of weeks or so, I kind of post some charts showing the 1 year price chart and the 5 year price chart. And yeah, it's definitely near the bottom of the range. I normally show the Dutch, I think it's the TTP or TTF gas price. I think it's about 26 euros per megawatt hour or something like that. But yeah, I usually post that. When I get back this afternoon, I'll post another one. Markets have been closed yesterday and today. What day is it? It's Sunday, isn't it? So they're being posted for the Easter weekend, but I'll post those charts a bit later on as well. But yeah, definitely down the bottom of the range.
Exactly. So, you know, all those worries, eh? Bulteria.
Yeah, hi, Mockers and Nancy. Thanks again for co-hosting and all your hard work. Talking about French companies in Russia, we mentioned Auchan and Chanel, I think. So do we know of other French companies that are still doing business in Russia?
Is Mondelez still in Russia?
I believe so, yeah.
I know they had a somewhat of an exemption because of them being food products, but then again, it wouldn't break my heart one bit to see photographs of Russian care packages sent to their front that did not include Mondelez food items in it. And I think, Shaggy, your idea of how to get them to depart, you know, that wonderful passive aggressive way of, oh gosh, yeah, we sold out of everything and don't have anything to bring in. Sorry, is just perfectly passive aggressive and probably so delightfully French too.
Well, a number of companies are doing that now, Nancy. They're selling off the last of their stock and closing their stores because it just doesn't pay anymore. And they're just literally abandoning what they've got there because it would actually cost them more to sell it. Ander. Hello, Ander? I hear your background noise, but not you. Yeah, it's still not getting any better. Do you have
The
a headset or
phone.
something?
You should
Oh,
hear me.
There you are, I think.
Yes.
Oh, you
You're-
sound very soft.
Yeah, we heard phone clearly and then lost the rest.
It should be better now. The headphones are off.
It isn't better.
It isn't better. Okay, I will drop and rejoin.
okay. In the meantime, go ahead, Bulteria.
Yeah, I don't understand how these French companies get paid. I mean, my understanding from listening in was that bank transfers to Europe are sanctioned, aren't they? So how do they get paid?
Well, they're working within Russia, so through Russian payment systems, I would imagine.
So they get paid in rubles, which is that helpful?
Well, not anymore. You see, at one point, I think it would have probably been worth their while to stay. If things weren't going to turn out as they have, they took a big risk. And then they found that, oh, actually, now we can't get out because the Russian government have made it really, really difficult for us to do so. So do we, you know, carry on with what we've got, or do we cut our losses? And quite a few people carried on with what they had for a while, but have found it more and more difficult since then. So they're just starting to cut their losses and sell what they've got in country and then leave. As in, you know, just shut the shop door and leave. So yeah, I think really that's pretty much one of their best options now. And so yeah, that's what you get for hanging around when everybody else told you not to. It's a little bit of karma for them, and good is all I can say. Now then, I have a few bits. I have some information from the Crimean Wind. Indeed. So, blowing on the wind is this information. Up to 1.5 million people have visited the Ukrainian website I Want to Live from Crimea alone. There is a Ukrainian state project on social networks, the I Want to Live Telegram channel for Russian military personnel who cannot avoid mobilization, but at the same time don't want to fight. They're informed they do have the right to choose. They can return home in an exchange, or they can remain in captivity to the end of the war, or they are now also offered the opportunity to ask for asylum in Ukraine. So, according to him, there are already successful exchanges and people who've returned surrendered to the I Want to Live project and sent back to Russia. They're alive and well. Everything is fine with them, apart from the fact that they're in Russia, probably reconscripted. So, Matt Vienko says that the I Want to Live resource records up to 1.5 million visits specifically from the territory of annexed Crimea. Now, he says here, let me see, 1.137.595 visits from Crimea, 369,645 from Sevastopol alone. So, top city is Sevastopol, but closely followed by Simferopol, Evpatoria, and Kerch. Those are then followed by the smaller cities, Fedosia, Jankoy, Bakhisarai, Alushka, and Saki. And, well, he reads off all the different amounts that come from each area, but basically thousands from each of these areas, many thousands. And it does suggest, doesn't it, that they're weighing up their options, because those guys in Crimea, well, they're being attacked with the big missile strikes and things like that, but they're not really going after the little people on the ground, are they? They're really just taking out infrastructure and command posts and stuff like that. Well, as long as you're not stationed there, you might be okay. But there's going to come a time when those guys are sent to the front. They really, really don't want to do that. Shaggy?
Yeah. Just going back to the companies that are still there. So one of the things that they do, which you mentioned, is run down their stocks. But a lot of the companies as well lease, if they don't own the properties that their shops are in, they lease them. So what they've been doing is waiting for the leases to come up for expiry, and then not taking new leases out and timing the running down of their stocks to coincide with the leases on the properties going out, so they can still make a bit of money and then get out a little bit more tidily. It's a little bit harder for big companies which have got like shops in different shopping malls and have leases negotiated with individual shopping malls and stuff like that. So that's kind of the medium to small companies have been using that little trick, running down the leases, and then just before that runs out, running down the stock and then legging it. So just that little snippet.
Yeah, I think a lot of these places now are realizing that the best place to be is outside of Russia. Now then, we mentioned this morning that in Dagestan there'd been a terrorist operation taking place. There was a lot of guys shut down a whole area in Makhachkala, that one. Anyway, sorry, I had Coca-Cola and I've just burped. See? So anyway, there were apparently 3 arrests made by the FSB, and they say that these guys here were in relation to the Crocus City Hall attack. Now, one thing about Dagestan and areas of Chechnya, they are tinderboxes. And Russia's going to have to start to be careful, because remember what happened last time in Dagestan when there was some sort of repression? They ended up having a great big crowd turn up, and they then had to bus in extra police to help them deal with it. It became a bit of a thing. And further raids and repressions of Muslims in Dagestan might just, indeed, cause a riot. Meanwhile, the FSB have murdered somebody after the Crocus attack. So this guy is Askhab Kasuev, and Kasuev originally from Chechnya, was arrested at a bus stop in Moscow, just because he was there, I think, and has later died in custody. It's alleged that his body was checked and found to have had a number of broken ribs, widespread bruising, and other obvious signs of torture. So that's nice. Not. But that's why, I'm saying here, Chechnya is also not a good place for them to start any rumblings, any discontent. Yet they are specifically targeting Muslims and their minorities. And can only say you don't want to start any sort of blood feuds, Chechens or Georgians, because those things are pretty serious. Oh well. Now then, I know we don't always believe what Russia tells us, but this is interesting just for its location. Yaroslavl region, northeast of Moscow. Now, I know that Will gets quite excited about this region because there is something there that he thinks is a particularly nice target. Now, this is I think it's a large oil refinery. Pretty sure it is. And this place has not yet been hit by Ukrainian drones, but they have targeted it 3-4 times. This might be the 4th. So Russia's MOD has said it shot down 3 drones in the Yaroslavl region. And one of the things is that this particular facility is quite well guarded because it's close to a number of military facilities around there. And this is the probable reason why it's actually seems to be a bit more protected than the others, because there's actually some military in the area already. And if they have shot down 3 drones, that's 4 for 4 that they've managed to save that thing. Damn it. Never mind. Well, I have to say it is an anniversary today of the discovery of Bucha. On this day, in March 22, Ukraine liberated Bucha and found the horror that had been left behind of around 400 men, women, and children murdered. Well, although it's a horrific anniversary, it's something that we need to not forget. It's something that we need to be vividly painting these images around to ensure that people don't forget, I think. I mean, just the most horrendous images that came out of that, literally piles of people killed, murdered, and massively subjected to war crimes. So let's not forget this, because it's a piece of the horrendous history of this war. And like I say, had they not been stopped there, they intended to do that all over Ukraine. So yeah, let's never forget that that's the case. Nancy, I've chatted for a while. Do you want to do you want to talk for a little bit? I realise I'm not giving you a chance hardly.
My brain is still waking up, unfortunately. I'm halfway through my first cup of coffee, so but I don't have. I'm still looking for my news. Of course, when I had to go to sleep earlier this morning, I guess it was, I know that the Russian bombings, their nightly murder theater, had finished, but then the air raids alerts were picking back up again, so they were still continuing waves and pretty much not giving the Ukrainian civilian population any rest. I think I got the updated damage summary of what we know so far from you. And that, I think, was the main thing that I was looking for this morning. So I've got some bits and bobs around, but I've got to figure out what my computer is. I have all of these windows and information boxes open, and my brain's not yet processing them. So I'm working on it.
Oh, you're all right, Nancy. Well, I can tell you that Odessa was hit again. There was at least 3 air raid alerts before 6:30 this morning, which I'm sure was very nice. In one case, the alarms went off for a whole 9 minutes. Yes, a whole 9 minutes in the Donetsk area. So, yeah, there has been damage to electrical infrastructure. Odessa had a complete blackout at one point. Now, they have managed to get quite a bit of it back up, but they've had to take some of it down again because they had problems with the particular substation. Pretty much what Russia did overnight was hit 2 major substations in Odessa. Because, you know, that's exactly what they're going after, isn't it?
Russia's
Cleo.
gonna Russia.
Yeah, exactly. Russia's going to run.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you well, yeah.
Okay, so what I was working on is in the jumbotron, and we can talk about it some, and if you want to bring it up, you can, because I really am going to strongly recommend that we find a consistent pronunciation method so that your listening audience can give you pronunciations for these cities. And I think we need to do it with the audience, because many of the Ukrainians, you know, I don't know if I'm over stereotyping, but many of them don't necessarily want to come up and talk a long time because English may not be their, you know, they may not feel it's their strong point. And sometimes we get long lists of people who want to contribute or ask questions, and the pronunciation for the city or region or oblast has long passed away from the conversation. So what I did, can you see what I wrote down here? Yeah.
Jack.
Huh? It just starts with, we need some pronunciation keys. It's got an attachment that has 4 quadrants to it that are pink.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
You got it. Okay, so I'm really going to recommend putting this up in the nest so that people can hear what I'm talking about, and we can take it down, you know, if we want. Because I'm not saying that this is a perfect key, because it's still not easy to type on a typewriter, and if or a keyboard or whatever, you know, and there is a way to write down stuff that's unusual, and then, you know, take a camera picture if you're using your phone and then send it up to you. But this will, I mean, I'm writing this, you know, I decided to research it because we had someone who wasn't happy that a pronunciation wasn't coming off. So I'm just, you know, I just am recommending that we try something where, and I'll keep researching it, so we can type the symbols easily and send the post up to you, and you know, to make your life easier. And you know, because I think I always feel easier when I can pronounce stuff. And then the note I put on it is that the audience and host must not expect perfection, and don't, so the audience, Ukrainians, don't try to be perfect with it. I mean, when you look at how English words are pronounced, they're always mangled, and there's always going to be a difference between you know, an American saying jaguar and a Briton saying jaguar. So we may just get it in between, or get it so it's sort of rough or whatever. But the point in being able to pronounce it is that we can, you know, the audience that doesn't know how to pronounce or spell anything can reproduce it. Because what a newscaster looks for is just to make it close to the sound, consistent, and able to be written down so an audience member can write it down for research. Like if I want to see these places on a map, I have to know how to spell it. I don't have to know how to spell it perfectly, but I need to get at it so that I can so I can maybe research it afterwards. So I didn't add this part because I didn't want to take too long just writing all this stuff up. But this is from me, not at all remotely a criticism of how anything has been conducted or spelled. It's just I know that you hosts work like dogs to get this stuff out because you take the time on the air and then you do like 2 hours of whatever research to give us news, and we can't expect you to go look up the pronunciation. But if you're getting criticism on it, which I just had seen one, and I would like to be able to hear how to get close to a spelling just by the pronunciation so I could look up stuff on a map. But this is not remotely a criticism. And I know when people get tired, sometimes they can hear things as, saying someone isn't being perfect about stuff. So is that understandable? If you're still there?
Oh yeah, but I mean, I do try my best with Ukrainian names.
You're fine. Yeah, some people are a lot worse. A lot of our hosts just give up, and nobody has to use it because these are all volunteers. All you hosts are volunteers. But if the audience is going to complain, I'd like the audience to try to give you a key if they can't come up or don't or feel shy or whatever. It's so that there's communication back and forth, because one of the things that I don't like about the X Spaces is there's no easy way to communicate to the host. There's no ticker tape or something that says, that, oh, by the way, that's a city of 30,000 in population or something. So we have no way of going back except for and forth, except for putting a note in the jumbotron or whatever, which you may not have time to read.
I do get messages from people DMing me with pronunciation guidance from time to time. And all it is a case of just be nice to one another. You don't need to be rude about it, do you?
No, I know, but you do have a rude note.
There's an F word that I could pronounce for them if they're really that bothered. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I know, but I just think, I like knowing how to pronounce things, and I think some of the hosts would too. And you read consistently, I know, but anyway, I usually do things that are too academic or too detailed for people. I know that. So I know it's not going to be something that a lot of people will be interested in, because they'll say, oh, that's too much work, or, that's much too much detail. But that's my way of contributing, is to say, here's something that would make your life easier if you care about it.
I do appreciate you noting in that not to try and use IPA.
Oh,
because
God.
I know a number of these city names when I've looked them up and gotten the IPA information. Wikipedia will have that for some of them. Wikipedia Ukraine will very often have them, but IPA is just impossible to translate into normal phonetics.
I think so too. Yeah, it is for me. I guess if you take a lot of time, you could learn it, but it really takes I think it takes verbally hearing what the thing is, because they don't give enough examples of how it should sound, I guess. But I agree totally. So good. I'm glad you like that part. I just, if we get close to it, it can be something that will make your audience feel more confident in what you say, if they think you know how to pronounce stuff, and it can make it a little easier on those of us who want to go and do research afterwards. it's not been a dying issue for me because I haven't brought it up before. I haven't said, I can't find this place or whatever. But I just think I think it's one of those things that once people use it, if they decide to use it, it'll enhance the experience. But that's just, just my way of contributing to the world is to do, to do dweeby stuff like this. And I hope it helps mockers. So anyway, just want to pass that on.
Well, like I say, I try my best with Ukrainian places, but
You do.
not so much with Russian ones. I don't
Yeah.
actually care about, you see. So a lot of the time I will just sort of like fumble over those because I don't really care enough.
Yeah. I know, and I do that too. But that's a very English trait. My family's, descends from the English, and my grandmother never stopped calling enchiladas enchiladas. And I would ask her about some of the silly, some of the stuff, and she'd say, "Well, I just think it's a more fun word." And the English are like notorious for not wanting to pronounce foreign words.
Or even learn languages.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, this is something you can, look at. I'm gonna keep looking for something that's simpler because even this particular one is a little complicated to write down just from a straight typewriter. Thanks very much for letting me share that with you.
No problem. No problem at all. Well, I will try. I will try harder in future, but I'm a Brit.
Well, I'm not trying to make you try harder. I'm actually saying that you guys spend so much time on air and you contribute so much that I'd like to see the audience, who are Ukrainian, say, "Hey, here's this key. I can put that up there and help her pronounce it." And that's I'm not trying to put this on the host, but I brought it up as a key that the host can be aware of. So if someone sends something to you, unless I can find a simpler method, you'll know what they're trying to say. So no, this is not another task for hosts that I'm proposing.
No, it's all right. I have enough homework as it is, so
Yeah.
no worries. But thank you very much for that. I'll have a look at it myself.
You're welcome. Bye.
So there are a couple of things that I've spotted today, but one of which Chris has posted for me here. That how Russians say Sevastopol is theirs and it always has been. Well, it hasn't, has it? They lost it before. In fact, in October 1855, they also lost Kinburn Spit, if you recall. And the Austrians threatened to enter the war against them, and they agreed to peace terms, and the Treaty of Paris was signed in March 1856. One of the treaty's clauses was the neutralization of the Black Sea and the Dardanelles, which served as a huge blow to the Russian dream of their warm water naval port in Sevastopol. You see? So that's all they've ever really been after, is just owning everything, including that warm water port. That's why it means so much to them, because they lost it once before. And
I think, Marcus,
they need it back.
Sorry, Marcus, for interrupting, but I think they lost it to the Ottoman Empire at that moment. Am I correct?
To the Allies, it says.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
to the Allies, and then it was the Allies, I believe, agreed to relinquish it to the control of the Ottoman Empire, if I recall, but I don't have that up in front of me.
Yeah, pretty much that was it, yeah. But definitely they don't need it because they've managed without it before. So I just wanted to point that out, that it is not theirs, even though they claim dibs on it. So I have a frontline report, if you would like it. Let's do that, shall we? So, on the Zaporizhia front, Russian forces attempted to advance in the direction of Robotny and northwest of Verbove on 5 separate occasions. The grey zone was enforced by Ukrainian artillery, which is now operating without any issues in that area. That's good to hear. So on the Donetsk front, clashes continue in Novomikhailivka, Hirohivka, Krasnohorivka and Pervomaisk, where enemy forces, supported by aviation, continue their efforts to advance. However, no progress has actually been recorded. There's a theme with these. There usually is. So, in the Avdiivka operational sector, Russian infantrymen on the Tonenke locality continue their efforts to advance in the fields towards Umansk. Fierce clashes are occurring on the approaches to Semenivka and Berdichi, and Russian forces are indeed facing fierce resistance in both those areas. In the Bakhmut operational sector, clashes continue in Ivanivsky and Bodanivka. Ukrainian forces continue holding their positions and regularly launch counterattacks. On the Kherson Crimea front, so this is the left bank, I suppose, Russian forces moved to storm the positions of Ukrainian Marines twice in this area, but have failed to achieve any objectives. Ukrainian local superiority in drones has significantly hindered their efforts. And just to confirm, over the past 24 hours, the Russian Air Force have conducted 83 airstrikes in Ukrainian territory, with a total of 85 combat engagements recorded. Mind you, they didn't drop every bomb on Ukrainian territory, because they did manage to drop one in their own territory as well today. I'm trying to just find where it was. I think it was Saratov. No, not there. Somewhere. I'll find it in a minute. No, don't matter. Anyway, yeah, they have also dropped a bomb from one of their aircraft directly on themselves also today. So that's not funny in the slightest, obviously, but actually quite funny. So yeah. Now then, there's something shocking happened today, Nancy, and I need to tell you about it before you become overwhelmed.
Okay, I'm sitting down.
Zelensky is wearing a blue t-shirt.
I think I heard a rumor of that as I was slipping off to sleep, and I thought maybe I dreamt it.
No, apparently today he added some colour to his wardrobe, and goodness me, it's got it's got people talking. It's amazing, isn't it? I thought it was only how women dressed that people really focused on, but no, apparently blue t-shirt. It brought out all the conspiracy theorists. It's a sign. No, he probably just had everything in the wash. And he said, "Has anyone got a spare clean t-shirt? Have a blue one."
Did it have a fit similar to his classic look?
It kind of did, yeah, but it did look brand new. So I think maybe he just borrowed a clean t-shirt because he'd spilt something down his front. You know how these guys are.
Yeah, darn coffee.
Well, you never know, but yeah, let's just say theories abound. Theories abound, and it did make me chuckle. Iwana.
Come on, walkers. It's a sign. Isn't blue the color of the sky?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's also the colour of the sea, kind of. So,
Yeah,
you never know. Do the Air Force in Ukraine wear blue?
I think so. I have to look.
Yeah. I'm wondering, you see, maybe he's gone for a chat with some Air Force guys, spilt his coffee, and had to borrow one of their t-shirts. That's what I'm thinking. Either way, I find it amazing that it caused a bit of a furore. But that's what you get when you go out in an unusual colour, I suppose. Who knew? Now then, do you remember all these Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich videos? Well, the Russian chief prosecutor has admitted that they've been getting a lot of complaints about injury payments, state awards. In all cases, though, he says that we react quickly and we continue this work. Unfortunately, there have been, some failures in our system to provide them with all their rights. And initially, we did have quite a lot of complaints, but it's getting a lot better now. Equipment has been sorted out, and we've sorted out all our veterans and what have you. But have they? Because very recently, we've been getting some more of these Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich videos about how bad things are for them and how basically if they go to the front, they're dead. So that's nice. In fact, he also didn't mention the fact that these guys were complaining that they had no artillery support at all in some areas. Yeah, apparently that, but that's all sorted, don't worry. And of course, those who survive were rounded up and sent to another assault, and all but I think about 7 of them are now dead, and the rest of them refused to fight. So, yeah, those types of complaints haven't really been taken into account, it would seem. But never mind. I'm sure they've sorted out all their problems. But they really haven't, have they? So never mind, we'll get there, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll figure it out eventually. No, they won't, will they? Never mind. Now, air raid number 4 so far today, as of 3 minutes ago. So there you go, air raid number 4 in Odessa, just starting. Yeah. It would appear, just recently, they've taken a specific umbrage to Odessa being in existence. And yeah, it's one of these things, because we can't have it, we're going to destroy it, I think. Because they've realised that they can't get there. They keep saying that they want it, but they can't. So now they're trying to destroy it as much as possible. And, well, I'm not quite sure how we're still standing by letting them do that. But, here I am, being frustrated about that whole situation. Now, obviously, we know Russia isn't going to win. They're literally tearing themselves apart to keep up their current progress. But they can still cause a lot of death, destruction, and damage in the meantime. So that's why providing Ukraine with more stuff, faster, and, well, yeah, better stuff. TACMS, maybe. Do like the sound of ATACMS for Ukraine. More, obviously, more ATACMS for Ukraine. But, well, I'm not sure if we're just waiting for Russia to fall over. And I don't think that should be the way. I think we should actually, punch them in the face a lot until they have no choice but to fall over. Or at least retreat before they fall over. But, that's just me because I'm violent. But the war in Ukraine has affected Russia in a lot of unexpected ways. One of these ways is, well, quite a few of these ways, actually, are not things that they perceived that they would ever have to deal with. For example, and it's not discussed an awful lot, but the decline in Russian weapon exports. Now, Russia used to be one of the, the second largest exporter of weapons. And they've now been overtaken by France, by the way. So there's another one from France in the eye for Russia, which I thought was pretty cool. Something else for Macron to post a tough-looking picture about. Sorry, I'm still kind of loving those pictures as totally cheese, but kind of cool. So, yeah. You see, if they'd have taken over Ukraine in a short period of time, 3 to 14 days, nobody would have ever known that their stuff was rubbish, that they were unreliable with regards to, actually fulfilling orders, and that their production just wasn't of the quality or capacity that they said it was. In fact, they've said all sorts of wonderful things about their weapons, and in practice, they haven't always worked out that way. So nobody wants their stuff. Now, let's compare some periods of time between 2014 and 2018 and 2019 to 23. So Russian exports fell by a staggering 53%. The number of countries purchasing major Russian arms dropped from 31 in 2019 to just 12 in 2023, signalling a significant shift in global perceptions. Now, just how many are there going to be left in the future? Because this decline is just the beginning of the challenges in the arms export market due to ongoing, warring with everyone, but mainly Ukraine. You see, recently Russia announced a 2-year postponement in the delivery of some S-400 systems to India, citing that they needed to use them in Ukraine, which does kind of make you a bit of a bad bet for delivery, doesn't it? So this particular move has cast doubt on their reliability. Of course it does. And repeated successful Ukrainian strikes are reflecting very poorly on the effectiveness of their air defense systems. And, India's not quite so trusting anymore. And of course, this decision by Russia to not provide what they've agreed, well, it is kind of sort of eroding their trust even further, isn't it? And I think that India wants to do business with reliable suppliers. And so in future, they may just do that. In fact, this decision to sort of stiff India right now is eroding its reputation as an arms exporter with other countries as well. Now, this postponement is not going to bode well for their future in the arms trade. The war in Ukraine has caused a ripple effect with far-reaching consequences for Russia, and the decline in their weapons exports is just one of the many challenges they're now facing. As their unjust and failed invasion continues, it remains to be seen how far down the ranking of arms exporter they will finally end. And it is something, isn't it, that as well as, oil and gas, they've also exported a lot of death in the form of weapons. And, well, it seems that they've got to the point where they just don't have a lot spare. We have noticed that there have been satellite images of their deep storage bases where we really weren't sure if any of that stuff, actually moved anymore. But they've dug it all out and they've got as much of it working as they can. And these places are pretty empty now. And it does make me wonder where they're going to get the stuff from next. I mean, they still have a bit of stuff. They could continue for at least 6 to 12 months, probably. But the more Ukraine takes out, 44 artillery systems a day, the less likely that is, that shortens that time an awful lot. And I know they are producing more systems, but a lot of the time what they're doing is patching up old stuff.
And we've seen older and older items making it to the battlefield. I mean, some stuff that you'd like, my God, that should be in a museum. But
Well,
there it
those
is.
Scooby vans in particular.
Oh, we think they're running out of them, Nancy.
That and their old ancient tanks that definitely looked like they had never left a museum to begin with.
Well, Lord knows what they're going to roll down the street on May the 9th, if they have it at all. But I think they're going to have to cancel that parade. I really do, which will be, again, thoroughly embarrassing. Oh, dear. I'm sure they'll cancel it for security reasons. Yeah, security reasons. Not the fact that we just don't have any stuff left that isn't broken. But yeah, they seem to have just sort of used up a lot of this stuff that they were stockpiling for so many years. Well, when you get to that point, when you need more, stuff like big stuff, there's not very many people that want to give or sell any of that to Russia. I mean, take the ammo, take the old ammo that we've got in storage, fine. We've got tons of that stuff. But you want our armoured vehicles? We're kind of using them, especially like places like China. Well, China might have armoured vehicles, but have you noticed what Russia managed to get off them? That's right, yeah, those Desert Cross golf carts. So doesn't look to me as though China's very keen on giving anything armoured. Ioana?
Yeah, I mean, the Russians are preoccupied by the parade on 9th of May. Actually, they announced that there will be rehearsals on 5th of May. So they are looking forward to the parade. I don't know with what will they parade. But anyway, this seems to be so as relevant as the fact that they are discussing how to put commercials in space. This is one of the subjects addressed by the Russian Duma, how to put commercials in space. Well, you first have to reach, the space without crashing on the moon or whatever. But yeah, they are thinking of a lot of very ideal things. Let's say like this. I wonder how it will be the weather for the 9th of May parade. What do you think, Mokers?
Maybe I'm thinking they might have formations of ladies, all dressed up in that sort of like, that office uniform that they wear and their high heels, with their very, very Nazi looking style. Yeah, I think they'll just have to do that. They'll just have to have a big long parade of ladies and some kids, with their little tanks, them little paper tanks that they made, them little cardboard tanks. They'll have some kids in them. It will be a celebration of the women and the children. That's what I think.
It's the year of the family, so I believe that it could be the parade of the family. And yeah, you're right. Kindergarten children are very appropriate for this kind of parade.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. I'm expecting all the cardboard tanks and things. Now then, I am just going to go and have a little hour off so I can stuff some food in my face and come back a little bit refreshed. So I'm going to swap with John. Nancy, if you would not mind popping him a co-host invite.
I certainly can do that.
Well, Nancy is swapping out Mokas and bringing in John. I want you to please retweet this page, let everybody know that we are talking here again on Ukraine, everything that matters with Ukraine. the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And please take a look at the first tweet in the nest. We have a fundraising going on, and at this moment we are fundraising for tactical equipment such as combat air protection, tactical plate carriers, jackets, boots, and more for the SBU Alpha units that are currently fighting on the front line. And let me remind you that you already have accomplished a lot of things with your donations, dear listeners and participants. We have delivered a lot of stuff already. You can see it on the main channel of MriyaReport if you take a look at that. And I want to thank you with all my heart for those donations. But I have to ask you, please, if you consider another donations. It doesn't have to be much, everything helps. And if you can't donate, don't feel ashamed. Even participating in this space, talking with us, listening to us, retweeting, and making more people aware of the situation in Ukraine. What is happening with the Russian invasion, the genocidal tyrant that is trying to kill off all Ukrainians, and if he could succeed in his fantasy, he would take over all the world. So please remind that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ghost. I am working on getting Mocker's pinch hitter located so I can bring him up as co-host. So I appreciate you continuing on the conversation so that we don't have too much echo going on.
Exactly, because silence isn't a good thing to have on a space like this. If you have some questions, you can also hit the button in the lower left corner. It's a microphone. If you hit that, then you request to come up to speak, and you can participate with us in the conversation. And if you don't like to speak, you can also send one of us a DM, and we will try to bring your question or your info into the space, and the panel will try to answer it if it is possible for us.
Yep, and while we were working on getting that co-host swap initiated, and I think John will be joining us here. John will be joining us here in a moment, I think. I do have something I posted in the nest that I thought was pretty interesting from United 24 Media today, and that is that in Irpin, a monument made from the remains of shells used by the Russian army to shell the region was unveiled a few days ago. And it was on the 28th, the second anniversary of the liberation of the city. And the monument's called Freedom. And again, it's the second tweet in the nest. They used almost 2 tons of ammunition in its creation. And on Instagram, I noted that this is from missiles that flew over the region in February to March 2022. And they do plan, I don't know if it's installed yet, but they do plan a virtual interactive information for the monument. And by scanning a QR code, you'd be able to find out about each specific ammunition type that became part of the installation. And the motto on it, bear with me, I have the translation. The motto on it is, "This metal is not enough, as our will is tough." And I just, thought that was absolutely something that was worth sharing, and that the group would want to know. It's astounding just to zoom into the photograph and start looking at the different types. I am not a munitions expert, so I'm not going to even be able to describe any of them in specific. But it's just amazing to look at and realize how far they have come, and just how much was thrown at them of so many different types in such a short period of time. Really is amazing.
Yes, it really is, Nancy. But this is what Russian has done always. Basically, shell everything, and you can see on this monument that it's a lot of shrapnel shells. But that is what Russian always did, and then us has always done. It's yeah. I have also something. There were explosions heard at this moment in occupied Kadovsk. So local residents are reporting on it. So there will be some more information thinking coming out of that. We will wait for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that I don't have any updates on that yet, but I appreciate that information. And in the background, I do have, I've got to locate it again. When we were speaking of language and pronunciations, Beefeater, of course, also has a thread on that topic. So I will grab that link and share it into the nest. And when I have an opportunity here, I may try and read a little bit out of it as well. And I see Dan requesting, so I'll give him a moment. He probably has had about as much coffee as I have, is my guess.
Well, there is some other Russian fantasy going on. So this is the Russian chief prosecutor says they've been getting a lot of complaints about the lack of equipment, delay of payments, and he forgot to mention the dear Vladimir Vladimirovich. Our brigade sent us to assault positions without artillery support. Well, that's not a thing that is new, I believe, because we heard more of these complaints. Those who survived were rounded up and sent into another assault. Almost all died. So these kind of complaints are coming out of the Russian army, and it isn't a surprise. But this guy also had something to say in another post I have seen from this guy. He was talking to the same interviewer, and he said that they would want to capture and put in jail some of the world leaders and political opponents around the world, mostly Western, of course. Well, that's something funny because I don't believe that they will succeed in such an operation.
Yeah, they're living in a fantasy world. It's just a matter of convincing them of that.
Yeah, well, it means that, of course, if some of those leaders he mentioned, he didn't mention them, but he pointed to, they should know that they don't go to Russia in some kind of way, because yeah, that would be a bit of a stupid thing to do at this moment.
Yep, exactly. Sorry about that. I meant to mute while I was coughing. I apologize.
Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, one other piece of news I know we mentioned yesterday, but since it is Easter, I thought it was appropriate to note it again. When we look at the damage that Russia is doing in Ukraine to civilian infrastructure, civilian homes, civilian locations, we again should look at, and United 24 Media posted just an amazing infographic on the 29th on the damage that Russia has done to religious buildings. Most of them were destroyed in the Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson regions. And some churches and prayer houses were looted by the Russian military, closed, or converted into administrative buildings by the occupation authorities. Ukrainian religious leaders continue to be imprisoned, tortured, and killed in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. And those who don't agree to collaborate and refuse to submit to Russian religious centers, and of course that means the Russian Orthodox Church of Muscovy, and they're subject to repression as well. But the infographic was very interesting because not only, while the majority of them are in the eastern regions, there are only a few oblasts that have not been impacted. And of course, most of those are in the west, but Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk have also been impacted. So as far west even as those regions has had religious buildings and holy sites that have been damaged by shelling or that type of activity. And it's just amazing when you look at the overall map and the infographic of just how widespread that damage is. So, Dan, Bull Terrier, Joanna, do you have any topics that you'd like to discuss?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't realize I was a speaker. No, not at the moment, no.
All right, no worries, no worries.
Well, I have something. There seems to be been a massive Russian offensive near the village of Tonenke in the Avdiivka direction, but this was again one of those useless attacks from the Russian side, because the Russians used a record number of equipment, 36 tanks and 12 BMPs, and there were already destroyed 12 tanks and 8 BMPs. So they are still trying, and it is just like we see in many cases throwing meat in the grinder.
Yeah, exactly. Adding more bodies to the pile, unfortunately. Dan, go ahead, and then we'll go to Joanna.
Yeah, just good morning. I'd like to say happy Easter, but just I want to thank you for that post. That monument is powerful and moving at the same time. Thank you. It's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It really is is one that gives you a visual of the scale and also the will of Ukrainians, that they can take that damage and just say, nope, throw this at us, it makes us stronger, is just the most eloquent FU that you could ever give to Russia in the middle of your city center. Joanna, go ahead.
Thank you, Nancy. So I wasn't really prepared to speak because, well, today being Easter, I didn't have much time. But, I can always talk about the ships. You know me. So, yeah, it's the end of March, and I think it's interesting to see how the month went. And I think it went really, really well. It's actually a record month. It beats February by a little bit in terms of quantity. So in February, we had, according to my calculations, 7.71 million tons exported. Right now, I am at 7.75 for the month of March, which is absolutely amazing because it's almost the level, well, it's the level from before the war. And 2/3 of this is represented by agricultural product, which means that probably about 5.5 million tons of agricultural, which means that it's above the grain deal also, because the average during the grain deal was somewhere around 4 million tons per month. In terms of number of ships, we are quite high, a little bit less than February, but higher than December and January. I have 277 inbound and 271 outbound, and this is just for the month of March. Imagine this. We have like more than 1,000 ships during the last 4 months. And it's, as I said, it's looking quite well. The corridor is busy. What is kind of difficult for me is the fact that apparently they changed a little bit the patterns, the hours when they leave port, the hours when they go into the Ukrainian ports. Maybe it's related to the weather, maybe it's so they can leave faster. So it's kind of difficult to track them now, but I think I managed to. For example, yesterday, Alexander Kubrakov, who is the Minister for Reconstruction, said that during the month of no, the overall quantity exported, he said that it was 33.4 million tons, and actually I calculated something very close to that. So I might have missed 1 or 2 ships, but not many of those. It's interesting to see that there are big ships that are going to Ukraine, to the port of Yuzhny. For example, today there was, no, yesterday actually, but I've seen it today. There was a ship that breaks the record for the biggest ship that went into Ukraine, 200. So this is really, really a big ship. I will take a break.
I lost you there for just a
I,
second, Joanna. I lost you there for
Yeah.
just a second. That was 200 and how much?
203,000 tons. So it's really, really
Wow.
big. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to take a break because my my earbuds are low on battery.
No worries at all. Completely understood, Joanna. Thank you. And I'll quickly return us to a post I've added to the nest, which is the one that I mentioned from Beefeater on language pronunciations. And fortunately, he is also wise enough to not attempt to use IPA. And his post does break down pronunciations for a number of cities throughout each region of Ukraine. So I think that is a very useful post. It's one I remember having seen have it bookmarked and probably have several hundred articles that I have bookmarked since that time, so lost track of it. But I'll leave it in the nest for a little while and then post it in the Purple Pill for people's future reference as well too. But I think that is, and he does note in there to Ukrainians to please forgive him if he hasn't accurately gotten every pronunciation 100% correct with dialects, or if the geographical delineations are slightly incorrect. It basically is a focus on progress, not perfection. And so welcomes feedback and updates as well. So I think that's useful information to pass on to the group. And let's see, bear with me. I think I had, yeah, I know you guys already talked about the video that I saw late yesterday too, which was how you resolve who is going to drive forward and who's going to drive back when you've got two cars facing each other on a street that's too narrow for them to pass side by side. And basically, folks, this was a cute video of rock, paper, scissors being used to define who was going to go next and who was going to back up to resolve a traffic blockage in Kiev. And that's just an absolutely delightful way to navigate driving and parking conditions, certainly. So I know you guys would appreciate that. And I apologize. I need to handle a technical matter in the back end. Ghost, can you take it for just a moment?
Yes, I'm here for you, Nancy. So I will see what is coming in. So I see that up until this morning, Ukrainian air defense shot down 9 Iranian Shahed 136 and 131 kamikaze drones, as well as 9 KH-101X555 cruise missiles. So that's some positive news. The more they shoot down, the less they can hit civilians and make or electric facilities, because that's what the Russians are doing. Mostly the latest is attacking the electrical grid of Ukraine, and Ukraine still succeeds to keep a balance in the electrical grid. So that's a very good thing. I also see that there was a flag of Ukraine is installed on one of the settlements where the enemy still is yet. I don't know where it is because it's Facebook and I don't have Facebook. I don't like Facebook. I don't want Facebook. So I can't look where this is, in which village. So.
And if you pass it to me, I can probably locate that. I saw Mockers raise her hand as well. Go ahead, Mockers.
Yeah, this is something that they do quite regularly on the borders, that they will go and put up a flag and record themselves putting up a flag, and then 2 days later the Russians will shoot it down or whatever. It's almost like, it's just like a sort of a tit for tat bit of a thing that Ukraine just keep putting new flags up, and Russia keep having to remove them again. They don't like it.
You're saying it tweaks them just a little bit, huh?
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. They get annoyed. I realise I ran off an hour early, so feel free to re-CH me. I misunderstood the message.
Ah, no worries.
I
Stand by
haven't been
just a
eating
moment.
something. I don't have indigestion, at least. Put it that way. So, there was a possibility that Romania may have been hit with something last night. There were helicopters flying around at one point.
I believe there was a missile there. I believe I seen the post also. I think there was a missile did come down or drone. I don't know for sure, but I have seen a post about that from Romania, Marcus.
Yes, well, that ain't good, is it? That's the continuation of the same situation of, they're just going to continue doing this and do it more and more and more until they kill somebody. And then they'll go, oh, well, it might not have been us. Might have been Ukraine. You know how these things go. Oh, I'm not seeing it, Nancy, but thanks. Do I need to recycle, or is it just that I'm blind?
No, it could just be me being blind as well. So let me go back and check.
Okay, well, while you do that,
You
I'll
wanna
chat to
go
you
ahead.
Yeah, so 2 nights ago there was a drone that crashed close to the city of Brăila, which is kind of 25, 30 kilometers from the border. So it was a drone, it crashed, there was an explosion. There is a crater, images were published, investigation is ongoing. I'm not seeing the news about the new missile or drone in Romanian press. I'll have to check some more. The only one that I'm seeing related to drones and Ukraine is that apparently Ukrainians shot down a drone. They managed to bring it to the ground intact without damaging it very much. And actually, this drone has some elements that are identical with the fragments in the drone found in Brăila. That is the big news, that there are elements including inscriptions and probably some things in the drone that are identical with what was discovered at the site of the crash in Brăila. So yeah, that's the news. Now I will search, but I didn't see any news about a new drone that crashed or about a missile. What I can confirm is that there was an air alert in the region of the, close to the border with Ukraine, in the region of the Delta. But this is happening kind of every night now, because each time that there are drones targeting the Odessa Oblast, there is a red alert also for that region in Romania. So yeah, I'll search somewhere and maybe come back with some other news.
Yeah, thank you for that, Joanna. Hopefully with you being at least in the same country, you might get some better news than we will earlier, although Ghost has amazing sources as well. And I think Mockers will be back with us here momentarily. Technical glitch in the background, and we will try it again. And we'll see if coming up directly works or makes her system even crankier. Well, let's try bringing the speaker first, Mockers.
Like to always show me everything on the screen. Strange but true. So, shall we have a little look at who's winning the war? Who's winning the war? Well, let's have a go into it. So the higher you go up in the general command chain, apparently, the more war is about mathematics. So as long as you can avoid being the top guy, the actual top guy, so the commander-in-chief, any position sort of around him and below him are very mathematics heavy. So the commander-in-chief is the one who deals with politicians, explaining the results of the mathematics that you've done, basically. So right, okay, bear with me. So the basically what you've got with war is a three-legged mathematical stool. So the first leg is your soldiers. The second leg is your consumables, such as ordnance, ammunition, fuel, food, etc. And the third leg is your equipment. Now, if you can knock out one of those legs, it topples over and you win the war, yeah? So people normally concentrate on the soldier part, but as we know, Russia can absorb millions in lost soldiers and really, really don't care. There is no way that Ukraine can knock out that leg. In fact, their general command in Russia seems to revel in their losses. So, losses of men in Ukraine is not a factor for them. And it won't be, at least for another 12 months. But obviously, the armed forces of Ukraine care about their lost soldiers. And because of that, the advantage in mano a mano is actually in Russia's favour. So, let's forget that one. It ain't happening. So, how about leg number 2, consumables? Surely, this leg would be in Russia's favour too. Well, no, actually. This is where their woes start. That Europe is slowly ramping up ammunition, and they're gradually showing that they are going to gain the upper hand in ordnance and ammunition production in the not too distant future. Russia's also having a problem with fuel due to some extremely heavy sanctions that Budanov has helped to apply. In fact, they're also having problems with food production, which, I mean, you know, they've tried to starve Ukraine, so I understand how karma might come back on you in that way. But that's never going to be a good thing, is it? In fact, they don't even have enough seeds for this current year's planting. Oh well. On the European side, we have gone from some sort of expected industrial collapse due to a lack of natural gas to being able to increase our arms production by 800% on average. And of course, we have a secure food and fuel situation. Clear advantage to Ukraine. And honestly, famine might just knock Russia out this coming winter. By hitting refineries, Ukraine is knocking out production of not only fuel, but fertilizer. Seed importers have felt the effect of sanctions. Fuel shortages are now hitting farming equipment, and the trucks to move farmed products will also feel the lack of fuel. So how much they feel it really just depends on Ukraine right now. If they can keep up bombing refineries, then Russia may suffer up to a 10% total population loss rate, or even higher, due to problems at home with food supply and production. That is the sort of number which would stop a war. So, to that, we best add all the Russians who have been freezing to death due to broken down equipment and fuel shortages. It's not going to be better this coming winter than it was last winter. In fact, if anything, it's going to be of a multitude worse. So that's not getting any better. And of course, yeah, broken down equipment that can't be repaired in that sort of weather, and again, more fuel shortages. So let's look at leg number 3. This is the most important. Equipment. There is a lot less ambiguity with this. Hard numbers, or at least good estimates. And without equipment, you just can't perform in a modern war. So I have something here that looks at tanks, armoured vehicles and artillery in particular, but I see that the lovely Awana has her hand up, so let's go with that first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus. I didn't want to interrupt you when you began this. I remembered about who will win the war. I remember the article from the post from Institute for the Study of War from a few days ago, and I think this is interesting, but it's kind of long. So I don't know. Maybe you finish with your topic and I come back afterwards, because I think it's a very important article and we should talk about it.
Joanna, I just want to say your sound is very bad.
Now it's better?
Yeah, this is clear because I really didn't understand a thing you said just now. So maybe you can repeat it.
I'm sorry. So I was saying that there was a very interesting article about who will win the war in Institute for the Study of War a few days ago, and I think it's an interesting article. We didn't talk about it on the space, so I was wondering if you want to talk about it, but maybe Mokos want to finish her topic first. Okay, so
I shall go on.
Okay.
Yeah, go on then. So the reason for this this leg being the most important leg of the stool is that those 3 things, tanks, armoured vehicles and artillery, are the core articles of Russia's military doctrine. Without those, Ukraine would be able to shovel around oodles of Russian Mobics at will, all the way to any border of their choosing. In fact, let's have a look at how this might be achieved. Because tanks. Russia has lost 6,966 tanks. They have roughly 6,000 remaining in reserve. However, this is the real world, and it's worse than this for Russia. They have predominantly had losses in all their more capable vehicles, and now the stuff that they're bringing out is mostly old stuff, and it just doesn't have the capabilities that they had previously. They are refurbishing older tanks that are in worse condition in order to get them ready for the front line, but it takes time to get them up and running. The number of deliveries of tanks have reduced significantly. Russia has definitely passed the point where they were peak tank, put it that way. But is Russia producing thousands of tanks? No. In the last 2 decades, they have produced exactly 12 hand-built tanks of the T-14 Armata type. And how many others? That would be a big fat 0. 0 other tanks. During the war? No, 0 new tanks built during the war. But doesn't Russia still build T-90s? No, those are upgraded old T-72 hulls. They're not new builds. There is no new built tanks. But Russia claims that they're building 2,000 a year. But yes, when they say build, they mean upgrade an old one. They don't mean build. So basically, they've got this one pool and they've upgraded a bunch of it, but it's kind of the same with, other armies. We don't necessarily sell stuff, we upgrade it.
So that's what they've been doing. So there's no.
So they just
production.
conveniently dropped the in rebuild.
Exactly. Yes, they just decided to drop that bit. So let me just see if I can do one thing. Let me just 1 second. I just need to send a message. Right, there we go. It's a good job my messaging thing knows exactly what I'm about to say to people. I just did that in like 3 taps. Anyway, they were saying that they were building 2,000 tanks, but they really aren't. In fact, during 2023 alone, Russia upgraded or refurbished 1,500 tanks in total. But they built no new ones, not a one. So actually, the numbers of tanks arriving in Ukraine is dropping. Now then, that doesn't mean that Russia's totally out of tanks. It will take up to 2 years before Russia would be completely out of tanks. But this is a tank hunger that's beginning. And also, they're not getting their upgraded T90s anymore. They're getting together botched jobs with bits of this and bits of that. And let's try and upgrade one thing on this and one thing on another. There's nothing like standardization anymore. And we've already seen the numbers of them being used, being cut down, which suggests that the numbers of available tanks are starting to decrease. And they will continue to do so month on month. So BRT, BMP, all of these sort of vehicles, these exist in such a bewildering plethora of types that only a proper nerd will be able to keep track of them. So we're going to just refer to them all as APCs and let the civilian military nerds have a nerd stroke over it. I'm sorry, it's the best I can do. So here we go. 13,304 Russian APCs are now said to have been destroyed. So Russia apparently has about 7,000 remaining in various states of rust for refurbishment. And they're producing 50 brand new ones per month. Brand new. However, that's not really helping. They're achieving somewhat of a APC hunger. And again, it's rapidly getting worse. And at the current rate of losses and against their production, they will pretty much completely run out in 12 months. Artillery systems. Well, they've lost, and I commented on this morning, 11,050 artillery systems. I mean, who needs that many? Russia, apparently. So first, they rolled out their good stuff when it got absolutely smashed by the Ukrainians. Then they rolled out their mid-quality stuff and lost that too. And now they're rolling out stuff which should be in a museum. These systems are still functional though. So they're still able to murder people quite regularly, but just not very accurately and not with the same range that they used to have. So these things have diminished their capacity at least. Now, it is a severe loss of capacity. It's a loss of capability, precision, and range. So the best count of Russian reserve artillery has put that at around 12,000 barrels. But we've seen from the ones they've had in storage that some of them, they've just been nicking the tubes off them, the barrels off them. So obviously those extra items are only being used for parts. Now then, can they make these barrels?
think they've had a go at some of them. It seems that some of their tooling and machinery isn't great, though, because we did see some that were completely off center with their, middle drill. Yeah, so I can only imagine that that's a bit of trial and error as well. So how much of these 12,000 barrels can actually be restored is anyone's guess. Now, it's worked out that they produce roughly 20 new artillery systems per month, but the delivery of their subpar artillery systems is now barely keeping up with the loss rate. We already see some effects of this on the battlefield. One example is Russia is now using more and more of these Chinese golf carts as a replacement for APCs when performing meat wave attacks, conversely, making them even squishier. So, when will they be deep in the doo-doo? Let's see, that should happen somewhere between November of 2024 and February 2025, if all things remain equal. Of course, there may be some force multipliers arriving before then. So, for Ukraine. Things with wings. Anyway, obviously, they'll not be completely out of equipment at that point, but they will be suffering from massive equipment hunger at such a degree that any thought of an offensive will be long gone. Even their defence will start to become untenable across such a long front line. The impetus will be to force their concentrations eastwards from Kherson, Crimea and Zaporizhia. They might be able to hold the Donbass for a little while longer. All of this is obviously depending on the EU keeping our word, continuing to support Ukraine. And, of course, more Pavel solutions that have helped to plug some gaps in our shortcomings, shall we say. Most important, we need to keep on building and producing our new arms factories. Now, if we keep that up, which I'll be honest, it does look as though we have made a good start and we are starting to keep it up, and Ukraine is able to prepare for a successful offensive sometime around this time period of November to February, maybe even as long as June 2025. That offensive will meet minimum resistance beyond piles and piles of meat cubes. And so, there's a lot of things to consider there. And we always said Russia will never run out of stuff, never. But you know what? They do have a bottom on their barrel after all. So, these things are being kept an eye on. And it does look as though sooner or later they will start to run out of anything usable. Because you've got to imagine that all those items as well, not every single one of them is going to be in good condition. Say 10% of them are absolute scrap. Well, that moves that time window forward even further. And that isn't implausible either, that 10% of them are absolute scrap, because, well, we've seen the grass growing on them and stuff like that. Iwana, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. So this is somehow related. The article in the Institute for the Study of War that I was talking about, it's intitulated "Denying Russia's Only Strategy for Success," and I think it's interesting. So Russia cannot defeat Ukraine or the West, and will likely lose if the West mobilizes its resources to resist Kremlin. The West's capacity dwarfs that of Russia. The combined gross domestic product of NATO countries, non-NATO European Union states, and Asian allies is over 63 trillion, while the Russian GDP is just under $2 trillion. According to the specialists from this institute, Iran and North Korea can add little in terms of material support. China is enabling Russia, but it's not mobilized on behalf of Russia, and it's unlikely to do so. So the idea is that they are tackling the subject of information and how Russia is manipulating the information space. So it goes like this: the notion that the war is unwinnable because of Russia's dominance is a Russian information operation, which gives us a glimpse of the Kremlin's real strategy and only real hope of success. Sorry. So the Kremlin must get the United States to the sidelines, allowing Russia to fight Ukraine in isolation, and then proceed to the next target um, that Russia will also seek to isolate. So they need the US to choose inaction and embrace the false inevitability. So this is a false inevitability that Russia will prevail in Ukraine. So basically, the article is quite long and it's tackling a lot of things, mostly related to US, but they talk about this strategy that to project practically in advance the image that Russia cannot lose. But actually, the underline of this article is that this is an information operation. And as you said, Mokers, Russia boasts about having tanks and missiles and whatever, and they do have some, and still produce some, but not to the extent that they are bragging about, and they will be quickly coming to the end of those because we are seeing the losses that they have every day in Ukraine. So we have to be very mindful of this. That this idea that Russia will prevail because Russia is big, Russia is strong, Russia can do a lot of things. It's actually an information operation. That's what I wanted to bring to the space.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been for a very long time an information operation. That these things that they might look like rows and rows of equipment on satellite images, but you speak to the guys on the ground, and they only maintained the first 3 rows. So everything else is probably been stolen and just left to rust and what have you. That there's going to be a proportion of that stuff which they stored away, which is just trash at this point. Ghost?
Yes, exactly, Marcus. That's a fact about the capability of the Russian with their tanks, and also just what Ioana said. The information space deliberately keeping up the vision of Russia like it was in World War II. The difference is here that Russia in the World War II was provided with lots of equipment and materials to build a good army, and only in that way it had a very big, large army, but that support they don't have anymore, and they can try to rely on China or Iraq or North Korea, but take a look at that shit that they come out with. So that isn't making up all the equipment that is being lost. And just today also I talked about the assault on Avdiivka, who went totally wrong. Well, there was another assault on Robotyne, and there, if you see, I have.
Did I lose you?
No, you didn't lose me.
No, he's still talking. Can you hear Ghost?
Mockers?
I think Mockers may need to
I
recycle
appear
them.
to have lost sound. I'm so sorry. I'm going to drop down and come back.
Okay, well,
Yep, no
when
worries.
sound is dropping down. So
Go
I was
ahead.
talking about the amount of artillery and tanks and the likes that is being destroyed by Ukrainian. And I was talking about the Robotinya. So in the direction of Orikhiv was shattered by the armed forces of Ukraine. So there were destroyed enemy vehicles, MTLB, Brem, an AT-72, a BMP-3, a BTR-82, a UR-77, and what Mockers mentioned, the Chinese golf cart. So it's a bit about how it's going on the battlefield and what Russia is trying to do and hardly seem to accomplish.
You know, it's really amazing to think of how a Russian soldier must feel when they're told to try and invade the exact same spot that's been invaded every day for the last 6 months at least, and then told, hop in that golf cart because that's what's going to do it for you and that's your only protection. It's just amazing.
Yes.
Mockers, I see you back. Are you able to speak?
Yeah, I'm better now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yep,
can
sure
hear
can.
everyone now. Yeah, it's just, I'm having all sorts of technical problems today. Now, if you recall, I said there was an explosion in Berdyansk which took out a TV tower and seemed to take out Russian communications and not paranoia, the other one, propaganda in that area. And there was an explosion in Tokmak as well. And now another explosion heard in the temporarily occupied Skadovsk, which is also in the Kherson area, but sort of right near the coast, right near the far coast there, heading towards Crimea. So I'm just wondering if there's maybe a little something going on, a little Easter gift maybe for the Russians. I'll keep updated, and we'll see.
Well, that sounds good.
Oh yeah, you know me. I like to keep an eye on the explosions. Now there have been some more fires today, which you know me, like a fire. And just to note, I'm not sure what that man's so upset about, but this was in particular. Sorry, there's guys running around in swimming trunks and stuff, waving their arms around. And this is possibly because this location was a tourist centre in the Krasnodar region. Loud bangs are being heard in the background. The fire has now spread to trees growing on the territory. And the parking lot at the campsite is now also under threat. There's not really any details, but tourist centre, I'm sure the fire tourism is doing very well in Russia at the moment.
And it is a very large fire, Mockers. I find it a very intensive fire, as I may say. Yeah, and I also like fires, especially in Russia.
Well, according to some information, the fire was, apparently, it was caused by the explosion of a gas-air mixture from a gas cylinder. Do you think somebody was smoking where they shouldn't have been? This sounds a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit like a smoking accident to me. Remember those chaps who were, just sort of like dropped a cigarette end in the gutter or in the street, and it fell down a crack into the
sewer, which was full of gas, and then exploded the pavement as well. So, yeah, you got to be careful where you smoke these days in Russia, apparently. So, yeah, indeed.
Well, and folks, I have good news and bad news, or bad news and worse news. I will be departing as co-host here shortly, but there is a technical problem with the space, and we are unable to retrieve a co-host to do co-host swaps. And that means, unfortunately, that we are going to have to recycle the space and ask you
Let's do
guys
it.
to come back, and that will give us a fresh start, and we'll be able to get Ghost and Mockers up as the co-hosts and ask everyone to retweet the space when we do this as well, and bring your Easter audience back.
Okay, we will be shortly gone, so take a good look, people, and watch us coming back up again. So, Nancy, let's do this thing in a 1, a
Yep.
2, a 3, 4,
And
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10. Done. Thank you.